started. I want to extend a very warm welcome to Bozeman, my hometown, as well as my alma mater here, Montana State University, for the very first biannual Montana High-Tech Jobs Summit. Bozeman's been home for many, many years. This is where I started kindergarten at Longfellow School and decided it was such a great place, why leave, and went to Bozeman High and then graduated from Montana State in 1984. We have many people to thank today. I'd like to start by thanking the Bipartisan Policy Center, the Montana State University Alumni Foundation, as well as all of our amazing co-sponsors. We'll be talking about more of them during the day for their support and work to make this summit a reality. I'd like to thank our great panelists. We have 40 between our panelists and our keynote speakers here today. We truly have leaders in this country and leading the world in technology with us here in Bozeman for the day. I appreciate you all making it a priority to join us this summit and to share your insights. I want to thank Montana PBS for providing the support for live streaming this event. And I especially want to thank President Wadeg Cruzado and Montana State University to allow us to host the summit here on the MSU campus. I also want to recognize a special guest in attendance today, and that is the British Consulate General from San Francisco, Priya Guha. Priya, we're very glad to have you today. Welcome to Montana. And I also appreciate the interest that you are taking in the importance of technology, not only to Montana and to the United States, but to our global economy as well. The first biannual Montana High-Tech Jobs Summit is a very unique opportunity to provide and bring together the nation's tech leaders and explore ways to create more good-paying Montana jobs. That's the bottom line. That is the goal here, is to keep more of these Montana kids. I'll tell you my story later on today. Somebody who graduated with an engineering degree but had to leave the state because the jobs weren't here. We've got a great slate of speakers. Let me give you a brief overview of the speakers we're going to hear today as well as our panelists. We're going to hear remarks today from Craig Barrett. Dr. Craig Barrett, the former CEO and chairman of Intel. We've all heard of Moore's Law. Well, Dr. Barrett worked alongside Gordon Moore, one of the CEOs of Intel, and then Dr. Barrett rose from a manager all the way to the top of the Intel Corporation. We're grateful to have Dr. Barrett here. He also has a ranch in the Bitterroot. We're here from Matt Rose, the CEO of Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway. We talk about connectivity. There's internet connectivity, which is part of the overall infrastructure that we need here in Montana to stay connected to this global economy. And what Matt does for us here at the rail industry is another example of that. We're going to hear from Leif Olson, the Senior Vice President of Cloud Operations for Oracle. We've all heard about what Oracle is doing here in Bozeman. It's a real honor to have really their top guy in the cloud, Leif Olson, here from Oracle. Dr. Dava Newman, she's a Montana native, and the new Deputy Administrator of NASA. Dava came out to Montana. We'll talk more about her experiences in Montana and what she's doing here. Very, very proud of her work at NASA and as a native Montana. We're going to hear from 2 FCC commissioners. There's only 5 in the United States. They have incredible amount of influence and power, frankly, as they regulate the telecommunications industry. We have 40% of the FCC with us here today in Bozeman. Doug Burgum. Doug was the former CEO and chairman of Great Plains Software, an amazing story, a startup in North Dakota. And you're going to hear more about that, acquired by Microsoft. Many of you have used Great Plains Software, still do today. And now co-founder and partner of Arthur Ventures and chairman of the Kilburn Group. We're going to hear from Mike Goen, the managing partner at Sequoia Capital. Whether you've heard of Sequoia Capital or not, I know you've heard of Apple, Google, YouTube, LinkedIn. They were original investors in some of these companies. If you saw the movie Forrest Gump, remember that Apple logo? Well, this is the real deal here with Sequoia. We're grateful to have Mike Goen here. Spends a lot of time in Whitefish, is giving back to the community there and across Montana. Pleasure when you get to hear Mike. And then we're going to hear from Will Lansing, the CEO of FICO. We all have a FICO score. And you're going to hear from the CEO. So if you need to improve your FICO score, Will will be here afterwards for private one-on-one conversations. But Will also served on our board of directors at Right Now Technologies from the very, very early days, and was one of the steady hands of influence in guiding our company as we grew it here in Bozeman. Our panelists will explore issues of critical importance to our technology sector. We're going to talk about cybersecurity. We're going to talk about our economy. We're going to hear how technology is removing geography as a constraint for Montana businesses, how companies are adopting innovative cybersecurity practices to keep consumers' information safe. They say there's two kinds of companies today: those that have been hacked and those that know they've been hacked. And we're going to talk about cyber today, a very, very important issue. We're going to talk about the importance of maintaining and advancing our technology infrastructure in this important global economy, and the factors that affect startup companies' ability to grow, to attract investment, and important to create jobs. You're going to find a very full agenda, as well as more information, extensive bios about all of our amazing speakers and panelists in your summit programs. And please feel free to tweet. This is not a tweet-free zone. We are big proponents of social media. You can tweet, you can Instagram. If you don't know what that means, find a 12-year-old here and they'll tell you what that means. Or you can post on the social network of your choice about this year's summit. The hashtag for today's event is MT High Tech Jobs, MT High Tech Jobs. The summit's on Twitter at MT High Tech Jobs. We're also on Facebook and Instagram at Montana High Tech Jobs Summit. So thank you for joining us here today. This is going to be a great event. We're going to kick it off now with Dr. Wadad Cruzado, the president of Montana State University. It is certainly an honor for me, a Bobcat, to welcome Dr. Wadad Cruzado to the first biannual Montana High Tech Job Summit. I think it's so important this event's being held here on the MSU campus. I am personally thankful for her support for this summit, how she opened up her home last night to 70 of her best friends, that we showed up on a Sunday evening with Dr. Cruzado. And that just shows what she is all about in terms of relationship and understanding that it's about spending time in her home, off campus there just south of the university, where we had a wonderful dinner, and for hosting this summit. Dr. Cruzado took office at Montana State University's president in 2010. MSU has a strong mission of education, of research, of public outreach, which President Cruzado has helped forward. I'm thankful as a Bobcat dad. I'm a ChemE from 1984. Annie graduated from here in 2013 with a degree in elementary education, and our son Michael is a junior studying mechanical engineering here as well. So I also believe so much in MSU, not only the fact that I got my degree here, but I have two kids as well. For those Grizzlies out there, just in terms of bipartisanship this morning, my father is a proud graduate of the University of Montana, to keep the Grizzlies here in your seats. Dr. Cruzado has done tremendous work leading the university and ensuring that Montana State provides students with not only a top-notch education, but remains a source of world-class research for years to come. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Cruzado as she provides an update on what's going on here at Montana State University. Dr. Cruzado.
Thank you, Senator Daines, for your kind words. And I apologize, I have laryngitis this morning. Senator Daines, it is always a pleasure to be introduced by a Montana State University College of Engineering graduate who has done well. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this innovative summit to our campus and for the opportunity to come before you this morning. So, it is with a profound sense of pleasure that I welcome all of you to your university, Montana State. People ask me, why do you say your university? And the reason is very clear. I have a passion for our history as a land-grant university, and for good reason. We at Montana State are one of a select group of institutions of higher learning created by the Morrill Act of 1862, a congressional bill which established one public university in each state and territory of the Union, with the purpose of educating the sons and daughters of the working families of America. This far-sighted legislation was passed in the middle of the Civil War and constitutes a testament to what is possible when we believe in bold ideas. It illustrates what happens when, rather than being constrained by difficult circumstances, we envision a better and brighter future, and when we place our hopes in educating the future generations of America and the world. President Lincoln signed the Morrill Act on July 2, 1862, and since then, these universities have had as their main objectives agriculture, the mechanical arts or engineering, and education in, quote, the several pursuits and professions of life. Thanks to this compelling vision, land-grant universities have helped strengthen the middle class in our country and have built the strongest democracy in the globe. Interestingly, for our purposes this morning, the birth of land-grant universities was also intimately tied to the Industrial Revolution. Thanks to the wonders of the steam engine and the invention of new equipment, rudimentary practices were abandoned in favor of the machinery that constructed roads and bridges and cultivated the land in a new era. The rest, we can say, is history. Two additional acts of Congress were instrumental to the land-grant universities, the Hatch Act and the Smith-Lever Act. The Hatch Act of 1887 underlined the importance of research. In other words, not only were these new colleges and universities asked to teach with excellence, but we were called to be the innovators, the ones who invent the technologies, who write the textbooks, who replace repetition and guessing with creativity and innovation. Finally, Congress gave us the Smith-Lever Act of 1914, ensuring that the discoveries in the labs and in the fields of our universities were used in every corner and community of our country. In fact, just a few years ago, Montana State University was recognized by the Carnegie Foundation for our innovative work in extension and community engagement. These three acts of Congress, Morrill, Hatch, and Smith-Lever, form what we call the three-part mission of land-grant universities: teaching, research, and extension service. Now you see why the job of our elected officials in Congress is so vital, and why we feel so proud to have a Bobcat representing the aspirations of all Montanans. Thank you for your service, Senator. Since our founding on February 16, 1893, Montana State has been linked to developing and disseminating technology in the Big Sky State. For 122 years, your university has been dedicated to improving the lives of all Montanans through education, developing innovative solutions, and promoting jobs and prosperity for all. Today, your university is stronger than ever before. Since 2010, our student enrollment has grown 13%. We are the largest, fastest growing university in Montana. And in a few weeks, when our fall enrollment numbers are released, we expect to set another enrollment record that will include the largest freshman class in the institution's history, roughly 3,000. Not only is Montana State attracting record amounts of students, these students are of record quality as well. Last fall, the test scores and grade point averages of our incoming students were the highest recorded in 25 years. Of the state of Montana's best and brightest scholarships, a consistent 65% come to Montana State as their university of choice. And we are not the only ones to notice. The website publicuniversityhonors.com noted that Montana State is one of a handful of universities this year to produce 2 Truman Scholarships given to college juniors with demonstrated leadership potential and commitment to public service. In fact, in the last 5 years, Montana State has produced 2 Rhodes Scholars, 1 Gates Cambridge Scholar, 1 Marshall Scholar, 1 Newman Award, 16 National Science Foundation Graduate Research Scholars, 3 Udall Scholars, 5 Warren Award grantees, 9 Fulbright Scholars, and 13 Goldwater Scholars. Whew. Let me emphasize that the Goldwater Scholarships is the nation's top recognition for undergraduate study in math, natural sciences, and engineering. Montana State has produced 64 Goldwater Scholars, and it is tied for 8th in the nation, just above Yale University. Students' exemplary performance happens in every corner of this university. Montana State has the highest student retention rate in the state, as well as the highest graduation rate. In the case of our student athletes, their 6-year graduation rate is over 30% higher than the rest of the student population. And to make it more meaningful, let me share this piece of information. The national average for student athletes enrolled in STEM-related fields is 18%. At Montana State University, it is 36%. So truly, our students are winning in the field, on the court, in the classroom, and in life. Thanks to the vibrant student enrollment growth, we have been making some much-needed investments in our facilities. In the last 5 years, we have renovated Hapner and Langford, our 50-plus-year residence halls. 2 years ago, we inaugurated Gallatin Residence Hall. And as we speak, we are on time and on budget for next fall's opening of Yellowstone Hall, our first new freshman residence in over half a century. We always say that our students today were still using the same furniture as their grandparents. And what about the renovation of our 60-year-old Miller Dining? I have heard students refer to it as Chez Miller. All of these projects have been funded by student fees and no state dollars have been used. As students have shown a vote of confidence in Montana State University by arriving and excelling in record numbers, so too have our alumni shown a vote of confidence by supporting their university in unprecedented ways. I would like to highlight a few transformational gifts this morning. The first is $25 million gift from Jake Japs, class of 1952, and founder and CEO of American Furniture Warehouse in Colorado. Jake's gift allowed us to construct Japs Hall, which many of you visited last night at the reception. Through Jake's vision, the architecture of space is inspiring an architecture of new ideas. Less than 2 weeks ago, we learned that the new home of the Jake Japs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University took first place in the higher education/research category in the regional Best Project Awards of the Engineering News Records, a prominent magazine focused on the construction industry. If you have not met Jake, he will be on one of the panels this afternoon. Let's share a round of applause for this outstanding alum of Montana State. The second transformative gift was from Norm Asbjornsen, class of 1960 and CEO of Aon, a leading commercial HVAC manufacturer. Norm has pledged $50 million toward the construction of a new College of Engineering building to be named the Norm Asbjornsen Innovation Center. This building will transform how engineering is learned. It will create spaces for students from all other disciplines to collaborate with engineering majors in creating the future. Norm was not able to join us this morning, but he knows we are so thankful. Norm and Jake represent two of the best examples of the talent that a land-grant university can foster. From humble Montana origins, they have become leaders in their industry, and they have never forgotten their alma mater. Thank you for your generosity. And I have good news for our audience this morning. You do not need to be a graduate of Montana State University to show your pride and commitment. Earlier this year, our local entrepreneurs, Greg and Susan Gianforte, gave $1 million to our College of Engineering and Computer Science department through their Gianforte Family Foundation to help graduate greater numbers of computer science majors. Can we have a round of applause for Greg and Susan? As you can see, students, alumni, and benefactors see that Montana State University has what it takes to help them succeed. And there is another important group that deserves to be mentioned this morning, our faculty. Thanks to the hard work of our faculty members, our university has been and continues to be the state's largest, most productive research enterprise, conducting more than $100 million in research annually. Montana State is one of only 108 universities in the nation, out of more than 4,500, that is ranked as a very high research institution by the Carnegie Foundation. We are the only university in the state of Montana to enjoy that designation, and the only one in Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Additionally, for the second year in a row, Montana State University has been placed among the world's top 750 universities for its scientific impact and collaboration by the CWTS Leiden ranking. It is one of only 158 U.S. universities to be ranked, and the only one in Montana. Thanks to the innovation and discovery of our faculty, Montana State has been able to grant 264 technology licenses, 78 with Montana companies, to the private sector. These licenses have helped in the birth of more than 50 high-tech companies in the past 15 years. For this audience, I want you to know, our faculty want to work with you. They want to be your partner in helping grow new ideas, in helping our students get real-world, hands-on experience that will benefit them as students and as your employees. We have a campaign at Montana State University, Hire a Bobcat. There are no ivory towers at Montana State University. There are only open doors, and students, faculty, and alumni willing to roll up their sleeves and work hard in a good Montana manner. Tomorrow, in these very renovated ballrooms, we will celebrate the 20th anniversary of Montana State's Optical Technology Center, or OPTEC, which has served as a place where students, faculty, and members of the optics, photonics, and laser industry meet, share ideas, and collaborate. There are now more than 30 optics-related companies in the Gallatin Valley, 15 of which have been started by our graduates. This sector has become large enough that it formed the Montana Photonics Industry Alliance. The alliance members employ more than 500 people in the Gallatin Valley. We're proud to say that Bozeman is now home to twice the number of optic companies per capita as Tucson, Arizona, which is widely regarded as the nation's center of the optical industry. A more recent collaboration between Montana State and industry is our software factory, where our computer science students collaborate with a local technology company to solve real-world problems. Many thanks to Dennis Dixon, president of Zood Enterprises, you will hear from shortly, for his company's participation in the inauguration of this project. Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. I was asked today to speak on the state of the university. I've shared humbly with you numbers and inspirational stories, and I would like to conclude by sharing with you some of the people who make this university great and who stand ready to work with you. I will ask them to stand up so that you can locate them and start the conversation with them. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Renee Rejo-Pera, our Vice President of Research and Economic Development. To tell you the truth, we stole Renee from Stanford, where she cemented her career as one of the world's preeminent stem cell researchers. Newsweek magazine named her one of the 20 most influential women in America, and now she's inspiring our research faculty and students. Renee, will you please stand up and remain standing? Part of Renee's Office of Research and Economic Development is the Technology Transfer Office, where university discoveries are moved into the private sector for greater benefit and commercialization. With us today is Becky Mahurin, Director of Technology Transfer. Thank you, Becky. Integral to any research, stay standing so that people know where you are. Integral to any research university is a robust information technology infrastructure. With us today is Jerry Sheehan, Chief Information Officer, who just recently figured out how to increase Montana State's network bandwidth by tenfold, while at the same time saving $100,000 per year. Nowhere is our student enrollment growth more evident than in our College of Engineering, which has registered, I skipped one. I have with us here today Susan Wolf, our Dean and CEO of our Great Falls College at MSU, our wonderful two-year institution, which is so vibrant in building our workforce development. Speaking of which, nowhere is our student enrollment growth more evident than in our College of Engineering, which has registered an 80% increase in 7 years, including record numbers of female students and faculty members. Will the Dean of the College of Engineering, Brett Gunnick, please stand and remain standing? In addition to our land-grant mission of teaching and research, we also have a mission of outreach to the citizens and businesses of Montana. One way we do this is through the Montana Manufacturing Extension Center. MMEC just launched the Export Tech program in partnership with FedEx, and many thanks to Jay Carlson, Managing Director for FedEx Air Operations Technology, who is with us today. Export Tech is the only national program that helps companies develop an export plan through an intense, hands-on, 9-week course. Will Patty Fleming, MMEC Director, and Associate Director Jenny West, please stand and remain standing. Montana State is promoting entrepreneurship throughout our campus, and our Blackstone Launchpad is connecting students with mentors to bring their business concepts to market. Recently, our Blackstone Launchpad helped an alumna and her husband, Michelle and Matt Hertel, with their desktop milling machine, the Pocket NC. The Hertels set out to raise $75,000 through a Kickstarter campaign and ended up with raising $355,000 in investment. The Assistant Director of the Blackstone Launchpad is here today. Audrey Wooden, would you please stand? See, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of our people who are looking forward to helping you, and for standing up, I think they deserve an enthusiastic applause. As you can see, Montana State University is committed to help grow the state and the nation's economy. We are your partner. We are your resource. These doors of blue and gold are open to you. In closing, Montana State University has what it takes to move forward with big ideas and bold adventures. I think I can summarize it best with these two last slides of another successful project. This is how our Gold Rush Day looked like 5 years ago. And this is how it looks now. Go Cats. Thank you all, and thank you, Senator Daines. Enjoy your summit today.
Well done. Thank you, Dr. Cruzado. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Cruzado, and now you know why I'm a proud Bobcat. It's my honor to introduce to you today Matt Rose. Matt Rose is the Executive Chairman of BNSF Railway. Matt has seen firsthand how technology has shaped the rail industry in Montana. Matt actually began his career in the trucking industry. He joined BNSF in 1993 when it was just Burlington Northern Railroad. I did the quick math, that's 21 years, Matt, at the company. Since then, he served in numerous leadership roles in the company, 13 years as Chief Executive Officer. That is a lot of years in CEO years, and 11 years as Chairman. He offers a unique voice to not only the challenges facing our nation's transportation infrastructure, but the important role that technology is playing in shaping our nation's transportation future. Please join me in welcoming Matt Rose to the Montana High-Tech Job Summit.
Thank you. All right, good morning, and it's good to be back in Montana. I'm going to be here twice in 1 week, so I always love coming here, though. So I want to start by just giving a little bit of warning, and sometimes when we talk about technology and job growth, it's not for the faint of heart. I'm going to give you two quick examples. One is, I parked my car today, and there was a place for a parking lot attendant, and I looked in the little house there, and there was no parking lot attendant. Instead, I went over to a kiosk and put my credit card in, and then I was able to do that, put my little sticker on the car. And so when we think about technology and job growth, we wonder what happened to the person who used to be that parking lot attendant. Well, hopefully that person became enrolled here at this school and went off to do great work someplace else. The second example I'll give you is our railroad industry. If you go back to the early 70s, we had about 500,000 people in the national railroad industry. Today we have less than 200,000. But we're actually handling about 70% more gross ton miles or more units. And the reason we've been able to do that is all through technology. And as we've been able to implement this technology, it's quite frankly made us a much more efficient, much more competitive carrier. And then quite frankly, to be able to handle our customers' business, to be able to ship their freight further and further around the United States as well as around the world. I applaud Senator for having this technology summit, and I look forward to hopefully painting a new picture of the railroad that you will be able to see. All right, so we've got a clicker here, and hopefully, there we go, perfect. So I'm going to start with a little background on the BNSF and the industry in general. U.S. freight railroads operate across about 144,000 miles, and we certainly are the workhorse of the economy. We deliver about 40% of all the intercity freight volume, more than any other mode of transportation, and we do it more efficiently than most transportation modes. Only the barge industry would compete with us, which means, again, shippers pay less for shipping via rail. We also help to reduce congestion, lessen wear and tear on our nation's highways. You may have seen the commercials. One double-stack intermodal trains removes more than 250 trucks from the highway. And BNSF can move a single ton of freight 500 miles on a single gallon, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by about 75%. Well, certainly turning to BNSF, we consider ourselves to be a leader in the industry. We have 32,000 miles of rail lines. We run about 1,500 trains a day. We operate in 28 western states and 3 Canadian provinces. We serve more than 40 ports and 25 intermodal facilities. Last year, we shipped the most units in the railroad industry, more than 10 million units. That's an intermodal shipping container, a carload of coal or grain or tank car. We have about 47,000 employees with more than 2,500 here in the state of Montana. We move about 2 million loads of freight in the state annually. Montana is certainly an integral part of the BNSF operations. It's part of the BNSF Seattle to Chicago Great Northern Corridor. This corridor links the agricultural and energy resources here to the Pacific Coast and the Midwest and beyond. BNSF moves the goods that Montana produces and those that it consumes. A network of this size and scope requires significant capital to maintain, much less expand it, and that's what we've done. In Montana alone, we've invested over $450 million in the last 3 years to increase capacity. The total investment in the northern tier new capacity over this same period has been about $3.5 billion, which is truly an unprecedented expansion of freight capacity that includes over 140 miles of new double-track railroad. We've been transforming this northern corridor to the same functional level as almost completely double-tracked the southern Transcon corridor between Los Angeles and Chicago. Since 2000, BNSF's invested more than $50 billion in infrastructure and equipment. The last 3 years have represented the largest capital programs ever, records for us and for the industry. In addition to network expansion, BNSF's $6 billion 2015 capital plan includes things $2.9 billion on renewal of assets and maintenance, things like replacing, upgrading rails, ties, and ballasts, which are critical to the efficiency and safety, as well as $200 million for positive train control, which I'll speak to in a moment. North American railroads are having their safest year on record to date, year over year. Since 2000, the train accident rate's fallen more than 45%, and rail employee injury rate fell almost 50%. The reduction in accidents over this period occurs as volumes increased, including volumes of hazardous materials. Technology contributes to this best ever freight railroad safety results, but it's only a part of how we got here. It's also safe operating practices, a culture of commitment to safety by our people and investment. But let's talk a little bit more about technology. Railroads are currently implementing positive train control. In 2008, Congress mandated its deployment by the end of 2015, this year, on all routes carrying passengers or toxic substances such as chlorine or anhydrous ammonia. PTC is the most significant technological change in the modern era of railroading, including the transition from steam to diesel locomotives. When PTC is up and running, it will work as a technology overlay of existing train operations. Using GPS, Wi-Fi, and high-band radio transmission, PTC will able to determine the location, direction, and speed of the train, warn the locomotive engineer of a potential problem, and take action, i.e. stop the train if there's not a response by the engineer. This technology will be important to avoiding the extreme rare but catastrophic human error accidents like head-on collisions, and in the future could help railroads to run more efficiently and realize more capacity. But as we approach the December 31st, 2015 congressional deadline, the industry is far from that. At the moment, it's still an unprecedented technological and operational challenge. BNSF is the furthest along. We've developed the technologies even as we were implementing the systems, and the system will have to be extensively tested before it can be declared done. We're testing it now, where we've deployed it, and the potential impacts to network capacity and fluidity are significant as we work the bugs out. Congress will need to move the deadline to ensure that we can do this. Currently, we're committed to the PTC deployment, but we're equally committed to doing it right. PTC brings together newly developed technology for locomotives, wayside communication equipment, and back office systems, and involves the deployment of approximately 500,000 pieces of technology across the national rail network. And since the technology needs to function within the railroad's existing communication and dispatching system, for every train on the railroad's PTC network, each railroad is developing a separate PTC system, which must be interoperable with every other railroad's, which, as you can probably imagine, is even more complicated. At BNSF, we have more than 10 separate teams involved in the installation. Our architectural team is designing the overall PTC infrastructure, including how all the software and hardware will communicate to each other. The Geographic Information System, GIS team, is creating locomotive onboard and back office databases that contain safety critical information that allows the locomotive to navigate track geometry, communicate with field devices, and feed the braking algorithm. Our signal folks are installing and inspecting and will ultimately monitor all the signaling hardware for PTC. The installation is more than just a team sport. It's a well-orchestrated symphony. It's a pretty amazing project, since virtually none of this technology existed 5 years ago. We're currently thinking how to leverage the infrastructure created from our $2 billion investment in PTC to increase railroad capacity and operational efficiency. Another area of technological advancement is in asset health. We use technology to monitor track and equipment real time and engage in condition-based maintenance. But we're going beyond failure detection. Leveraging big data analytics, we'll be able to predict how unsafe conditions develop and then prevent them. Let me explain. BNSF has more than 2,000 trackside warning detectors that collect data 24/7 year-round across the system. These detectors continually monitor the overall health of passing trains, use a combination of thermal, acoustic, and vision systems along with other technologies. We use machine vision systems, camera-based technology that generates high-speed, high-resolution images that can show defects such as worn truck components, worn brake shoes, and missing bolts in a coupler carrier plate. These systems can identify equipment defects in motion at more than 70 miles per hour, day or night, rain or shine. There's actually 12 types of technology used across our network of more than 2,000 equipment detectors. Here's one example of an acoustic bearing detectors listen for sounds that are generated by specific bearing component defects, and hotbox detectors measure bearing temperatures to watch for brake issues. All in all, our network of off-track, on-track, off-track equipment detectors generate more than 100,000 readings a day. Now that is certainly a lot of data. For track inspections, we run our high-tech inspection fleet continuously, testing hundreds of thousands of miles of track using ultrasonic waves to inspect rail for internal defects and a combination of lasers, visioning systems, and ultrasonic and ground-penetrating radar to inspect track geometry and roadbed. BNSF's also received a lot of attention recently for its effort to incorporate the use of unmanned aircraft systems, or drones, into our safety program. BNSF has begun to use supplemental track, bridge, tunnel, and other infrastructure inspections to add to additional layers of detection. These flights are low altitude and stay within our right-of-way. Initially, we were approved for line-of-sight flights, but earlier this year, we were one of the 3 companies awarded Pathfinder program status by the FAA for extended track integrity flights, meaning longer distance and beyond the direct vision of the pilot. So how do we leverage all of this asset health information coming from our equipment and rail and track detection programs? We're using big data analytics to take this information that we already use to detect deviations from safety standards to understanding the factors that create them, predict how accidents could and do occur, and prevent them. Analytics will allow us to go from absolute alarms, which tell us something requires to be repaired, to composite alarms, which tells us contributing conditions have been combined in such a way that an unsafe condition could or is likely to occur. It can show us connections between equipment health and other elements of safety program like track integrity and train handling. Big data analytics will allow us to monitor equipment health over time, geography, and across railroads, and assist in developing technologies for safety, extending equipment asset life, which not only improves safety, it creates capacity. The ultimate goal, though, is to improve decision-making to reduce risk. One of the most elegant descriptions of how this works is actually an IBM ad that they ran during the Masters, and I'd like to show it to you now.
Of all the causes of train derailments, one is especially hard to spot: a single cracked wheel. And out of more than 1.5 million wheels, how do you find the right one? You can't hear it, but analytics can. Working with IBM, a railroad analyzes 100,000 data points a day to help stop trouble before it starts. IBM Analytics is working to make every industry smarter every day.
The reality and the potential of technology on the railroad is very, very incredible. The railroad will always be steel wheels on steel rail, but technology is fundamentally changing the operations and the maintenance of the network, and it's changing our workforce. Our IT department is in the midst of a technology roadmap that has tripled the investment in our systems department. The 1,300 men and women that make up our IT department are working on a host of projects that will impact almost every aspect of our day-to-day operations, but that's just one example. Our company and our people embrace this innovation. Well, I hope you get to see a lot of BNSF trains while you're visiting here in Montana. For those who live here, I know you do already. As you see one go by, consider the technology advancements that make it one of the safest, most efficient ways to move freight and the economy today. Thanks again, Senator Daines, for inviting me to participate in your summit.
Great. Perfect. Thanks. Several years ago, when I was at Right Now Technologies, we were closing out the quarter. And for any of you who have been involved in the technology and more specifically the software business, let's just say you know a lot of things happened in the last 48 hours of the quarter. And we were working to finalize a deal with Orbitz, a company we've all heard of, based in Chicago. And our sales team was chasing this order, could not get the last signature. And they said, the big guy at Orbitz is out of the office. We don't know where he's at to sign this deal. And as coincidence played out, this big guy, technology guy at Orbitz, happened to be in Montana with his family. And I just gotten off the phone with him through virtually a random occurrence here through a friend that we both knew here in the Bozeman area. And he was traveling with his family between Coeur d'Alene and Bozeman. And I talked to him about the deal. I calmed down my staff and said, I know where this big guy from Orbitz is. It's going to be okay. And he literally walked into my office as we chatted on the phone a couple hours later. We got the transaction completed. But importantly, it was my first face-to-face introduction with Leif Olson, who now serves as a Senior VP of Cloud Operations for Oracle. As we started chatting more when he was working for Orbitz, I could tell he had a love for Montana. He was being pursued by companies like Starbucks and Travelocity. He was is a leading CIO in the nation. But he also had the call of the wild in his soul and loved Montana. And as we say, the rest is history. I had the pleasure of working with Leif at Right Now, where he served as our Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer. And now Leif is responsible for the global operations of the Oracle public cloud. Let me put this in perspective. When we were building out the cloud computing company, our software company here in Bozeman called Right Now Technologies, it wasn't called the cloud back then. That was, before the marketing team took over what to name this thing that was being created. We had hosted customers and non-hosted customers. And Leif was part of transforming our cloud operations. And Larry Ellison saw the talent in Leif Olson, and now Leif oversees global operations for the Oracle Public Cloud right here in Bozeman. He oversees more than 1,300 Oracle employees who take care of the Oracle Cloud data centers and the system infrastructure for the company's 38,000 customers. Leif knows firsthand how technology is creating opportunity here in Montana, and I'm so happy he's here to join us today. Let me close by saying this about Leif, and we'll bring him up on the stage. Oracle made a decision recently to locate their cloud computing operations center. They could have put it in Silicon Valley, they could have put it in Boston, perhaps Singapore, perhaps Tel Aviv. It's going to be located in Bozeman, Montana, and it's a reflection of the leadership of this next gentleman I'm introducing today. Please welcome Leif Olson.
Thank you, Steve. As you can tell, I'm not a big guy. I'm just kind of a small guy. To start out, I just want to, on behalf of Oracle Corporation, thank Steve for his kind invitation to participate here today. We're very proud to be part of the Montana technology community, and Oracle benefits from and hopes to contribute to and continue to contribute to a vibrant technology community here in Montana. Probably the best personal example that I have of that is so many of my former colleagues at Right Now Technologies before the acquisition are here representing other companies, in many cases their own companies, that they've started here in the Valley. It's very, very exciting, and Oracle's just really proud to be part of it. Senator Daines asked me to provide just some brief comments on what Oracle is doing here in Bozeman. It's probably the most common question I receive, actually, is after the acquisition, what do you guys do here? We see those red signs out on Enterprise Boulevard. And as a technologist, when we receive those questions, we're faced with a sometimes difficult choice. So one option is we can actually answer the question truthfully and risk that the individual asking is now sorry that they asked anything to begin with, or worse yet, nod off or begin to yawn as you go through exactly what you do. Or probably more frequently, what I would do is just deflect the question, say, well, you know, it's just that technology stuff in the cloud, and just sort of leave it at that. So I've been in this business for 25 years, and probably the best personal example of this is my mom. So I love my mother dearly. She is an amazing woman, grew up on the plains of North Dakota, went on to become an incredible music teacher in Minneapolis. After 25 years, she has no idea what her son does for a living. I actually started my career in the financial services industry, and she just summarized me as a banker. I would get calls from her friends asking about CD rates and things like that. I was doing network administration, so not exactly qualified to do that. I moved on, became the chief technology officer of a company called Cars.com, and so I became a used car salesman, providing pricing and car advice to her friends. So I left and actually was at Orbitz, as Steve mentioned, as a CIO, and I was a travel agent at that point, providing cruise line advice to her friends. I eventually came out here to Montana, worked for Right Now Technologies. That was a little more challenging, I think, for her. Wasn't quite sure what we did, but it involved call centers, so I'm pretty sure she thought that I was involved in telemarketing. And now I just do things in the cloud. But I don't think I'm going to have that problem with this crowd. So a little bit about what Oracle is up to in cloud computing here in Bozeman. Right Now is the first large cloud acquisition that Oracle did in 2011. Since then, they've done 14, actually I think 15 now, and have made a number of very strategic investments. We're over a $2 billion annual revenue run rate in subscription cloud business. In the last 3.5 years, we've built 17 data centers around the world. So we're now up to 19 data centers. We provide services to our customers. As Steve mentioned, about 38,000 customers, doing about 37 billion transactions a day in Oracle Cloud across maybe 64,000 virtual machines, about 700 petabytes of storage. So it's definitely not a small operation. We've grown from 70 employees since I took over the team to a little over 1,300, so pretty dramatic growth. As I mentioned, about 14 acquisitions. We're adding staff here in Bozeman, about a 15% growth rate year over year. So a lot of growth here as well. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about the teams that are based here in Bozeman. We have a number of office spaces over here off of South 19th. And we've got individuals from a number of Oracle divisions, not all of them representing cloud. Bozeman's a fantastic place to live. The fact that Oracle has offices here is attractive to people. They move in. But we really have 3 anchor tenants here in Bozeman. The first one is important to mention is the former Right Now business, what we call Oracle Service Cloud. The product development teams, field and sales support teams, customer service teams are all located here. And importantly, this team has the primary relationship with Montana State University. Oracle supports Montana State in a number of ways. One, through a $25,000 a year corporate alliance gift we provide to the computer science department. Participation by David Vapp, the executive who leads that team on the computer science advisory board, and also sponsoring 3 freshman scholarships for computer science grads. So just a really strong partnership with Montana State. We're very fortunate to have such an incredible university just right next door. So that's the first anchor tenant, the Service Cloud business, still based here in Bozeman. The second one is a new team actually, to the Oracle's cloud subscription business we call Cloud Deal Management. Actually, internally, we just refer to them as the contracts team. They're based here in Bozeman as well. They hired over 85 people last year, a number of lawyers, paralegals, lots of MSU grads. In fact, Waded, when I was doing a little research, I discovered that over 50% of that team are Montana State grads in that team. So it's over 100 people today. There are 20 open positions there they wanted me to mention, so keep that in mind. And they basically, what they're responsible for is processing every single subscription contract for Oracle Cloud. All the renewals, all the new business, all comes through Bozeman, and they're involved in direct negotiation with clients around the world, working on different terms and conditions for really very large, complex enterprise contracts that we enter into. So that's the second anchor tenant. The third one is my team. It's Oracle Cloud Operations. There's a few executives that are based here, including Ben Nelson, our Vice President of Oracle Cloud Security on a global basis. He'll be speaking on a panel here later today. Also, Kristen Nichols, who's the Vice President of Project Management and Budgeting, also handles some of our cloud tooling and big data services here out of the Bozeman office. Steve stole a little bit of my thunder. We are in the process of actually, Oracle is working with our landlord to build a building across the street from our existing buildings, just off of South 19th. That's going to be our global operations center for North American operations. So in terms of taking care of those 38,000 customers, they are basically operating out of Reading, UK. We then hand over shift operations to North America. That'll be based here in Bozeman for all those customers, and then that'll be handed off to Bangalore. So with that, quick overview of what Oracle is up to here in Bozeman. A lot of exciting things going on. The next session is a panel discussion, Big Sky Innovation, How Technology Removes Geography as a Constraint. It's moderated by Greg Gianforte. Greg, I'm not sure needs much of an introduction in the Montana technology community, but I will provide a little bit of his background today. So after earning his engineering degree and a master's in computer science from the Stevens Institute of Technology, Greg began his career at Bell Labs, something you've probably heard of. He was co-founder and president of Brightwork Development, a company he sold to McAfee Associates in 1994. He then moved his family here to Montana. In 1997, he founded Right Now Technologies in a spare bedroom of his home and served as its chairman and CEO until 2011, when he sold the company to Oracle for over $1.5 billion. Greg is the author of several books, Greg, which I've read, by the way, on topics related to business startup and customer service. He's involved in a number of philanthropic and nonprofit endeavors, including the ACE Scholarship Foundation, Petra Academy, a private school here in Bozeman, and organizations such as Code Montana and the Montana Tech Alliance. So in addition to being an amazing technology innovator, philanthropist, and leader, Greg is also a good friend of mine. So please welcome him to the stage today. Thank you.
Yeah, come on up, panel. So it's my pleasure, and thank you, Leif. I can also thank Leif. Susan and I have 4 children, and David is a Montana State University graduate, and Leif is his boss, which I'm very pleased about. He graduated with a computer science degree, and he has the opportunity to help manage that cloud, which is great work for him. I also want to thank WADED for hosting us here. Thank you very much. It's been a great partnership. We could not have done what we did at Right Now Technologies without Montana State University. About 45% of our employees were graduates from here. We didn't get them all out of school. We spent a lot of energy working to recruit them back to Montana with billboards and websites and these sorts of things, and it was really that work ethic that allowed us to succeed. So thank you. And Steve, of course, thank you for your hard work and service in Washington. We appreciate it, and of course our friendship. So thank you. So we have a great panel. This really represents the next generation of high tech in Montana. I'm going to make a couple of comments, then we're going to hear from them mostly. I hope our schedule allows for questions from the audience. So as we're talking, you can be thinking about that and what questions might come to mind. Leif mentioned we started in an extra bedroom, and it's really exciting. I'm joined this morning here. My wife Susan is here someplace over there, and we've raised our family here in Bozeman. And when we came originally, we had this idea that maybe the internet removes geography as a constraint. We did start in an extra bedroom. We started hiring people, and that didn't work out so good. So we moved into a real estate office on North 7th Avenue here in Bozeman. In the back of the real estate office, there were some extra rooms. The only problem was there were no windows. So we went to Walmart and bought posters of the mountains. so that we could remember where we lived. And then the broker in the office came to me one day, Cease Reiner, some of you may know, now Cease Egland. She lives in Billings, but she said, Greg, there's no room for the real estate agents. You have to go. And we moved into the Emerson building here downtown. We were in the West Wing. We had the whole second floor. Every employee got a locker in the hallway. And we had chalkboards in the classrooms. And that was a great thing. In all, we were doubling the number of employees every 90 days for almost 3 years, which put some constraints on us. We were in 10 different buildings in Bozeman before we moved into the office complex we're in out there. You know the rest of the story. That business ultimately became Bozeman's largest commercial employer. Our average wage here in Montana was $86,000 a year. We employed mostly Montanans. Had the great pleasure of working with Steve for 12 years in that business, as well as Leif and many other things. It was really the Montana work ethic that made that success possible. And now, interestingly, due to the spin-offs, and we have a couple of them on the panel here, 40% of all the wage growth in the state last year occurred in Gallatin County. It's kind of an amazing statistic, but it represents some of the opportunity that tech brings to us. I am here representing the Montana High Tech Business Alliance. We have a number of our board members in the audience. This has been an interesting endeavor. We've put together a group of people to represent high tech. This is a nonprofit group, and we didn't honestly know how big the tech industry was in Montana. We formed about 18 months ago, and I want to share a couple of statistics with you as we get into this panel. We have 220 member firms now. About a third of the firms are here in Bozeman. We'll hear from one entrepreneur from Missoula. A third of these high-tech firms are now in Missoula, and the other third are spread across Montana. A couple of statistics. This cohort, we use the BBER at University of Montana to do an economic impact study, and we found that this cohort, high tech in Montana, represents today between 10 and 15% of the state economy. It's growing 10 times faster than the state economy, creating jobs that are double the state median, which is really encouraging, because if Montana has an issue, it's really that we don't have enough high-wage jobs and our kids have to leave. I'm thankful as a dad that at least one of my sons got a job here and can stay. And if this industry continues to grow at the current rate, it will pass both ag and tourism within 5 years. Not to replace them, but to complement them, so that in our smaller rural communities, maybe there's opportunities for those kids that currently have to move away, to create livelihoods for themselves so we can keep families together. So this panel represents really the next generation, and some that have been with us working for a long time here in the state. There's 5 technology companies here, and also a venture capital firm, which is also in providing the funding. I want to make one point. Some people ask, well, what is high tech anyway? So the definition we use at the High Tech Business Alliance is a company that does software or hardware, or sells software or hardware, does e-commerce, or does manufacturing with skilled labor, like welding or machining. That's our definition of high tech. This is the characteristic that's common across these sectors, is the jobs tend to be above average wages. And we want to foster this in Montana so we create more opportunities. And I should note, though, one piece of pushback we get occasionally is that, well, that's fine for all you techies, but what about the rest of us? And it was interesting, right now technology is only about 10% of our budget was on software development. The other 90%, just as Leif talked about, were lawyers, accountants, salespeople, marketing people. And then when you bring high wages jobs into a community, houses get built, restaurants get patronized, all the other businesses in the community flourish. And in fact, it's interesting, of the $104 million of payroll increase in Gallatin County last year, $27 million of that increase was construction payroll. And that's creating jobs for tradespeople, and that's a great thing for our community. So what we want to do now, I've asked each of the panelists to give us a little background on their company, and a little outlook to the future and impact locally, and maybe some colorful stories you have about the startup process, whatever comes to mind. I have a couple of questions, then we'll open it up to the audience. So I want to start with Andrew Hull down here. Andrew's the founder of Elixiter. Elixiter's based here in Bozeman. I had the pleasure of working with Andrew at Right Now, and you're doing some phenomenal things. Can you tell us about it?
Sure. Well, thank you. Elixiter, quite simply, is the next generation marketing agency. We are a group of professional service individuals, and we do two things really well. We take all the cloud-based technologies that you hear about, specifically in the MarTech or our marketing realm, and we help implement them, service them, and make sure that our clients are really successful with them. So I'm fortunate enough to work around a whole bunch of extremely, extremely bright individuals here in Montana. And the company was founded with a couple principles. One is I wanted to found the company here in Montana, stay in Montana, and specifically train and hire Montanans or people that wanted to live in Montana. I could have hired individuals anywhere in the world to be part of this company, and we've made a conscious decision to have those individuals be located here in Bozeman and be part of Montana. And to give a little background, I left Right Now and started Elixiter in late 2011. We've grown over 100% each year since inception. So as a startup, those of you that are entrepreneurial and been through the startup process know that it's extremely hard to get through the process. And it's been rewarding for us at Elixiter and all the employees, and I'll give some background to those employee statistics here in a moment. But to not only grow the company and make it through that surviving part, but to actually thrive through the process. And I think Montana is uniquely positioned to allow companies not only to survive, but actually thrive in this new economy. And so to give some context to Elixiter, we're on about a $3.5 million run rate right now. That is purely professional services. So we are many of these cloud-based software companies' best friends. We are the people that go and make sure that that software is implemented and running correctly. We have 29 employees here in Bozeman. We're right off Main Street. You all know where that white horse is that spins. We're on a second floor up there, and you probably never knew we were up there. We have 75% of our employees are graduates of the Montana University system. So I really believe in the hard work, the type of ethics that come out of folks that have grown up in Montana or choose to live here. And that's across MSU, University of Montana, Carroll. We are really trying to pull and keep those young students that are coming out of school, keep them here in Montana. Over 50% of our employees are Montana natives, and I was pulling together where they've all come from, and it's really cool. It's not just one area of Montana. We have Malta, Sydney, Helena, Great Falls, Bozeman, Billings, Chinook, Belgrade, Missoula, all represented within Elixiter. So it's not just one part of the state. We've provided opportunities for graduates here in Montana from all corners of the state to stay here. We've talked about workforce diversity. We're also unique in the sense that we have 50% of our executive staff is female and 60% of the company is female. As you know, the tech space, the more you get into tech, we still have a lot of work to pull more females into the really tech-oriented jobs, and we're doing that at Elixiter, which is great. The other thing is we are the future of the tech space. 85% of my company is under 35. Kind of puts it in perspective. These are young professionals that are not afraid to go make a difference in the world. And of our client base, because I get that question a lot, who does Elixiter work with? We work with big enterprises around the world. We have 2 active clients in here in Montana, but 55 of our clients are spread out all over the world, spanning 10 countries. So I get the blessing of taking 3 a.m. calls out of Tel Aviv and also covering clients in Australia with our other employees. So it's truly a global client base, which makes that unique as well. So we'll hold off on some questions, but we also have a very formal apprenticeship or training program. We do over 100 hours of formal in-classroom training, and our new employees are ramped up slowly over a 6-month period. So not only do we want to bring employees here and have them stay here, but we're willing to train and put that extra effort in to make sure that they're successful. So that's the background on Elixir.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks for the impact you have in here. Next, Dennis Dixon from Zoot, one of the early pioneers of tech in Gallatin Valley. Why don't you tell us your story?
Morning. Thanks for having us here. Wonderful crowd. We've been around 25 years. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary this week, as a matter of fact. We'll have about 500 people out there Friday evening, and I'll be doing all the social graces that I love so much. Sure. About 20 years ago, our founder, Chris Nelson, was pitching Zoot services to American Express. New York City, top of one of the towers, looking out over the Hudson Bay. The room's mahogany, big whiteboards. He's talking about Zoot this and Zoot that, and we'll integrate here and do this with you. And then he looks down at his pen, and it's a permanent marker. And one of the board members at that time of American Express was Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State for Richard Nixon, presidency. And Chris, to this day, always wonders, what Henry Kissinger said when he saw the whiteboard and said, "What is a Zoot?" So I'm here to answer that question. Of course, they only gave me 3 minutes to do it, so I'm going to have to hustle. Zoot is a software-based services company. We provide services to the financial industry primarily. We provide account opening services, credit decisioning services, loan origination services, data acquisition, and many more services. We're software-based. We do that through software. To give you an example, maybe something a little closer to home, if you go into a Cabela's store or online, brick and mortar or online, and they come up to you and say, "Wouldn't you love to have a Cabela's credit card? Lots of loyalty and reward points and all these kinds of things, and not only that, but it's cool, especially in Montana." You say yes, and you give them your name and your address and your birth date. That data gets transmitted to Zoot. We go out and we pull consumer credit files, either Experian or TransUnion or Equifax. We pull regulatory data, fraud data, other kinds of data as Cabela's requires it. We push it through our decision engine, which has all of their credit policy built into it, and we respond with a decision. And all of that happens in 3 seconds from the time they hit enter at Cabela's. And so, congratulations, now you have a card. And in Cabela's, actually, they even print the card right there, the actual plastic, and hand it to you. So that's one example of what we do. That's something that we actually pioneered many, many years ago. So we provide these services to financial industry. Our history, Chris Nelson was a software guy. He didn't like corporate restrictions and so forth, so he was taking independent gigs. And his brother had a nickname. Nickname was Zoot. See where this is going. And Chris had confiscated that nickname and used it in his software antics at U of M in Billings. And so he took a gig where he was writing some software for a school district. He finished, he handed them the software. They said, "Great, who do we make out the check to?" And he said, "Well, me, Chris Nelson." And Chris said, "Well, wait a minute, we can't do that. We have to have a business." And so Chris thought for a minute and, okay, Zoot Enterprises. And so that's how we got our name. That's the second most asked question I get. The first is, what the heck do you do? And the other is, why Zoot? What is a Zoot? So that's kind of our history. Now, 25 years later, we have 260 employees. We have data centers in Bozeman, Billings, Salt Lake, Frankfurt, Amsterdam, Sydney, Melbourne. We process about 500 million transactions a year. We're 30 of the 50 top banks in the country are clients of Zoot. We have internet payment providers, and we have just dozens of great clients, people, customers that you would recognize the logos, like American Express. Of those 260 employees, about 40% of those are what I would call high-tech. They are software engineering, computer science grads, system administration, things around that. About 60% of the company, though, as Greg pointed out with Right Now, are business people. It's sales, it's marketing, it's management, it's even the folks who build our platforms are using a set of tools that we built that a business analyst can use those tools to build those platforms. They don't have to be software engineers. So we provide a wide variety of jobs. And on average, those jobs are pushing up around $70,000 now, average across the company. And probably 60% of those jobs are from Montana universities. And we pull from all over.
Yeah, great.
So that is a Zoot.
Thank you, Dennis, and thanks for your contribution to the Valley. Next, as I mentioned, all of these gentlemen are members of the Montana High-Tech Business Alliance. Jeff Southworth is with us from Lewistown. We have a concentration of manufacturers up there, and he's with Allied Steel, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his business.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. Like Greg said, my name is Jeff Southworth. I'm the president of Allied Steel. We're located out of Lewistown. For those of you out of state, that's smack dab the exact center of our state. I thought a lot about what I wanted to say, and I figured it would probably be best just to kind of give you more our story and touch a little bit on what we do than bog you down with the detail of how we do what we do. If anybody's interested, you can find me somewhere around here. Allied Steel was started by my father. My dad was the visionary of the company, kind of a self-made guy. I think he left home when he was about 16 or 17 years old. He started the company with a $110 welder, and he stepped away from Allied Steel 15 years ago at the age of 51. My dad didn't leave Allied Steel because he financially could. He left Allied Steel, I think, for a couple reasons. One, he was sick of fighting with his kids. Sorry. And two, he truly believed in youth. He would brag about how young his group of managers was, about his couple of his kids that worked in the company, just that, we were a bunch of 20-nothing-year-olds, and look at what these kids are starting to be able to do, things like that. It got to the point to where, honestly, when he would tell the story, I would start to walk away or think about something else, but he was obviously very proud of us. I got to work with my dad for about 1 year, and he got out. He got out because I believe he was very tired. Anyway, my dad always would tell us, you have to embrace technology, and to his credit, he was kind of at that generation where I think he truly didn't care to learn technology. He just knew that to live in Lewistown, Montana, of all places, to support our family and to support our employees, which at that time was not very many, maybe 20, something like that. We had to figure it out, and we had to cut our own path. So he left. We started working hard, and we started learning. Most of what I know today, to be totally honest with you, is by making terrible mistakes. I use the analogy once in a while that there's a tremendous amount of business paths one can take, and mine felt a lot like walking through a business minefield blindfolded. We had poor timing, very poor timing at times. If there was ever a bad time to spend money over the last decade, pretty much on that day we spent it. But we persevered, we fought through. I always thought it would be cool, like 60, 70 years old, when I, 60, 70 years old, if there could be like a forum set up and I could sit at a table with younger people and tell stories about being lucky or being fortunate. It's just to have started something and then to grow it in all places, be it Lewistown, Montana, where you can imagine how secluded we are from real industry and from the ability to come cherry pick, real business leaders that know something about steel fabrication. It would be, it was very difficult. So a little about Allied Steel. When most hear steel fabrication, I think they think of kind of more on the blue collar side, welding, dirty. It can be dirty depending on how, if we got our steel railed up from the Burlington Northern Santa Fe, steel's really clean, shop stays clean. Sometimes it's outside, it oxidizes, the shop does get dirty, but really what today's advanced steel fabricator is a very sophisticated business. Allied Steel is a highly certified steel fabrication company. Very few people in Montana even know that we exist. We are definitely under the radar, and it really wasn't by design. It's just the way that it was. Yet in the Pacific Northwest, we are one of the premier elite builders. Ask a big contractor in the Pacific Northwest. If you mention our name, they'll know us, and they can tell you jobs that we have built for them. 98% of our revenue came from projects outside of the state. Some percentage of that came from projects outside of this country. Although Lewistown does not have the population to support all of the workforce that we need, who we do employ in Lewistown definitely benefits central Montana and our state. Last year, Allied Steel created well in excess of 300,000 man-hours of work for people out of Little Lewistown. Both of that was for the employment base that we have in Lewistown at home and for the jobs that we just don't have the infrastructure for or don't have the recruitment for outside of the state. I've done jobs in 22 states, or we have done jobs in 22 states, and very common question I get from people is, why don't you do this in Seattle, or why haven't you located your place to Portland? And the answer is simple and it's very sincere. We don't have to. Because of technology and because of our people, we can live right where we want to live and build where we want to build. So living in Montana is by design for us, not by default. So I got the stop sign there. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff. Thanks for traveling down. When we survey the High Tech Business Alliance and ask them about constraints to growth, number one is workforce. Number two is financing. And we're really pleased to have Will Price here, just opened up a VC firm in Bozeman to help fund this next generation of job creators. So, Will, can you tell us your story?
Thank you, Greg. Thanks for having me today. So, Next Frontier Capital is a venture firm, as Greg said, based here in Bozeman. We had our first closing on April 30th of this year. We've currently raised $12 million to invest in Montana companies, and our goal is to raise 20 by our final closing. I just want to say a couple things about raising the money here. 85% of our LPs are Montana affiliated. That means people that either are Montana residents or want to be, but their major second home is here and they want to find a way to live here. And to me, as I raised the money, it spoke to two things. There's just an incredible love and admiration for this state where people want to deploy their assets against it. And B, there wasn't really a mechanism for people to do that. They really felt like so the product, if you will, of our fund is to take assets of people who've come to love this state and deploy it against the opportunities this state presents in itself. And right now we've got about 60 companies we're tracking. Obviously Greg mentioned there's 220 people in the Montana High Tech Business Alliance. There's just a large number of opportunities in Montana that we're really excited about. I just want to borrow from President Cruzado's strategy. I like to ask my partner, Richard Hargis, to stand up and just so you can meet him. This is going to really embarrass him. I'm going to hear about this later. So Richard is at Duke in Arizona, professor. He spent 20 years building high-tech teams with physicists, mathematicians, doing computerized trading. And he's my partner in crime. And I'm also going to ask Stan Abel to stand up. Stan's right behind him. And Stan is the CEO of our first investment here in Bozeman, a company called Site One Therapeutics. Stan's generated $1.5 billion in proceeds from the companies that he's run and has decided to build his company here in Bozeman. What does the company do? It's trying to replace OxyContin. So how do you get rid of highly addictive chronic pain medicines? And his product, which is an affiliation between Stanford University and MSU, working very closely with Dr. Para, the goal would be that you can provide long-term relief from chronic pain without habit-forming side effects. So that's our first investment. We put $1.4 million essentially into the company. We're about to announce our second investment in a couple days. Hopefully, we'll be doing another $1.4 million investment. So we're actively at work investing in Montana. So why start a fund in Montana? I mean, a lot of people, when I told them I was going to do that, looked at me like I was crazy. Well, it turns out if you just look around what's happening in the state, we all feel it. But try to quantify the lack of capital, as Greg mentioned, is an interesting exercise. So I thought about, well, what's a state that looks like us a little bit, and how are they doing? And Colorado came to mind. So if you think about Orem and Provo, Utah, that's really been the heart of a lot of technology investing. So we have 94% of the research money that their universities get. We have, and this is all per capita, we have 85% of their GDP, and we get less than 1% of their venture investments, less than 1%. So we get 99 times less venture capital, despite having a very competitive research university, great job force, number of companies that are being developed, and our GDP activities. And if we normalized it, so right now the NVCA says, National Venture Capital Association says that we get roughly $1 million per quarter in Montana invested. That's the official stats. So if you normalize what we should get, if we try to compare ourselves to Utah, it would be somewhere around $40 million a quarter. In other words, so the lack of capital is not just something that people feel, it's actually a very real, highly quantified number. So we could grow the venture money that's invested in the state by 40 times, and then we just basically be on par with what Utah is getting for their companies. So our goal is to invest in about 10 to 12 companies in Montana. Like I said, we'll have done 2 investments this quarter by the end of this quarter. Over the next 4 to 5 years. We want to syndicate all our investments with out-of-state investors. So if we invest $20 million, which is our fund goal, that'll be somewhere between $40 and $60 million of capital we can bring into the state. 10 companies, just take the math easy, 20 people per company, that we could easily create that 200 jobs, here in Montana. And Greg asked me to talk about the types of jobs, and I think exactly right. So one of the things that people talk about today, if you look at a software company, the public software companies in the world, about 13% of their expenses is in R&D. So yeah, R&D is an anchor, but 40% is sales and marketing, 6 to 9% is G&A. So these jobs are not going to just be computer science jobs, but they're going to be driven by 2 things. Entrepreneurs that lead these companies and have the courage to go and build them, and then the technologists that can then take those ideas, instantiate them in either in a hardware product or software and build them. So we're excited to be here, and really honored to be part of today's panel.
Thank you, Will. I mentioned earlier that we have the other large concentration of tech companies is in Missoula, and I was very pleased that Tom from ATG was willing to travel down here, and he's one of the larger employers in Missoula in the tech industry. He's going to tell us about his business.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. Happy to represent Missoula and a little bit of the University of Montana. Just fantastic to hear what you're doing at Montana State, but as Montanans, we can all be very proud of what the University of Montana is doing as well. So again, Tom Sturgis with ATG. We are a professional services firm similar to Travis's firm and Andrew's firm at Elixir. Our clients are familiar names like CenturyLink or Concur, Constant Contact, SunGuard, Intercall. And we do strategy, implementation, and managed services work. And similar to Greg, I was started in my basement in Missoula, Montana, about a mile from where I grew up. Wore out the flannel pajamas, pissed off all the neighbors and the dogs in the neighborhood, and my wife kicked me out of the house. And actually started working with the University of Montana and some very innovative professors in the School of Business. And I found out that they had this great consulting program, an MIS program, and they were exporting all these bright minds from Montana to my competition, PwC and KPMG and Accenture. And I said, well, this just won't do. So on January 4th, 2011, I inauspiciously opened the office with 1 employee, 1 client, and 1 office, but we've had very good growth. And I'm pleased to say that this week we're providing 2 letters of intent that'll bring our total number to 60 after 4.5 years. And so it's been fantastic. Just watch that grow from 1 employee and 1 office and 1 client to 60 careers, 20, 25 clients evolving through our program. And now we have the entire building, Studebaker building on Main Street. So it's been fantastic. Greg asked me to touch on a couple of the key statistics. So 60 is 60 careers that are starting. We're probably an average age of about 28 years old, predominantly under 35. And we work in the global economy. All of our clients are out of state, so not only are we hiring Montanans, but we're bringing in all of those dollars from out of state, so the economic multiplier is fantastic. And because we're working in the global economy, we've been able to dramatically increase our salaries. So right now, our full-time consultants are averaging about $78,000 plus benefits, plus a couple of bonuses. So it all nets up to being about 3 times the per capita for Missoula County. And what we're looking for is we're looking for a lot of entry-level positions. We've been starting to recruit from Montana State in the industrial engineering program and the computer science program. Most of our students are from the University of Montana. So we're seeing a lot of very good talent coming from the Montana University system. But now we're reaching out, and Greg, I love what the High Tech Alliance is doing to try to reach out to these Montanans and create a lifeline to come back. So these people that have left the state and had this intelligence brain drain that Senator Daines mentioned last night. So we're looking to, I have a personal goal of doubling. I figure the next 60 should be faster than the first 60, so I'm looking to grow within 2 years and get a higher average salary than right now had. That's my personal goal, is to get over the $86,000. So I'll email you when that happens. So, and the market opportunity for us is fantastic. So if any of you are interested in technology, if you have sons or daughters or brothers and sisters that are interested in technology, I'm happy to give you my card. Thanks for your time.
Tom, I hope you become the Right Now of Missoula.
No pressure.
Yeah, good. So one other question that comes up is, okay, this is fine for the big metropolises of Bozeman and Missoula, but what about rural Montana? And I had the great pleasure of working with Travis at Right Now Technologies as well. He comes from seed potato stock down in Dillon, Montana, and now he's becoming one of the largest employers there. So can you tell us your story?
Great, thanks. Thanks, Greg. So I'm very happy to be here. What a great...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but he's also a new dad. He and Emily had a baby here just a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
Little William. So congratulate, number 2.
Very happy household. We feel very blessed. So excited to be here. So Helix Business Solutions is the name of our company. I joined Helix about a little over 2 years ago, and I'm from Dillon, Montana. Helix is a customer experience and customer service consulting firm. We implement the software that Leif was talking about, the Oracle Service Cloud software for many world-class organizations. We develop partnerships with these organizations to execute their customer service strategy, to get modern customer service. These clients are Adobe, Macy's, Nike, Enterprise Rent-A-Car, just to name a few. But we have hundreds of customers, and Dillon has been so fun to start. To be able to work for world-class organizations in the technology industry from one stoplight town. I guess we have 2 stoplights now, 2 stoplight town. All right, so we're able to. So we started in my home office about just a little over 2 years ago. We got to about 6 employees, and it was getting a little cramped. Right, we were taking conference calls on the back patio and in the garage and everywhere else, and so we were able to secure an old school building downtown. It's a big historic 30,000 square foot school building that we're working on partnering with to renovate, and it's so great to make use out of this building and leverage that untapped talent in Dillon, Montana. There's a lot of history in this school. I went to kindergarten there. My dad went to kindergarten there. My grandpa went to kindergarten there. There's still a daycare in the bottom, and we're hoping to just start, hiring them and getting them up to the top floor, right? So, very blessed and fortunate to have this opportunity in front of us. Nothing is slowing down. We're growing it at about 45% a year. And we've hired about 25 people in the last 18 months alone. Between Dillon and Bozeman, Montana, we've got an office up on Enterprise Boulevard, up on the Oracle campus. And, very excited, to leverage this Montana work ethic, this Montana talent, that we have here. That's what makes it work. I put my team up against anybody in the world. These guys and gals are great. We're creating a great environment for them, and we're able to work with universities and get some great college graduates as well. We hire both very high value, experienced people, and also people right out of college and getting them to work for global companies. So very excited to be here and looking forward to the continued growth. So.
Great, thanks, Travis. When we polled the members, I mentioned earlier that the number one issue is workforce, getting people that are trained, and a number of the companies have had to do some unique things to fill their open positions. And I'd love to have Andrew comment a little bit about, although you're doing technical work, you haven't historically hired technical people. Can you talk about what you've done at Elixir to find the people you need?
Yeah, so what makes us unique is we're just as much marketers as we are technologists, and that's a really hard combination to pull together. I like to call it the Swiss Army knife, and it's really hard to find that in the business and tech community. And so when we founded the company, we just decided that we were going to create our own, grow our own. And so what we generally go hire are marketing individuals, so non-technical background individuals that show a propensity and a desire to go as deep as they possibly can in the technology. We have an extensive interviewing process. We also do a lot of psychology profiling, and we actually make people take tests to understand how easily they interact with technology. But at the end of the day, they're not computer science background majors, they're not coders. But over the course of a year, they become as savvy technologists as you would find coming out of any top tier technology program. And we take them down that rabbit hole as deep as they want to go, and we provide the training and the background to support them to do that. So it's really exciting to be able to build a program. And it also is important for our livelihood as a company, because we're not going to relocate people from all over the country or the world. We're able to control our own destiny by being able to have a program that's repeatable and that is, and we've demonstrated the success to be able to train and have these people be articulate in the technology and the marketing at the same time. So that's how we've done it. And it hasn't been easy. I mean, it's been a 4-year process of continually grinding away at improving that process. And each person that comes in that's part of it is responsible to train the next person. They've got to get up there, they've got to train and communicate that to the next hire. So there's a lot of built-in incentive for the whole company to be part of growing the next employee that comes in.
Great, it's impressive what you've done, Andrew. I think, Travis, you've done some unique things with Western down in Dillon around their block format. I think we have the Chancellor of Western's here today, Beth Weatherby. Is she here someplace? Yeah, thanks for being here. Travis, could you tell us what you're doing there?
Yes, sure. We've had, we have these high value resources, right? And we, to be able to scale, to continue to grow, we have to create our seed stock, that next generation. So we went to the university. I talked to my friends, Fred and Kevin. If you're out there, thanks guys. Who's your best, students? And I want them, And so we were able to start an internship program. Got them on board in a paid internship while they're going to school. Put them through a intense boot camp, we call it, both for new employees, potential future employees, and interns. It's a 2-3 week interview, is what it is. And through that program, these guys and gals, they're so great. I mean, they're learning this technology. They're picking it up very quickly. They really want to make a difference in the world. I've got one guy. He was an intern. We brought him on full time after he graduated. I have him full time on Walmart, running their operations, their call centers from Dillon, Montana. And he's making a huge impact. I let Walmart, take the puppy home and try it out, right? And now we have a full-time team, working at Walmart, between Dillon and Bozeman, Montana, and supporting their customer experience and their call centers all over the world, and same with Adobe. We're delivering projects with their Adobe's organizations in Switzerland and France, from Dillon, Montana, right? And so it's a great success story, been a great partner with the university. I look forward to accelerating and further developing the partnership and filling up that old school. So.
Great, and I can attest to Travis's expertise in these training programs. Our daughter, Rachel, who just finished her freshman year in college, had an internship, and she went through the training program, and she was billable after 1 week. So that was a lesson for her in economics. So thank you, Travis. So we do have a few minutes left for some questions. There's some microphones out there. If anybody has questions for the panelists, feel free to come up. And I see, no, they're not heading. Yeah, please go back to the mic if you would. Is there anybody else on the panel, just as we're queuing those up, any other employment-related things that you're doing uniquely to source staff?
Yeah, I would say one thing that we're doing with the University of Montana is we're getting our employees in the university presenting, what's it like being a consultant. And we've had some great success bringing whole university classes into the office. So whole classes, consulting classes and MIS classes get a view, what is it really like when you're on a conference call with CIOs and things like that. So the private-public collaboration has been outstanding.
Okay. Good, Tom. We'll take the first question over here.
Okay, my question kind of involves a little bit of politics and business. There's been a number of states, Indiana comes to mind, that has passed laws like the religious exemptions law. And then there's tech companies such as Google and Angie's List who fought against these laws because they're afraid that it'll be seen as discrimination and it'll scare off workers and possible businesses. Now, Montana in the last legislative session thought about passing one of these, but they ended up, I don't believe they did. How do you believe that would have affected the businesses in Montana and, the economy in general?
Gentlemen?
To be candid, not on our radar. So.
Okay. Thank you. Next question.
Hi, I'm Dennis O'Brien with Next Healthcare and also with Prospera Business Network in Southwest Montana's Economic Development Corporation. I want to key off of something that Will Price said and then ask a question of all the panelists. In the Main Street project Governor's Office did last year, the Bozeman community was the only one in the state that identified the capital formation for early stage companies as the biggest issue in job growth in Southwest Montana. And Will dramatized for us very much this morning that we should have $120 million in venture capital invested each year in Montana rather than the $4 million that we had last year. First of all, Will, thank you for coming back and bringing all your learning from San Francisco back to Montana. But how do we attract others to come to the state and develop the venture community? Certainly the money's here. Thank you.
Sure. I just take that quickly. I did a survey of, I think, 30 different firms and asked them what it would take to get them to invest in Montana. And the first thing I would say is that people are investing more outside of their parochial, if I can't drive to it, I won't invest in it mentality. I think if you look at Boulder and Salt Lake City, as I said earlier, as examples of that, they're both getting about $1 billion a year in venture capital, so it's $2.4 billion. There was 4 criteria that mattered to investors from out of state investing in a new geography. The 4th was direct flights. We don't have direct flights to Bozeman from major sources of capital that are regular. The 3rd was this belief that if you made an investment in Montana, you'd find a second investment, so you could amortize your effort in traveling here across multiple investments. The 2nd was, could you recruit an absolutely great team, not just locally, but attract people who would want to move here? And the 1st was there had to be a local lead investor in the market that could source, syndicate, and manage those deals when they weren't in the geography. So hopefully I've taken care of the first. Second one, these guys are recruiting great people, and they've proven that's the case. Third, there are a lot of good companies here. And the fourth, hopefully now that we've got a couple centers on the Commerce Department, we can get these airlines to focus on the fact that we need full-time direct flights to Bozeman, Missoula, Billings, and other places in the state.
Yeah. Does any other panelists want to add anything to that?
I'd like to add, we just have to be great at everything that we do. I run a services business, so there's not really a need for capital, but I'm fighting against KPMG and Accenture for the same sets of clients, and we have to be great. Not just good old Montana isn't that cute. We have to be excellent at the things that we do, and I think investors will start to take note.
Okay. We're about at our time, and I'm sorry for the other questions, but these panelists will be here. I'll be here today. I'd love to chat with you a little more. I just want to conclude by saying I am so proud of this group and the rest of the Montana High-Tech Business Alliance. You know, they're demonstrating that we can create prosperity here in Montana, create opportunities for our young people so they don't have to leave. So please join me in thanking them for the work they're doing to create opportunities here in Montana.
Well, that was great. Thank you to our great panel. Here's a shout out to two stoplight towns in Montana, and one stoplight towns in Montana, and some of the no stoplight towns in Montana. And Travis, it's great to hear that you're taking care of Walmart from a town that's not big enough to have a Walmart, but does have a Murdoch's. That sums it up right there. You know, when we were building our company here in Bozeman, Right Now Technologies, our recruiting website was iloveithere.com. In fact, I just typed in iloveithere.com on my smartphone. It now redirects to the Oracle Service Cloud, but that is what we use to recruit, because that sums it up here in Montana. And I appreciate the comment that Tom made. We have to be great at what we do because we're competing against the world's best. And we can combine that with the great talent that we have here, that we can build and grow here in Montana, we can attract to Montana. We used to say it Right Now, work where you also like to play. And that sums it up. And with millennials now wanting to have their cake and eat it too, I think we're uniquely poised here for some great things in Montana. One other point I want to add that struck me with that panel was that point that was made about the high percentage of jobs in the tech companies that are not necessarily computer science or coders. I think Greg mentioned 10% Right Now, I heard the number 40%. But the point is the majority were individuals who don't necessarily come with a technology degree. And I'm proud of the fact at MSU, by the way, in the accounting program here, many of you know that Montana State University has the highest pass rate for the CPA exam of any university in the nation. And that says a lot about what MSU does, not only in the technology field, but in many of the disciplines that work together to form great companies and build great jobs. It's now my pleasure to introduce to you a rocket scientist. We couldn't have a technology event without having a rocket scientist on as a speaker. Dr. Dava Newman is NASA's newly sworn-in Deputy Administrator and a native of Helena, Montana. In her current role, she's responsible for providing overall leadership, planning, and policy direction for NASA. She received her bachelor's degree from the University of Notre Dame and her master's, big shout out for Notre Dame, and her master's and PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She most recently served as Professor of Aeronautics and Astronautics and Engineering Systems at MIT. In fact, she developed a new spacesuit. Now, only a Montanan would develop a spacesuit, known as the biosuit, that would help astronauts' agility and movements, allowing for astronauts to not only walk, to not only run, but also to climb mountains. I had the privilege of speaking with Dava prior to her confirmation as the Deputy Administrator of NASA in Washington, D.C. And in fact, we spent time in the Mansfield Room, had a picture taken underneath the portrait of Mike Mansfield. As you know, the Mansfield Room sits just off the floor of the United States Senate. It's the coveted meeting room and caucus room for senators. And we're very proud of the fact that Mike Mansfield served as the majority leader of the United States Senate longer than any other majority leader and a Montanan. That's worth applause. And Dava is a great example for future generations of Montana. She's inspirational. You'll get that when she speaks. And let me lastly say this, and we're going to bring Dr. Newman on the stage. I was speaking to Dr. Newman last night, and she relayed the story. She has a father who's over near Elliston, Montana, and they have a golf course over there where the green fees are $10. Her dad was out mowing the golf course this weekend. In fact, she said, "Are you concerned, Dad, with cowboy boots on the green?" He says, "No, that's okay." But they have a golf tournament every year, and you put a fly rod in your golf bag, and you fish along the little Blackfoot there, and every time you catch a fish, you get to reduce 1 stroke on your score. Only in Montana would you have a golf tournament like that. Please welcome Dr. David Newman.
Hello, everyone. It's my distinct pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much, Senator Daines, for your great vision, leadership of this summit. Thank you, President Casado and Montana State, for hosting the Montana High Tech Jobs Summit. This is critical. I'm so glad to be here. Frankly, it's just great to be home in Montana. I've been gone a long time, but home is always home, and it's always great to come back. And first, I'll start off with the great ambassador of exploration, Nichelle Nichols, who played Lieutenant Uyara on Star Trek, for all you Trekkies. She also helped recruit many of NASA's earliest astronauts of color, famously said, "Science isn't a boys' game, and it's not a girls' game. It's everyone's game. It's about where we are and where we're going." So for me, it invokes Goen. Where are we from? Where are we in the present, and where are we going? I actually used that Goen masterpiece when I taught at MIT for my technology and policy program in leadership development, to reflect on where we've been, where we are. We're right here at MSU. I couldn't be happier, and where we're going, and the sky's the limit. As a rocket scientist, I get to say things like that and dream big, and really it's just have a lot of fun. I mean, in the passion and the things we do, that's what really take us there. So glad to be here. It's a great adventure and really fueled by technology and innovation. At NASA, we believe very strongly in Montana and really think that it should be a world-class emerging high-tech hub. It's great to go after this panelist just to already see what's happening, but again, to ask what can be in the future. I know I'm standing right here in the technology corridor, but it's for all Montanans and it's across, hopefully, the entire Big Sky country. At NASA, we invest more than $8 million a year in Montana, mostly in education, teachers, universities, educators. I'm from a family of teachers. Matter of fact, we just heard about Western Montana College, a teacher college. That's where my folks went and got their teaching certificate, so it's very nice to meet the chancellor. My little brother, he's not so little anymore, he's a teacher of art in Butte Elementary, and before that he was at Boulder for his first job teaching. And so here, growing up in Helena, I am a rocket scientist, engineer. Don't you think this is what a rocket scientist should look like? I do. And well, I was 5 years old during Apollo, watching it from our den. We kind of had a little scratchy TV. It was, that long ago. But it really inspired me. And today, I actually work with Buzz Aldrin, and we calculate orbital mechanics to Mars. Spiraling orbits seem to make the most sense if you want to think about that. And so I just learned to dream really big in Big Sky country. So that was my 5-year-old lesson. And again, I think growing up in my family and among teachers and the public school system here, and nature was a really big teacher for me. Inspiration, place to think, to dream. As an engineer, I think all I'm doing is really, I'm just trying to, kind of copy nature, because every time I look, something has already been fantastic in design, and I think, how can I do that? As an engineer, I'm a designer, a maker, and maybe I can just do that. Hence, you've heard a little bit about the biosuit. Well, if I could just copy the skin's function, maybe I could have a breakthrough in technology. So in my career in teaching and education, research, leadership, and exploration. Probably started right here in the mountains of Montana, exploring just what that next little bug was, or ducking from the bats coming out of the cave. And probably my fascination with flight as well, you know, just looking up and looking down. I would give the students the challenge to think 10 years in advance. What could it be? And then I'd say, what about 40 years in advance? We didn't really ever answer that question. And if we did, we would have probably really gotten it wrong. I know that much to say that. But not to think next year, and then next year, and so we have to think about budgets, but to think about a decade and a decade. And that's what we're planning for. Again, all of my work, of course, is in space, but it's exploration for me via Earth, the sea, and space. I'm also a big sailor and have sailed around the world on our sailboat, exploring Earth, teaching kids. And what do we teach? Well, we talked about exploration via sea and space, because every little island kid that I know knows about isolated, confined environments. That's probably lost someone, one of their family members, trying to survive, trying to fish and explore. So they really know about extreme environments and living in survival. So that teaches us all. I'm trying to make that connection across exploration, again, from sea all the way to space. It's quite a privilege, as you might imagine, to be able to train and work with astronauts and study. I'm fascinated with how they move and how they perform. And for me, again, growing up in Montana as an athlete, and I was pretty good at math and science, but I was much more interested in basketball and ski racing. And I grew up in Helena. My favorite ski area still in the entire world, Bridger Bowl, I have to say. I'm just saying, I haven't been back in 30 years, but I will get back to ski at Bridger Bowl. That's where I went and raced most weekends in my high school, trying to train for the Junior Olympics. And I didn't make it, but a really great guy from Bozeman did make the Olympic team. And so again, we learned a lot, the challenges, the teamwork. I think sports really taught me a lot. Again, and just anything is possible. So back to my astronauts now. Fascinated with keeping them alive and healthy and safe. And we're going places now that we've never been before, with people and definitely with all of our science missions. A shout out to New Horizons, right? The Pluto mission. I hope you were all there with us in June, kind of Plutomania. NASA's now been to throughout the entire solar system. I still count dwarf planets. I was kind of a dwarf basketball player, so I count everyone. And we're learning so much more. We're learning there's kind of these mountainous, ice mountains on Pluto. Who would have known? We didn't know because we couldn't see. We could think about it. We dreamt about being there, but now we're there. We can actually see it. So, dream it, believe it, and then let's go there and really do it so that we can see it. So our astronauts are now on the International Space Station, as you might know, NASA's lead. There were 9 astronauts last week. It doesn't happen very often. That means hello, we're back. We are back in business. We're there. We're here to stay. We are studying. We're really preparing for our journey to Mars. This is the first step in our journey to Mars. The 9 astronauts said 3 went up for a short duration mission, 10 days overall. And I was over in Europe meeting with the European space agencies and the new leader of the German agency and the French agency, and then all of Europe, the European Space Agency, because they were flying technology. It has a lot to do with technology. It's a patent. We have the patent on a suit called the gravity loading countermeasure suit. It's a lot of names for the skin suit. What that is an exercise suit. Because did you know when astronauts go in space, you lose about 30% muscle mass, about 40% strength loss. But that's the good news. About 1 to 2% bone mineral density loss per month. All right, now who's signing up for my Mars mission? That's right. Usually, I heard there was students in the audience, and they raised their hands. So, all right, thank you. But we're not going to go with those kind of losses. We call those countermeasures. So that's what we're doing up on Space Station. We're countering that. We don't see nearly that significant of bone loss today because we're exercising. There's pharmaceuticals. There's all kinds of things that we can do. I kind of look more to the radical technology side of things. Well, what if we give them this, elastic, bungee suit? And the Europeans took that and flew it on their Danish astronaut, Andreas Mogensen. And how about comfort and fit? Is this something you could do in parallel with exercise, a compression suit? That worked out pretty well. 3 of the crew landed safely yesterday. I'm glad to. So now there's 6. And we have Scott Kelly. the American astronaut Scott Kelly, who's on his year-long mission. It's phenomenal. And he has a Russian counterpart on the year-long mission. They're doing science, they're doing earth science, they're looking down to earth, we're looking out, just amazing amount of science. Of course, a lot of human, experiments as well. And the first time we can really do genomics on a human, because Scott has a twin brother, Mark, that you might have heard of. So we can test the twin on Earth, as well as Scott being in space in the microgravity environment for a year. So just incredible things to do. Bring it a little bit closer to home here, analogs. We don't get to Mars too often. We don't get back to the moon for a while, right? We're trying to get there. But Montana and Idaho, there's some parts that are kind of Mars-like, I'm here to tell you. So there's a great experiment. So with outreach with some Montana folks are participating, and in Idaho, in the craters of the moon. Good name, actually, for those lava tubes, I have to say. Well, that is kind of, and we can look at volcanics, we can look at the craters. So we go there in field studies, and it's about education and training the next generation. But these are the world's best scientists, coming to look, to discover, learn about Earth, and that teaches us about, of course, the planets. So in terms of NASA, and I guess I'm no longer a new senator. Since it's been over 3 to 4 months now, the honeymoon's over, and now it's all my fault, or responsibility, we'll say. So my portfolio is wonderful. I'm looking at exploration and our journey to Mars. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. Specifically, technology and innovation. That's why it's such a pleasure to talk to you and be here and really just to support you in all the great work that you're doing, as well as education. So who could have a better portfolio than technology, innovation, education, and outreach? So here, telling you a little bit more about how I'm going about that. First, a little bit of data, and then that'll propel us into thinking about the future. I've just read a recent Georgetown University study suggesting that the jobs in science, technology, engineering, math, STEM, they'll grow by 26% by 2020. So they're going to grow by, or 25% just in the next 5 years. A little food for thought. The U.S. Department of Commerce study found that the average jobs, these STEM jobs, they're paying 26% more than average. And I've heard some numbers here from Montana that even surpass that. So I'd like to challenge you all, and I'm definitely on board, of course, with all of STEM activities, but I've changed it. So let's see what you think of this. To STEAMed. You're probably familiar maybe with STEAM. People say, put the arts in, because all I know is I need everyone. I need every little boy and every little girl out there. I need them all. So I'm not exclusive, and I'm changing the conversation. I'm not saying, do you have to be the best in your math class or physics class? I wasn't. You have to be proficient, and you know what? Those are the foundations of a great engineering education. But you like to make stuff? You like to design stuff? You want to build and do things like that? So I'm calling it STEAMed now. Personally, I'm all on board with STEM education, but I can put in the arts because I have room for everybody, and D is for design. Because then we get everyone. This whole new generation of makers is cropping up, and they might not see themselves as a scientist or as a mathematician, and that's great. Again, I'm here to say we need all of you, and so for me it's science, technology, engineering, arts, math, and design to help propel the leadership in the U.S. In space, of course, but even more importantly, leadership, competitiveness, and innovation here on Earth. NASA's journey to Mars, I have to tell you a little bit more about, because I'm just too excited so I'd love to talk about it and recruit all of you to join us. Some of you are already participating, thank you. We actually have a very clear vision to get to Mars. We need scientists, engineers, managers, entrepreneurs, fashion designers, physicians. We actually began our exploration of Mars over 4 decades ago, first studying the red planet. Today we have 5 orbiters and rovers on Mars. I get daily updates. There was a great news today about some new rock dust stratification. The geologists will have to explain it to me, but it looks like some similar patterns that we know about on Earth. So again, every day we're getting new HD photos. We're studying. Where was the water? Could it sustain life? Could there have been life, 4.3 billion years ago? And keep all of that in mind. And again, back to International Space Station. NASA's journey to Mars starts at International Space Station, as I said, and beyond for the last decades. So this is audience participation time. So I have to ask, how many of you have read the recent May paper in Physical Review Letters entitled Precision Measurement of the Proton Flux in Primary Cosmic Rays and Rigidity from 1 gigavolts to 1.8 teravolts with the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer on the International Space Station? Yes, please, yes, yes for high energy physics, yes. See, the rest of you have a little bit of homework to do. But that's by Nobel laureate Sam Ting and his group. And the reason I bring it up is the best example I have of interdisciplinary. This is a little United Nations of the world's best physicists. They're all the authors on this paper. This is just their most recent paper that I'm still trying to get through. I'm kind of stuck at that 1.8 teravolt. But it's high energy physics. Why is it so important? It's important because he's rewriting physics. So Sam will tell you that for his experiment on International Space Station, the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, what they've done on Space Station with their research is equivalent, it's more, it's surpassed the last 100 years of physics research and high energy physics for all the world's physicists. So, you know, that's return on investment. Ask me about return on investment, you know. I can't give you a better example than return on investment than that. We had to be patient, you know, we had to wait, didn't happen as quickly as maybe you'd like to. But that's serious return on investment. You know, that's the world's physicists with breakthrough. We're going to have to rewrite all those physics books. Sorry about that. Throw away the. Good thing we're in ebooks now. Okay, so from International Space Station on our journey to Mars, we move beyond. We go beyond low Earth orbit. We go into cislunar space. That's just Earth-Moon orbit. I've just had the chance to come back from our facilities down south in Huntsville, Alabama, and Stennis Center in Mississippi, as well as our Michoud facility in New Orleans. And it's not on paper. This is not a paper design. This is called the Space Launch System, or SLS. It's our heavy lift launch vehicle, and they are building and welding. Matter of fact, I saw the coolest, biggest, huge, enormous welding machine I'd ever seen. Not very many people around. There's a lot of jobs created, but these things are going up because of all this automation, and it's huge. SLS wouldn't fit, you know, even horizontal in this room. Fantastic. So that's our heavy lift launch vehicle. We're making incredible progress on Orion. That's the crew capsule that goes on top. And again, just seeing all the crews come together. It's government funded, of course. It's a huge amount of industry workforce, and they're all doing their best. We just heard about excellence. They are at the top of their game. They are at the top of the world, and they're going to get us, you know, on our next journey beyond station into cislunar space. So many, many ways. I think we're kind of at a teachable moment when it comes to Mars and exploration. Movies like The Martian just opened up Friday at the Toronto Film Festival, and it's going to open up October 2nd, but so all month, and next week's, that's what I get to talk about, is The Martian. Now, as an engineer, I used to kind of be a little bit, I guess, snobbish about the physics, and they didn't get the physics right, and a little critical of space movies, I have to say. I've changed my mind. First, this one's great, and second, they got most of the physics right, and it gives us at NASA a chance to say, guess what, here's your investment. Here's the 9 technologies that we're working on. So we've worked with the folks that are producing the Martian to have a win-win, basically, for outreach. And, you know, space is the coolest thing going, at least in my world. And again, all the benefits here. So in the journey of Martian, we're celebrating technologies. Just give you a little preview, because, again, I just can't help talking about them. They're so fantastic. It comes to energy. We do have, you know, ion propulsion. We also have radioisotope thermoelectric generators, RTGs for short. For ion propulsion, you don't send humans on ion propulsion. This is slow and steady. This is like how you win the race, right? Slow and steady. You just keep going slow. It actually gets pretty high speeds with ion. You can get to over 200,000 miles per hour. I like speed as an aerospace engineer. But you go out slow and you keep accelerating, so you get faster and faster and faster with ion propulsion. We're demonstrating that now. That is critical energy for the future. The RTGs have flown with us on most of our spacecraft. During Apollo, and then Mars Curiosity rover, and our upcoming Mars 2020. They're essentially, RTGs are essentially space batteries, if you will. So again, we need to invest in these technologies. We need to prove them. The ion propulsions, we're really looking to do that for in-space propulsion. And when it comes to air, just simple life support systems, NASA already has an oxygen generation system on International Space Station, but we have to close the loops. We have to close the air loop, but we have to close the water loop. We can't quite do that right now. So in the cislunar space, we call that the proving ground. It's kind of phase 2. That's the 2020s. The 2030s are when we finally really get humans to Mars. But we have to prove out all these technologies. It's all about the technology investments, proving. My sailing analogy is, from space station, we're minutes and hours away, in your sailboat, right? We get to cislunar, the proving ground in the 2020s. Now we're days to a week of help. As a circumnavigator, we got out in the middle of the Pacific. We were days to a week when we lost our steering. We kind of called it our Apollo 13, our hydraulic. I'll tell you about that story if you have a question later. We survived. I came back. I have a great job now. And you get to the 2030s, our journey to Mars, and this is where we're Earth independent. You have to be completely Earth independent. All of the systems need to be Earth independent. And food, not to save it for last, but for food, space food is just okay. But we have kind of a new wonderful breakthrough. Maybe you've seen it. It has a lot of tweets, a lot of hits. The veggie experiment on station. We're growing lettuce. We're growing new things. People kind of around the world love it. It's great. But that's biological life support systems. What can we produce, again, in all of these closed life support systems? Reclaiming all the water. You got to close the water loops. So, yes, we do recycle your urine, all your bath water, and everything you use to brush your teeth. Very efficient. We have to be able to recycle all these systems and use the water and the food. So, taken together, what all this means basically is that we need more high-tech jobs, we need more high-tech jobs in Montana, and we need all of you. If you remember one thing from my talk, it's that NASA needs all of you and all of the folks that you're going to teach and inspire and all of the next generation to bring along. And so thank you for bringing us all together today. This summit is really critical. Specifically, in my opinion, let's identify the knowledge gaps, the skills gaps that we'd like to work on to better collaborate from government, industry, and academia. I think that triad is so critically important. And those partnerships are hard. We need to look to innovative partnerships. We're trying to do that at NASA. Again, times get hard. You get very innovative. And that triad, again, the government, the industry, and academia, and really showcasing the high-tech community and the opportunities it presents for great jobs, great technological advancements, new discoveries, improved quality of life, really across the globe. And you're all the ones who are making it real. And I'll leave you with one kind of vision, kind of a reflection. I usually invoke a spaceship Earth. You look back at, from the Apollo 8 mission, that vision of Earth that kind of changed humanity, changed our mindsets. I still use it as a screensaver until last week. We gave you a new image, and it's from our Discover satellite, and it's out at L1, Lagrangian point. Looked back, and the moon was transiting Earth, so that's my new screensaver. But the vision from Buckminster Fuller that this is spaceship Earth. We're all on it together. It's very fragile. It's a very fragile oasis. It's a beautiful planet, and just kind of that vision to always kind of reflect back on Earth. And one of my heroes, Amelia Earhart, once said, "Never do things others can and will do if there are things others cannot or will not do." So I think that's what we're here today, and thanks for everyone for making this high-tech job summit possible for the very first time, but I think for a very long time to come. And I can't wait to see what happens next, and thank you so much. I think I left time for questions. I have questions, and I have a video, but I'd rather take questions. I don't know how are we doing on timing, but it'd be great to do open mics.
Question, we get the. Let's do it. Go for it. Any questions for Dr. Newman? Got one over here.
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Newman. My name is Diane McClellan, and I'm the president of Astra STEAM Summit. And I want to address your comment about the need for getting more young people from the next generation involved in STEAM and STEM. We launched our project in Sunnyvale, California last year on the campus of Microsoft. And I want to thank your team at your Ames Research that participated not only last year, but this year. So we've had 29 girls go through this program. And the good news is we created a template program called Astra STEAM in a Box, and we want to bring it to Bozeman next year.
Excellent. Well, great. Thank you for your good work. And absolutely, I'm sure Bozeman, and bring it through on a traveling show throughout the entire state of Montana so that the kids here can get exposure to that as well.
Thank you. It's all geared on having young girls come for a day and a half with the idea that they'll be part of a team that comes up with a business concept and an app, and they pitch it to a mini Shark Tank panel and can earn tens of thousands of dollars in scholarships. So
now
we think this
that's
is
good incentive.
Yes, so we want to bring it here to Montana. So thank you for your
Excellent.
support.
Absolutely. I'll continue to support it as well, to get those incentives, especially for those fellowships in our fields.
Just following up on the same idea, for the next generation of high-tech jobs, can you speak a little bit about how important it is for all players in academia and industry to offer those hands-on training opportunities for students?
Yeah, so I think everyone probably heard the question, or the comment to comment on was, how can we all be involved? And these hands-on experiences, again, that's why I go back to my analogy, field studies. Right? There's a lot of academics we can do and things like that, but giving the students the opportunity to come into your labs, please, and I'm sure we all do that for all the academics in the room and the industry folks. It's kind of take your child to work day, but we need to take all the children to work and in the high-tech jobs and arenas. So, please bring them into your laboratories, bring them to work with you, and they need to learn it all. Again, I'm a huge proponent of multidisciplinary. I don't get stuck in any discipline because all I know is the challenges and issues we have are so large that we really do have to cross the disciplinary boundaries, and no better place to show that to kids and students when they're thinking about what can I be when I grow up, and just a day in the life of all of us in our work. They would just see that firsthand, and it's great. Maybe you have a little 3D maker. Let them, in a matter of 5 minutes, they can put a little design in there and make it like a 3D print. And so just giving them that opportunity. So again, thanks for the comment. And absolutely, it's incumbent upon all of us to do as much as we can. And then next year we'll come back and see how we've done and look at the metrics. And hopefully we have a lot to be proud of. So thank you again for your attention and time. It's my pleasure to be back home in Montana, to be with all of you, and go forth. And I look forward to joining you on your journey here in high techs, as well as you guys joining us to Mars.
That's great. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. By the way, this is not a break time, but just so you know how this works, we didn't put a schedule break. You're welcome to go in and out as you please, restrooms and so forth. You need to grab a cup of coffee. Restrooms are out that way. So that's how that works. You're not being rude if you get up and walk out and come back in. We're living an integrated seminar here, multitasking. Next, we're going to be sitting down with two of our FCC commissioners. It's going to be Michael O'Reilly and Ajit Pai. The Federal Communications Commission regulates radio, TV, satellite, cable, and wire. That also is code for the internet as well. It's probably one of the more important regulatory bodies in many ways. There are 5 FCC commissioners that serve. They are appointed by the President of the United States, and they are confirmed by the United States Senate. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 40% of the FCC with us here today. I think it's unusual that we'd have 2 FCC commissioners in one place, not to mention Montana. So please have a seat, gentlemen. I'm going to give you a brief introduction. And we're going to be discussing what regulators are doing and can do to promote connectivity in America and on tribal lands. Let me introduce our 2 commissioners. First of all, we've got Michael O'Reilly. He's currently in his 2nd term as FCC Commissioner. He brings years of legislative and policy experience to the FCC. Prior to joining the agency, Michael served as a policy advisor to Senator John Cornyn. He also served as Deputy Chief of Staff and Policy Director for Senator John Kyle. He previously worked for the Senate Policy Committee as a policy analyst for banking, technology, transportation, trade, and commerce issues. He's also served as a legislative director. I can tell you, when you're a legislative director in Washington, that's called the LD. That really is the quarterback for policy coming out of a senator or representative's office. He was the LD for Senator John Sununu, and was a professional staff member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Please welcome Michael O'Reilly. Sitting next to me is Commissioner Ajit Pai. He's serving as his first term as FCC Commissioner. He has a wide experience in the private sector and public service, spanning all branches of the federal government. He served as the FCC's Office of General Counsel, in the Justice Department's Antitrust Division and Office of Legal Policy, and the Senate Judiciary Committee. Ajit also served as a law clerk to a federal judge. In the private sector, he was a partner in the communications practice of the law firm Jenner & Block, and worked as Associate General Counsel at Verizon Communications. Please welcome Ajit Pai. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Well, let me start off by welcoming you to Montana. I know you had a chance to experience a trout stream as well, Michael, and we're glad to have Ajit here. He came up from Colorado here, making a swing through the Rocky Mountains. But a state like Montana, we've got trout streams, we've got backpacking, we have camping, we have hunting. It's attracting a workforce that wants to be able to work where they also like to play. What policies can the FCC or Congress adopt to ensure that employers will stay in Montana and that these people will have access to good, high-paying jobs?
Well, Senator, thanks for the question. First, thank you very much, and to your staff for inviting us here to Montana. It's great to be here, and we really appreciate your leadership on the Senate Commerce Committee on technology issues. The Senator helps oversee the FCC, and I can tell you that he is a great spokesman, not just for Montana, but for entrepreneurship and innovation in the digital age. I also appreciate all of you being here. In fact, with a freestanding microphone and 600 captive people, I feel like doing karaoke here for a couple of minutes, but I'll forego the chance to do that. But in terms of the question, I think that is a really critical question, and coming from a rural state, I grew up in rural Kansas, that's something I take personally. I think what the FCC could do is promote broadband deployment as broadly as possible. I truly believe that broadband is the democratizing effect on, has a democratizing effect on entrepreneurship, investment, and innovation. If there's broadband throughout Montana, throughout Kansas, throughout rural America, then there is no telling how competitive these areas could be in the global economy. If you have a good idea that's scalable and you have a broadband connection, literally the entire world could be your customer base. And so I think that there are a lot of great ideas that probably withered on the vine in the analog age that could thrive if there is ubiquitous broadband. So that's one argument that I would make for the FCC adopting more policies that would help promote rural broadband deployment.
So I too want to join my colleague in thanking everyone for being here. This is quite a crowd. We do a number of these events, and this is just an amazing turnout, and it shows to the Senator's leadership on these issues. To answer your specific question, I think my colleague mentioned it exactly right. We have a charge by the law, by the statute that we follow, the Senator oversees in terms of deploying broadband nationwide. And there are many parts of our nation that don't have successful or sufficient broadband available to the people. So we're trying to make that, and we spend a considerable amount of time making subsidies and different mechanisms to entice providers to serve different parts of America which are more difficult to do. If the old highway system was about giving an opportunity for people to leave their communities and going to other places, the new broadband systems going forward are a way for people to stay in their communities and for companies to develop within smaller communities in more rural parts of America, which is a wonderful benefit as having the opportunity to travel around the great city here and the state.
Great. Well, I want to, you brought up kind of this rural-urban divide that we see. In fact, oftentimes, as we look at what's going on in Washington, we clearly see the partisan divide between Republicans and Democrats. There's another divide between really rural views and urban views. In a more rural state like Montana, access to wireless services is very, very important. It's critical. And in fact, as we heard from our panelists, growing businesses depend on wireless connections for communication with customers. Wireless jobs pay more on average than other Montana jobs. So could you talk a bit about the hurdles regulatory or otherwise, that companies face when trying to deploy wireless in rural America, and what the FCC and Congress could do to make this process easier?
That's a great question, and it's something that we hear about all the time, that the case for deployment in rural America is just by definition more difficult, since it's more sparsely populated, and areas like Montana, just the geography is more challenging in terms of terrain. But from the FCC perspective, some of the things we can do is to make it much easier to deploy that infrastructure. One of the things I found out about recently, for example, is that on average it takes twice as long to deploy on federal land as it does private property. So if you're a wireless company and you're looking to site a tower, it takes on average 2 years for you to complete the process if it's a piece of private property. But if it's federal land, you have to jump through all these hoops, Bureau of Land Management, GSA, all these other agencies that have to give you a relevant permit, and it can take up to 4 years for that to happen. We should streamline that to make sure that infrastructure gets deployed as quickly as possible. Similarly, we should update our rules to make sure that we understand that wireless infrastructure now doesn't necessarily mean a 200-foot tower anymore. Now we've come to the point where wireless infrastructure could mean a small cell that you can hold in your hand, that it could provide wireless connectivity to this entire room. So we need to streamline our regulations, modernize them to make sure that we tailor the regulation to the kind of infrastructure that's in question. If, somebody who's looking to deploy a small cell in this conference room shouldn't have to go through the same hoops that somebody looking to deploy a several hundred-foot tower has to. Those are a couple of things that we could do to make it easier. Similarly, once the infrastructure is in place, we have to make sure there's enough spectrum there for the companies to be able to take advantage of. And so Commissioner O'Reilly and I have worked really hard to bring more spectrum into the commercial marketplace, make sure the carriers have more spectrum to deliver some of those cutting-edge wireless services like mobile video, make sure there's more what we call unlicensed spectrum, the next generation of Wi-Fi, so that people are able to access some of these services through the wireless airwaves. That is a critical part of the equation too.
So it's a very difficult issue because we do know that wireless is going to be part of the solution for bringing broadband to many areas in the western part of the United States. And that's something that I'm focused on. I will tell you, my colleague talks about federal lands. We are having difficulty in some communities in the placement of towers, which are still going to be needed going forward. And in some communities, they've been a little bit less than receptive. So they, the constituents, the consumers want broadband. The providers would like to offer it, but the towers themselves are something that the communities are a little bit hesitant to have. And so the thing that I try to convince folks is try and build a relationship between the local government and the providers to make that as easy as possible. In some instances, we're going to have some authority at the FCC that we may have to be involved to push that process forward. We hope that not to be the case. We hope that it can be addressed locally and won't need FCC involvement. But we do have to bring broadband. We're charged by the statute to bring broadband nationwide, and so we're trying to do that as best we can, and that may require a little push from the FCC.
So I had a comment, a question last night that wanted me to ask about net neutrality. So probably two things. First of all, it's a term that many in this audience are familiar with. It's a term that others may not be familiar with. And frankly, those who are familiar with it aren't even sure what net neutrality is, because I think everybody I ask, what is it? I probably get a different answer. So the first question is going to be, how do you define net neutrality? And then the second question is going to be, in a state like Montana, where we struggle in many areas to receive basic internet service, how will these rules affect the everyday consumer and small internet providers in rural America? So let's start with first is your take of what is this thing called net neutrality?
That's a good question, because it very much is in the eye of the beholder. I would characterize net neutrality as involving the issue of what role do you think the government should have in regulating how the internet operates. Historically, with the commercialization of the internet in the mid-1990s, we took the bipartisan view, starting in the Clinton administration, that the government would be restrained, that we would let the market evolve, and we would make sure that the internet wouldn't be fettered with federal and state regulation. Earlier this year, over the objections of Commissioner O'Reilly and me, the FCC decided to take a different approach, and for the first time, injected the government into virtually every aspect of how the internet operates, both regulating how internet service providers transmit internet traffic over the so-called last mile to your customer's premises, all the way to the core of the network, how interconnection between and among ISPs and content providers works. And I strongly dissented from that, both because I believe that it was a bad policy, and because ultimately I believe it's going to harm places like Montana, where the question isn't so much how internet service providers are transmitting traffic as getting more broadband competition, getting better prices, getting faster speeds, getting more providers into the marketplace. That's what I think the FCC should be focused on. And that's part of the reason why I do hope that the courts end up overturning this decision, because we're already seeing evidence that it's harming investment and innovation. Recently, a report came out saying that in the first 6 months of this year, the major broadband providers spent 12% less in capital expenditures building their broadband networks compared to the first 6 months of 2014. That's only the third time that's ever happened in the internet age. The first time was the tech bubble bursting in 2001. The second time was the Great Recession. I think it's attributable to the FCC's decision to impose heavy-handed rules of the road that are only going to serve to depress investment in these networks, investment we desperately need to connect all Americans with digital opportunities.
So your question is very apropos, because the definition of net neutrality has morphed over time. Whereas years ago when I was working on this issue, it was primarily focused on whether a broadband provider was blocking particular application or some other type of service riding its network. Today it has gone much further, and there's new activities that they are now restricting under the rules that my colleague highlighted that we did not support, and they've actually added to that. So as part of our decision in February was a whole provision where we gave authority to our Enforcement Bureau to basically kind of find what it would like to see, and if there's a problem, do what it sees necessary. So we gave complete power to our Enforcement Bureau to just kind of decide as it goes what the definition of net neutrality will be. What it means for Montana is that small providers and wireless providers are going to have higher costs, and they're going to have more reluctance to deploy networks because you have added burdens from the federal government, and every activity that they may do may be subject to enforcement actions. So higher costs means lower deployment, less investment, and fewer jobs, and reduced speeds. And that's harmful for a state like Montana, which needs to improve its broadband adoptability.
I think other than that, we're okay with it.
So, I guess having spent 12 years in the technology sector in cloud computing, and I remember when I was considering joining Right Now Technologies in the early days, I asked Greg Gianforte, I said, what's your differentiator? Why are you winning? And he said, because I can run faster than anybody else. It was about speed. So on this issue of regulation and net neutrality, how will a body like the FCC and so forth, how can you regulate something effectively and efficiently that something that's moving so quickly and changes virtually on an hourly basis?
That's a great question. That's one of the reasons why the Commissioner O'Reilly and I objected. The essential question is, who do you want to drive the future of the internet? Do you want it to be in the hands of regulators and lawyers in Washington? Or do you want it to be driven by entrepreneurs and innovators who are constantly disrupting across the various internet ecosystems how things work? I trust the innovators who have really given us the internet economy that we have now, one that's the envy of the world. And I frankly don't think, despite the fact that we have a lot of talented people at the FCC, I don't think we are in a position both to understand the wide variety of technologies that are in play here. For example, we don't know the intricacies of IP interconnection, and we don't have the ability in real time to understand who's right and who's wrong if an internet service provider isn't deciding to deploy a port in this particular marketplace to handle Netflix traffic. I mean, that's not something that we know about. And additionally, we don't have the legal authority in a lot of cases to do something about it. And so I would much rather trust the private sector, trust the Greg Gianfortes and, of course, the Steve Daines of the world to help drive this investment, because I think...
See, we're going to invite you back to keep saying those things, you know?
Hey, I always praise our overseer.
No, but it's an important point. Michael, what are your thoughts on that as well?
Well, I think if you examine the hypotheticals that the commission based its decision on, you will find that they're mostly empty. They were trying to determine, they said, we think that the market may do this, and therefore we're going to write rules ahead of time to guess where the market may go, and will prohibit X, Y, or Z. And that's very problematic from my perspective, and your question very much highlights how technology, how the internet is developing at a quick pace, and for our ability to guess where it's going and then prohibit and try and prevent an activity which we don't know if it's good or bad yet is very problematic. It's like having Washington, D.C. set new rules on hunting and fishing in Montana and then saying, well, we think something might happen, so we're going to actually give a broad authority to do whatever the agency needs going forward. That would be very problematic for this part of the country. It's very problematic in the technology space for companies that need to deploy services, for companies that need to innovate, for companies that need to invest.
So there was a point made, I think GE made the point a moment ago about this investment decline in broadband infrastructure. You know, we're looking at infrastructure investment here in our country. We've got a highway bill that I hope we can pass in October. It'll actually be a multi-year highway bill in terms of highway infrastructure. But the broadband is critical as well, as we know. You mentioned major wireline broadband provider investment, capital investment, plunged 12% in the first half of calendar 15. Compared to prior year, and you've only seen this kind of decline, I believe you said twice. Correct. Right? In 2001, after the great dot-com bust, and then the recession of 08. How concerned should we be about that? I mean, you mentioned these are perhaps early implications of what we're seeing going on coming out of Washington with this net neutrality?
I think we should be really concerned, and it's not just the big providers. It's a lot of smaller providers as well, as Commissioner O'Reilly pointed out. There are a lot of fixed wireless providers, some cases just mom and pop shops, who've told us under penalty of perjury that they're holding back on investments. I heard from one ISP, for example, a fixed wireless provider in Virginia, has 475 customers, and they said we are holding back on upgrading our network from 3 megabits per second to 20 megabits per second, and we're focusing only on our core area, not expanding into unserved rural areas because of these regulations. We heard that from the similar fixed wireless ISPs across the country. And look, that's something that ultimately is really going to deprive consumers of what they really want, which is better broadband. And that's why I've said that consistently that net neutrality is a solution in search of a problem. If you talk to net neutrality advocates and you try to peel back the onion a little bit, what they're concerned about is not as really internet service providers blocking access to lawful traffic. They really want more competition. And that's what I think the FCC should be focusing on, giving people more choices at better prices.
Well, your question is very appropriate because, where is investment and what is going to happen to investment when you put new rules on it? A couple things. One, you're either going to pull back investment or you're going to look for opportunities elsewhere. And you see broadband providers today looking internationally. Where can they get rated? Where can they get a return on their investment? They're looking to buy companies elsewhere, partner elsewhere, because there's money to be made and they need to continue to produce revenues and dividends and things that go with the corporate structure. And so they're either going to invest in America or invest otherwise, or as my colleague said, they'll pull back investment and do other things with it. The money will not continue to flow to productive purposes such as broadband development throughout the nation without as long as we continue to stifle it with new rules.
Well, and given the global economy in which we compete in today, I think there's some examples too coming out of Europe around some regulatory issues that went on there that actually set Europe back. And maybe comment on that. I think that we've got a case study literally across the water there to see what can happen.
Historically, Europe has had significantly less investment in broadband networks than we've had, and I would argue it's precisely because they have adopted the utility-style model of regulation, very heavy-handed, preemptive, one-size-fits-all, and we had more of a free market approach. And the results are pretty obvious. Notwithstanding our own problems with respect to broadband competition, nonetheless, broadband investment in the United States on the wireline side is twice as much, $562 per household here, only $244 in Europe. Wireless too, $110 per household here, $55 in Europe. The United States, despite having only 5% of the world's population, has almost 50% of the world's 4G LTE connections. And that's why when I went to Europe recently, I was greeted by general astonishment from regulators, from private industry folks, and from consumers alike that the United States would now adopt the precise model that Europe is on the brink of getting rid of. And they said, why would you put at risk That's something that's worked so well for you and something that we are now trying to emulate. And I told them I wish I knew what the answer was, but you're going to be much more successful in the future if you adopt the model that we just jettisoned.
So my point, or my colleague's point, is exceptionally well taken. If you look at what's happening across the pond and talk about what's happening in Europe, you see a scenario where they may have more competitors, but they're all at a lower speed. They're all offering very, what we would consider basic broadband. It doesn't even meet the definition of broadband. They have multiple providers offering substandard service. United States, we have higher speeds. We do have fewer providers, and my colleague highlights the need to bring greater competition throughout America, and that's the better outcome. You can have a style like we do in Europe. We can move that. We've kind of moving that direction with the decisions made at the Commission today. But in doing so, you'll have more providers offering substandard service, and that's not what we need in America.
And on top of that, I would add that we're talking about the platform for innovation. Thinking about the innovation itself that happens on top of these broadband networks, it's no accident that Oracle, that Google, Netflix, Facebook, all these companies developed in the United States. It's because we have the internet economy that they can build on, and that's not something that has to exist. This capital and this entrepreneurial spirit could flow elsewhere in the world, and our competitiveness ultimately is dependent on how strong that broadband platform is, and that's why I think we care so much about this issue.
Thanks for your insights. Appreciate it. On a more uplifting note, maybe to pivot here, as commissioners on the FCC, you have the opportunity, you travel around the country, you're visiting consumers, you're visiting local governments, businesses, your fingers really are on the pulse of what's happening in new technology. I understand you're both at the wireless show in Las Vegas last week. And could you tell us what exciting technologies are on the forefront that could benefit us here in Montana? What have you seen firsthand, how this technology could help everyday, ordinary Montanans?
Sorry, Meg, one of the things I saw that was very interesting was an Internet of Things application. Obviously, the Internet of Things is on the brink of a great revolution, I think, in terms of connected devices. One application of particular interest to Montana, potentially, related to agriculture, I saw a company that was focused on providing wireless sensors throughout that could then aggregate data from across, say, a field and tell you in real time which parts of the field needed water, which didn't, where was pesticide needed and where wasn't it needed, what kind of yield were you getting, down to virtually the square inch and that's the kind of application that could have tremendous effects in terms of productivity. Another application I saw, which I found personally interesting, was mobile payments, the ability to use your smartphone, link it to your credit card, and then essentially just touch your smartphone to even a legacy cashier's terminal, so that you could pay without having to whip out your credit card. Something very easy that every mom and pop store could have without having to invest in technology to be able to do that. So that's a couple of the applications I saw there that are pretty neat. And I just wish I could get all these things for my own personal use. I love just seeing all these things in person and trying them out. And it feels like there's just not enough time to play with them.
So it's a very good question. I should start by saying the first item that I saw was of interest, but may not be of interest to everybody here, but it was to my wife. She happens to love the Samsung products, so they have a new watch coming out, competing with Apple Watch. And it actually is very interesting in what they've done on the app side. So I'm looking like a potential consumer come December and for Christmas for my wife. But something that may be of interest to the people here, I had an opportunity to see what's being developed, something called LTEU, and a combination with Wi-Fi, and how do we provide greater Wi-Fi populations and greater service in different communities. And so seeing the different technologies and the testing that's going on has been very helpful, because we have a greater opportunity by providing more spectrum for new Wi-Fi developments, and that means greater reach. I'm sure most of the people here are using Wi-Fi today. We can have greater reach while at the same time utilizing greater services on our current mobile devices. So I think that's something that'll be opportune. And what I had an opportunity, I didn't get to see at this trip, but I thought it goes very well with my colleague's comment. I was in Baxter, Iowa, and we were talking about herd monitoring and grain monitoring and what they're able to do with wireless services. So I think wireless is one of the ways of the future. It's certainly going to be very important for our more rural states. And so it's a great development coming forward.
Speaking of innovation, and as two individuals who serve as public servants in the public sector, We're seeing technology now creating jobs, a better quality of life. It's buying us time. We see this through our new businesses, these apps, devices. I'd be curious what your thoughts are on what the government's role is in the innovation that is happening today in the private sector. Is there anything the FCC, Congress could do to encourage this innovative process?
That's a good question. I would say two basic things. First and foremost, as we've discussed, promote ubiquitous broadband across the country. If internet access is available to anybody in the United States who wants it, then virtually anyone from Libby to Los Angeles can pursue an entrepreneurial idea and immediately scale that idea as appropriate. The second thing, I think, is for the FCC, for other federal agencies, for state and local governments as well, to embrace disruptive innovation. One of the things I've noticed over the last several months is that a lot of local governments are erecting barriers to some of the disruptors who are really providing the applications and services that benefit consumers. I'm thinking about things like Uber, like Lyft, like Airbnb. Companies that saw a market opportunity, took advantage of it, and are providing a technological solution that benefits everybody. Unfortunately, we've also seen a lot of incumbent industries pushing local governments successfully to block some of those applications. And I think that we really should embrace it from a governmental perspective. These are things that are ultimately going to make America better off. Consumers will be better off, our entrepreneurial economy will be better off, more jobs will be created. Sure, there are going to be losers whenever there's a disruptive innovation, but by and large, we need to keep America at the cutting edge. And the role for government, I think, should be to be flexible, to be understanding that this is part of the process and that we shouldn't be defending the buggy whip at every single turn.
I would say that in addition to our obligations that we have at the FCC to make broadband available throughout the nation, one of the greatest things that would be of help is for the Congress to tell the FCC to not do things, to make clear that we shouldn't act in certain places, that we have a great ability as a federal agency to do whatever we want. We interpret the statute however creatively we like to do whatever purposes or agenda that currently the chairman has. And that's problematic. We're supposed to be tied to the statute as written by Congress. So anytime the Congress can remind us exactly what they expect out of us and keep us from doing bad things, that's a good day in my book.
That's on my to-do list, thank you.
If you know anyone who could take care of that.
All right, we've got the staff are writing vigorously over here. We've got a lot of young people here today. I saw another great group of young people come in, students here. And so often the technology conference like this would be it's about the future. And I think about, as I've seen the transformations in Montana since I was a little kid here, growing up, fishing over on sourdough and riding my bike around town, and now think of what could happen in the next 30 years. How have you seen technology play a role in education and create opportunities for students now post-graduation?
Oh, it's been tremendous. By virtue of having this job, I've been able to visit schools across the country that are doing really innovative things with technology from all ends of the spectrum. I visited a Los Angeles inner city high school, for example, where I met with Spanish language first parents who told me that the ability of their kids to access the internet, both at school and at home, and enable them to better their mastery of English, to gain access to educational opportunities they wouldn't have otherwise had. Similarly, I was at a Chicago area school in which they had set up a 3D printer lab, that allowed some of the students who are more interested in design and manufacturing and engineering to really pursue their dreams in a way they wouldn't have otherwise. And one student in particular had a particular interest in shoes, and so now she designed these shoes that she ultimately modeled on a computer, 3D printed, and she's now selling them as a student, which is something that she never would have been able to do in the analog age. And you just multiply that by millions across the country, there's really no limit as to what technology and education together can accomplish.
I would answer it this way. If you want to know where the state of technology is going, what is the future, you shouldn't ask someone like Ajit and I, or maybe some of the folks that might be just a little bit younger than in the crowd. You want to ask the folks that are the super young. You want to ask those 24 and below. They're going to be able to tell you what they're doing today, and that is going to be the shape of tomorrow's technology.
So for your 25-year-olds and above, you're irrelevant now, I said. So, right.
I didn't say quite irrelevant.
No, I know.
But it is. But they're completely changing the marketplace.
We're called legacy.
Right, we are. Right. Yeah. Old timers.
They are having disruptive impact on every part of our communications system, from broadcast to broadband to all the different apps that they're using. So I try to spend time, as my colleague does, in schools and seeing what is being the push-pull, what technologies are they using today. They're not big fans of broadcasting, so what does that mean going forward for different technologies? So I do try and tap in as best I can because I'm a little bit older than they are.
You know, it's always humbling. I remember after serving a couple years in Congress, my daughter had more Vine followers than I had Twitter followers. So it always keeps us reminding to look at the young people, what's going on. This is a little bit kind of inside baseball, but it's important in Montana because of how important local broadcasting is. I know at home we enjoy watching the cable network shows, but I'll tell you what, when the 10 o'clock news comes on, we want to hear about what's going on locally, we want to hear about our weather, we want to hear about, importantly, sports, the local teams. And the Commission's clearly made the upcoming broadcaster incentive auction a priority. Could you tell us about the status of that proceeding and how the auction will benefit Montanans and how Montana broadcasters will be affected? I know we have a few broadcasters out here today.
Sure. So the broadcast incentive auction, for those of you who don't know, is something that the agency is going to hold in about March of 2016. And we're holding it by virtue of authority that Congress gave us back in 2012. And essentially, broadcasters across Montana, across the country, will have the option of voluntarily relinquishing some of the spectrum that they hold. And then the FCC will turn around and take that spectrum and sell it to the wireless carriers and give some of the broadcasters a share of the proceeds. And the thinking is that for those broadcasters who either don't want to stay in the business or who are willing to be what's called repacked into a different part of the spectrum, they can get a financial infusion. And for the wireless carriers, they can use that spectrum to deliver cutting-edge mobile services to people across the country. And that's especially important because wireless spectrum, there's a huge demand for it given the upswing in mobile usage. So we're going to hold this auction in March of 2016. It's exceptionally complicated. Imagine trying to structure an auction where you don't know what the supply is going to be and what the demand is going to be, and putting a government agency in charge of that. What could go wrong?
Where do you want us to start?
Right. But it's been a real challenge for us to structure the auction in a way that's likely to result in success. And success in my book is one in which broadcasters will continue to have an important place in the media landscape after the auction. After all, I and a lot of other people across this country rely on local broadcasters each and every day for that local information, whether it's weather or following America's team, the Kansas City Chiefs, on a Sunday basis. I knew I'd be preaching to the choir on that one.
Yeah, we could end this conversation pretty soon if you'd like.
And for the wireless carriers too, we need to make sure that they have access to the spectrum they need to deliver these mobile services. It's going to be a challenge, but hopefully we administer it in a way that's good for everybody.
So my colleague provided a background on the incentive auction. To be clear, we're talking about the federal government and actually selling about 10% of the broadcast licenses. In most parts of America, we're not going to need to buy licenses. There is enough space between the television stations, and we're going to repack, as he highlighted, and that means pushing them closer together and making spectrum available for wireless providers to offer new services throughout America for all consumers. In doing so, it is a very complex process. My colleague and I haven't agreed with all the decisions. We're still hopeful that some changes can be made going forward to provide, and my colleague highlighted, what's the definition of success? For me, it's a couple things. One, have we met the obligations in the statute? Are we able to actually close the auction, which means that we find the right number of sellers and the right number of buyers? Can we actually get that equilibrium? And two is, was the process fair to all providers? And for broadcasters right now, it hasn't been an exceptionally fair process. So we've raised concerns that they have. I've raised those concerns. My colleague has as well. Concerns that should have been addressed and should be addressed going forward. And hopefully the Commission will do a thoughtful job rather than being dismissive. Because broadcasting is so important to the lifeline and the lifeblood, not only for the benefits of the weather and the news that are very important, but also public safety. It's a public safety provider for those people who see it on a daily basis or listen to it over the air. So I think that we have to make sure that our broadcasting system survives going forward to see where eventually where our millenniums may take us.
We've got a few minutes left. You've got two public servants here that serve you. We'd be happy to take a few questions. If there's a question of a couple of FCC commissioners, it's a rare opportunity.
No complaining about your cable bill. We can't do anything about that today. So.
And if it's any
still standing here pointing out the microphone here. I'm Roger Goen, I'm in the Montana Public Service Commission. I was going to ask you a question about net neutrality, but we handled that so well. So I'll ask you a different question. But I do have to say thank you for coming to the Montana Commission. Thank you for your tremendous leadership in the area of net neutrality. I think of something I read recently where somebody said that experts are experts in the past, entrepreneurs are builders of the future. What we have is a lot of experts that fear things that don't exist and come up with problems that don't exist and build a platform of regulatory power that really is quite serious. And one of the things I wanted to engage on Public Service Commission to engage our congressional delegation on potential congressional legislation that might address this. But my question is this, as long as I have to shift to a different issue, and that is the discussion about ubiquitous broadband build-out, which I think we would all like to see. It's a question of strategy. My concern is that whenever the government subsidizes anything, it tends to weaken it. It tends to distort the real market. It tends to lock in old technology. And, I think of with the Connect America funds here in America, in Montana alone, 2 years alone, one large telecom company received over $16 million, and only 7% of that actually was devoted to unserved areas. I realize you have to do that to the other strengths. My question is, sorry for the long introduction, but my question is it possible to harness the same magic of the marketplace with differential pricing or broadband build-out to reflect the cost of broadband build-out, so consumers essentially have a choice. They're either willing to pay more because it costs more, and therefore value broadband, certainly in the marketplace, rather than having everyone pay equally, having taxpayers subsidize something that other people may or may not be willing to pay more for. Can we harness the marketplace? I think that's really a better long-term solution.
Thanks for the question, Roger. Who'd like to take that? Probably both have a view on that. Go ahead.
Sure. First, thanks for the kind words on net neutrality. It's definitely one of the nastiest debates I've encountered in my time as a commissioner. So any support I can take, I'll take it. With respect to your question, I operate from two general principles. First, I think the market does a better job of delivering in terms of consumer welfare than government regulation or subsidies can. Secondly, to the extent we do have government subsidies in place, a program for subsidies, we should get the greatest possible bang for the buck. And so that's why, with respect to the first, I'm technologically neutral. I would prefer for all segments of the industry, cable, telecom, wireless, satellite, what have you, to have the maximum incentive to deploy and to compete with each other. And I don't want the government tilting the playing field in terms of subsidizing one segment or one particular company. To the extent that we do have a statutory obligation to provide some of these subsidies, for example, the Universal Service Fund, my goal is for us to modernize and minimize our regulations to make sure that we aren't disrupting the market equilibrium, but we're trying to target those funds to places that are unserved. So, for example, when it comes to rural broadband, I've rolled out a plan that would make it easier for certain rural telecom carriers to offer standalone broadband service. Right now, the FCC subsidizes them only if they provide voice service. But it seems to me a lot of people, not just in big cities, but in rural parts of this country, want standalone broadband service. And so we should try to subsidize that in unserved areas as best we can.
So you highlighted some problems with our past, and I must admit I wasn't part of the commission at the time, so I don't mean to be passing the buck, but some of those decisions were made before I got there. I would suggest to you that my interest is to ensure that if we are going to subsidize, which means taking ratepayer money, we've been collecting, you pay more on your phone bill today for interstate and international services, so we collect that funding for you. It's actually 17.1% of your bill is going to the federal government, and we're redistributing that in a number of different ways. One is for the high-cost portion for the Connect America Fund, and we're trying to make sure, my goal is to make sure that we only subsidize which is absolutely needed. So we're not subsidizing where there is competition, that we're not subsidizing where competition can develop. We're subsidizing those places where you need some kind of incentive for a provider to enter an area where it's too expensive, it's too high cost. There are parts of those that exist today in Montana, and we're trying to make sure that we subsidize only the correct places as best as possible. But your first part of your question is no, the government can never match the private sector, and my colleague pointed that exactly out.
All right, I just got the stop sign here. My countdown's at 4 seconds, so we timed that pretty well. I want to thank, first of all, our two commissioners for being here today. Thanks for your service to the American people and people of Montana. Appreciate it. Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it much. And as we're transitioning here, and being a Kansas guy there, Jeet, and your comment about the Kansas City Chiefs, I couldn't let a comment like that go without a little Bobcat connection. As many of you know, I don't know if you know that Jan Stenerud, the greatest kicker in Kansas City Chief history, one of the great kickers in the history of the NFL, was here in a skiing scholarship at MSU years ago. The coach walked across the field, saw him kicking soccer balls with kind of this funny style, and said, I wonder if he could kick a football as well, and really brought the soccer style kicking into the NFL, and he was a Montana State University Bobcat. So there you go. All right, there's the rest of the story. Next, we're going to transition now to a great keynote speaker here in Doug Burgum. Doug has had a 30-year career in the software industry where he's created, built, and invested in companies that have generated more than $5 billion, that's with a B, dollars in shareholder value. Doug was working at McKinsey in Chicago until 1983 when he returned to his native North Dakota. As he says, he literally bet the farm for the seed capital for a company many of you heard of called Great Plains Software. Well, I'm sure he's glad he bet like he did, because in 1997, Great Plains went public. Microsoft Corporation purchased Great Plains in 2001 for $1.1 billion, which at that point was Microsoft's largest acquisition to date. Doug joins this summit as co-founder, general partner, and member of the board for Arthur Ventures, a Fargo-based VC firm that invests in software companies. He's also the founder and chairman of Kilbourne Group, an organization collaborating to restore downtown Fargo's urban area. What Doug brings is this incredible perspective on how business and technology come together to create jobs and improve outcomes. He also has a profound understanding of how important it is for the community element, these multiple variables that can create success. So he is here to talk with us about the current state of technology and how it's working to improve our lives. Let me say this before Doug comes on the stage. He doesn't do a lot of these kind of speaking events. He gets asked a lot, and he doesn't say yes to many. But he said yes to come to Montana. And I will tell you, we're infringing on sacred ground for Doug. He's literally leaving here when he gets done speaking for elk hunting, for bow hunting right now. So you understand, he made this a very important priority in the middle of chasing elk. Please join me in welcoming Doug Burnham to the first biannual Montana High Tech Job Summit. Thank you, appreciate it. You bet, thank you.
Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to have all of you here. What a fantastic turnout for the first Tech Summit here in Montana. And thanks to Senator Steve Daines and MSU for the great job in hosting this event. It's been terrific to be here. Where I wanted to start is always where I want to start is with gratitude. Steve talked about the fortunate success I've had in my life, but that wouldn't have happened with a lot of things. Wouldn't have happened without great parents that really focused on education and focused on individual responsibility. Wouldn't have happened with a couple thousand teammates, many of which came from small towns in North Dakota and Minnesota and Montana that helped build Great Plains. Wouldn't have come without coaches and teachers that inspired me. Wouldn't have come with other people in my life that have inspired me, and probably wouldn't have come without me leaving a land-grant college like NDSU, getting into Stanford on an admissions error, and the The person that made that admissions error is one of Montana's newest residents. Lori Lieberman moved to Bozeman 2 weeks ago. I caught up with him yesterday for the first time in years. He's sitting in the back. He's the guy that's responsible for some of what happened. But anyway, Lori, welcome to Montana. Thank you for admitting me to Stanford. Great. So anyway, I have a lot of gratitude. My grandfather on my mother's side, Dr. Burton Kilbourne, was Fargo's first public health official. He probably wasn't the first, but I don't think he was the last person to move to Montana because of their love of fly fishing. So in the mid-1930s, my grandfather packed up and came out west. So as a kid growing up, my grandmother lived in Helena. He had passed away. I had cousins living in Billings. All of that was great, introduced me to Montana. There's a picture of him here with the team in Helena in 1944. They're delivering some salk serum, which would have been polio vaccine, to the Bighorn country, Yellowstone County there. That was 4,000 units coming off a plane in 1944. So there's some deep roots here. That's all good. The bad news is that all of my cousins were Grizzlies, and I was at the game 2 weeks ago in Missoula. That's the bad news about this family connection with Montana. Pretty painful game, and I don't know if you were cheering for us to beat the Grizzlies or against us. I'm not sure. But it was exciting day of college football. Me being an NDSU Bison, if you haven't figured that out. The other thing which I want to know, we're all here together, and a lot of times I know I grew up with these cousins here. They always told North Dakota jokes. I'm not sure why that was. It seemed maybe it's more of an Eastern Montana phenomenon to tell North Dakota jokes, but we are all at one time we were all together. This is a map from 1871 showing the Dakota Territory before it got all carved up into Montana Territory, Wyoming Territory, Idaho Territory, all the others. But we were all together in one thing. And then there was a little anomaly which really brings us close together, is when they carved up all the territories, they forgot a spot. So there was a chunk that used to be part of Dakota Territory that didn't get assigned to any of the other territories. It didn't get resolved until 1873, and that little orange slice there that was still part of Dakota Territory is the very southern tip of Gallatin County. The long, narrow county that we're in right now. Anyway, so we really were all in this together before they broke us up and whatever. And it probably isn't worth mentioning, but I was part of an effort to get North Dakota to drop the word North so that we would be Dakota and South Dakota. Dakota, South Dakota. Kind of like Virginia, West Virginia. It didn't go anywhere, but we tried. It was all about branding. Okay, but anyway, I'm here today to tell you about there's never been a better time to start or grow a technology company outside the Silicon Valley, and it turns out there's never been a better time to grow or start a tech company in Montana. And there are a lot of positive things that are happening here, and we're going to talk about what those are, but there's also areas that states like Montana can do to make improvements, to make it even more attractive for entrepreneurs to come here and take risks and do that. So let's talk a little bit about that. When back in the early days when I got involved in literally Bet the Farm in Great Plains in '83, you fast forward to '97, we're going public. We're on the Fortune magazine's 100 Best Place to Work 4 years in a row. The only company in the upper Midwest that was on that list. We were the smallest company on the list, even though we had grown. By the time we got acquired, we had a couple thousand employees. But culture is a key part of it, and that's something you'll hear in the talk today. But very important to building and attracting talent. And of course, what has remained of that is that in the same way that Oracle bought Right Now and is here in Bozeman, when Microsoft bought Great Plains in 2001, they realized being close to within an hour's drive of 40,000 college students, having the great talent that was there, having the work ethic from kids that grew up on farms and ranches, they've made a big investment. So today there's more Microsoft employees in Fargo today than there were at the time that we got acquired. The campus is about doubled in size. There's about 500,000 square feet of Microsoft space there. They've just announced they're adding another 200 jobs, adding 200 more jobs in Fargo. And so this is the gift that keeps on giving of having high-paying tech jobs in a community, and it's made a huge impact on Fargo. And then there are 30 or more spin-off companies that have been built off of that. One most recently, Evolution One, was just acquired for $525 million million company in Fargo that was almost primarily built by ex-Great Plains folks. So again, it's the gift that keeps on coming when you've got tech jobs and all the spin-offs that come from that. With Arthur Ventures, which I co-founded with my nephew James Burgum, who's here today and will be on a finance panel this afternoon, we said, hey, there's good ideas everywhere, but there's not capital everywhere. And so we wanted to be able to accumulate some capital and invest in software companies that were focused on business-to-business applications that solved important problems. We wanted to do that in a very partnering way, not just an investing way. And we want to support risk-taking entrepreneurs, and we want to collaborate with them. And we want to do that with a set of values, the values that we know that are important to creating great companies and creating great successes and delivering great value to customers. So things that we look for in entrepreneurs is people that are really curious, that are asking the hard, tough questions, people that have the courage to take the risks, people that are authentic and have the humility to understand that, there's so much going on in the world that at any given time, none of us can be the smartest person in the world, not the smartest person in the room even, because there's so much that you don't know in any situation. So that humility drives the curiosity because you can always learn something from someone else. And then understanding that you don't do this stuff alone, you build it within a community. And that's why things like the High Tech Alliance are so important, because it's the support networks and the connections that help these successes happen. We've invested in 19 companies across 2 funds. Those investments have been spread across the country. We've not yet made an investment in Montana. We've talked to some companies here, but we're certainly open for business to invest here. We'd love to do it. We think it's got some of the same characteristics. But our geographic coverage is anywhere but Silicon Valley. And we don't do that with a sense of any arrogance, but we do that with the fact there's a lot of capital in Silicon Valley. We think the valuations are overpriced in Silicon Valley, and we think that good ideas can happen anywhere, and that the people outside the valley aren't getting the support and recognition that they need. Some of the examples of those, I've included a few here of companies we've invested in to give you a sense of how fast companies can grow if they've got a good idea, but these are also companies that I think that many of you might find would be useful in helping you build your organization startups. Tiny Pulse, it was a little startup. We met them just over a year and a half ago. Now they've grown to almost 50 employees, 1,000 customers, and they have a very simple idea. They ask your employees one question a week related to your engagement, your retention, and your happiness. And this sort of blows up the idea of every 1 or 2 years you do a big survey and have low percentage participation. It's a single question, helps you keep a pulse on what's going on. And we're recommending that all of our startup companies implement this, but I also think it's a great thing for large organizations, for universities, for nonprofits, because they're so often leaders are the last people to find out what's going on, and this is a great tool. It also creates a platform for peer-to-peer recognition and encouragement. Ionic, this is a free framework for writing mobile apps. I'm sure of the 240 members of the High Tech Alliance, almost every one of them are doing something in mobile. And here's a free platform. These guys, 2 guys started this thing. They've grown now to about 30 developers that are working on this. A spin out of, I wouldn't say a spin out, but they're right in downtown Madison next to University of Wisconsin. But 130,000 installations a month and 600,000 apps created on this, and it's a fantastic platform for quickly creating great mobile applications. Lead Pages is the fastest growing company in our portfolio. When we invested in them a couple years ago, again, a couple of co-founders, when they were just getting started, they've now raised over $30 million in venture capital over 3 rounds in 2.5 years. They haven't touched any of it because they're so profitable. 35,000 customers, and this is a very simple idea that if you've got a web page and people are going to come to your website and you're going to try to convert someone from visiting you to being a lead, to get them to sign up for a webinar, to sign up for a newsletter, to take some kind of action. Those landing pages where people come to are critically important. These guys are the experts in doing it, and this is a tool, $37 a month for unlimited landing pages, and for a little more you can get A/B testing. We used to do stuff at Microsoft. We'd spend $1 million for some of the stuff that these guys are doing for $37 or $57 a month. I mean, it's remarkable the tools that are available for people to start companies today. Intelligent Insights, I know in rural states like Montana and North Dakota, healthcare is critically important. These guys are onto something around the Internet of Things, tracking people, asset, inventory in large, complex hospital and clinical environments. This is a Fargo-based startup. Now it's got 120 people. and they've landed HCA, which is a 200,000 person organization with 160 hospitals as a customer, the Veterans Administration with 160 hospitals across the country. Those are two of their early customers. You're not going to be able to run a healthcare organization without something like Intelligent Insights, where you're keeping track of people, assets, and patients in your system. Atlassian, another company, I'm honored to have been able to make an investment in this company and serve currently as chairman. You may not have heard of this little Australian startup, but if you think Bozeman's a long way from anywhere, try doing a global tech startup in Sydney, Australia. But this is a company that from its 2 college graduates in Sydney in the last 13 years have built an organization with 1,600 employees and growing. They count the Fortune 100 among their customers, and well, you may not have heard the company, you may have heard of the products. I know that when I was talking to Leif last night from Oracle, he was talking about how Oracle uses a number of these products, but Confluence for collaboration, Jira for issue tracking, Bitbucket and Stash for managing your code, and HipChat for real-time communication. And so these tools all together help companies write better software faster. And any company that isn't a software company today is becoming one. I think you heard that today when we heard from Matt in Burlington Northern. I mean, Burlington Northern with 1,300 people in their IT department, probably going to double faster than any other part of their company. Their IT budget's probably going to grow faster because Burlington Northern is an example of exactly what I'm talking about, an Internet of Things, real-time automatically collected data in a company that's got real hard assets, but they're really having to become a technology and software company to compete. And again, on the culture standpoint, Atlassian again last week named Best Place to Work again. They got fabulous culture there. Every time I'm there, I get to meet a few new dogs. And they don't have to worry about having a big parking lot because almost everybody rides their bike to work. And they've got some amazing customers like Amazon and like Tesla and like Dr. Newman's organization. NASA is another Atlassian customer. So again, a startup company, middle of nowhere, serving customers globally. That's what's available to Montana today. So let me just talk a little bit about the framework that we think about at Arthur Ventures when we talk about jobs and economic growth and innovation. On the bottom of this slide, we've got a layer called mega tech trends. These are the things that are propelling the kinds of companies that I just described. And above them in the 5 circles, we've got 5 things to talk about. And each one of those are things that have that local decision makers can impact. And let's start with business climate. We're going to start with the megatrends, excuse me. So the megatrends, again, that are happening, that are available to all of us. Incredibly cheap storage, gigabit internet, ubiquitous automatic sensors, and then pervasive mobility. You wrap that up with the magic of software to make this stuff light up and do things that you couldn't imagine. But underneath what's driving that is really Moore's Law. And let's start with that. And of course, Moore's Law, Gordon Moore, there was a biography that was just came out about him in May of this year. About Moore's Law and all the work that he did to help build Intel. We got Craig's going to be speaking this afternoon. But again, another thing for me as a software developer to stand here and have gratitude is there isn't any one of us that has made money in software in the last 30 years that didn't stand on the shoulders of the engineers at Intel. I mean, there's a book that says, hey, the most important company in the world. I think you could probably just, say that's true. And if you think about the number of people on the planet, there's been over 1 billion people that have been risen out of poverty in the last 25 years in the world, and because of free markets, because of free trade, because of technology, because of the distribution of knowledge and information, and the kinds of things that the United States is trying to promote in terms of free market and capitalism, the kind of things that these 2 FCC commissioners were talking about up here, that's elevated, that's done more good than all the giving in the world has done in terms of what it did. And the underlying pin of that is the fact that you could have a chip that dropped in price and doubled in power every 2 years, and then you could do more and more amazing things with software. And the magic of software is the greatest invention that's ever come along to expand human capability. There's nothing like it in terms of allowing us to do more than what we've been able to do as humans, and it's the kind of thing that's going to allow us to put people on Mars and solve medical issues and transform education and do all the things. Software is at the core of all of that. And so if you take a look at Intel to try to get your head around how amazing it is, because they're just There's never been a thing in the history of mankind where you've had something like Moore's Law happening. But if you just say, transistors, which are so teeny that's hard to think about them, but just for a moment we're going to say, one transistor equals one person. So back in 1971, one of the first Intel chips had 2,300 chips on it. So if or 2,300 transistors, if each one of those transistors was a person, then those people would have fit in this beautiful music hall. By 1982, which is about the time that I was first hearing about PC software and getting ready to jump in to do a startup, they were getting 134 transistors on a single chip, which would be, if those were people, would fit in a stadium. By 2001, we're up to the population of the Tokyo metro area, all on one chip. Then recently in 2011, 1.3, which is the population of China. The new Apple chip that's recently just out, 3 billion transistors, which is the world population less Asia. So 4.6 billion in Asia, 3 billion in the rest of the world. So remarkable. But then if you take those 3 billion people, they're still fitting in that same concert hall. It's still fitting on one chip. So, and of course, then the other thing is that it costs less than it did. So that's just hard to even comprehend. This is you might know the ENIAC, one of the first computers ever built, back with the vacuum tubes, built in 1946. It weighed 30 tons. It cost $6 million inflation adjusted to build. It had a whopping 385 operations per second. And if you compare that to the iPad 2, which came out last year, which weighs less than a pound, under $500, and 230 billion operations per second. This is a phenomena that's just hard to grasp, that this is in our lifetime this has happened. The thing that's even more amazing when we dug into this photo was that this guy was actually holding an iPad. I don't know how that... There's things that I don't have any idea how it happened. But with mainframes, again, back when I was a kid, and the mainframes were the big new thing that were revolutionizing science, and these were the kind of machines that we were trying to send folks to the moon on. They were, a gigabit of data in a mainframe costing $3.6 million. By the time I was about ready to get out of high school, it had dropped to $2.6 million per gigabit. In '83, this is one of the first machines that we targeted, Great Plains Software. The Apple III, which was their business machine, that little box on top of the Apple III is the profile hard drive. It was a magical thing that allowed us to write better software because we had access to 5 megabytes of storage on that thing, and that cost $5,000. So you can do the math. That's $1,000 per megabyte. So that gets you to $1 million a gigabyte, which is what it cost in 1983. But we were thrilled at that level of performance on that storage. 10 years later, it had dropped, $735. 2003, it's down to $1. Last year, it was 3 cents a gigabyte on a external Seagate 5 terabyte hard drive. And when you're shopping for your kids, when you get the shopping list now, and you're supposed to get pens and paper and stuff that they're supposed to show up to school with, the 3-ring binder on a lot of those school lists. If you see in the school list, we'll also say, be sure to buy the, 8 gigabyte jump drive for your kid, to come to school, which again, nobody even thinks twice about. But that as parents, it's just it's right there with pencils on the thing. Now, what's interesting about all of these jump drives is that the bacon and the sushi and the frog and the cork and the cracker and then the lipstick little thing that opens up, all of that stuff costs more than the storage. The sort of the little decorations that are there. But if you, so again, it's crazy that stuff is so cheap. All of those things I showed are under $5 to go buy gigabytes. We don't even think about it. Box, of course, been very successful. You get 10 gigabytes of cloud storage in exchange for your email address. And that kind of free storage, if you will, is the kind of thing that allows 300 hours of video to be uploaded every minute, so that people can spend their time, 46,640 people viewing a kitten video. It's fascinating to me, but I was an executive of Microsoft from 2001 to 2007. And you would think that sitting in the room with some of the smartest people in the world, that you would have, your finger on the pulse of every trend, that was happening. But if someone had come to that executive group in 2001 and said, we're going to build a business model around the idea that we're going to store every video and every picture in the world for free, That would be a really good business model. Let's do that. I can tell you, if it had even come up, it wouldn't have gotten through, because at that time in early 2000s, people were still trying to figure out how much to charge somebody, for their Hotmail account storage, because even in organizations like that, weren't understanding how fast the world was changing towards free storage. And so if you look at the adoption of this, is what's gone on. With telephones, 39 years to go from the 10 to 40% saturation. Electricity, which was a very good idea, and computers, taking 15 years. But you look down at the bottom on smartphones, in less than a couple years going to that level of penetration. Cell phone subscriptions, 720 million in 2000 to today, almost as many cell phone subscriptions as there are people on the planet. And that's growing at almost 2 million a day. And the active mobile subscriptions surpassed the human population. And the internet users, 3 billion, 1/3 of web pages are now served to mobile. And the Internet of Things, 10 billion connections going to 50, and I'm guessing that number 50 is low. I mean, when you hear presentations like the one from Matt this morning from the BN, I mean, that number's got to be low, because every company is going to be monitoring everything, generating automatic data at much faster than we can enter them. That's why, automatically generated data plus a smartphone platform, creates new business opportunities like Nest, which creates Oracle buying Nest as a startup, for billions of dollars. And then all of us, if you think you're not part of the automatically generated data yourself, then you probably haven't been to Disneyland, where they would give you the Disney band like on the left, and the Disney band allows you to keep track of your kids, it allows you to pay for stuff, it allows you to go to the water park and not have wet dollar bills in your pocket. It even allows, coming soon, when your 6-year-old walks up to Pluto, then Pluto is going to be able to know who your kid is and know it's their birthday and say, hi Jimmy, hi Kathy, happy birthday. It'll all be magical that happens. And if any of you have been skiing in Colorado with the Epic Pass, where they're tracking your laps and tracking your vertical foot, or if you're wearing a Fitbit or a Nike band or any of the Jawbone tools, you're tracking and generating automatically data. If any of you have ever taken an Uber vehicle, you're tracking data automatically. If any of you have ever used Google Maps, you're generating automatic data. All of us are participating in the automatic generation of data at record amounts. And so then you have things like, card keys to track student bus drivers. We got ag solutions, that are tracking continuous sampling of the soil conditions across a field. When I was a kid growing up in Arthur, North Dakota, and we did soil sampling, you'd take like one sample for every 160 acres. That would be one piece of data, take you 3 days to get it back. Now they're taking it every 3 feet continuously. The RTLS, real-time locating systems, it's not just for hospitals. People are tracking to see if cows are happy. Sick cows move differently. So you can see if somebody's not moving, then they're not happy. They're probably sick. You can get them out of the herd. So, again, in an ag state like Montana, it's important to have the infrastructure to, help manage these things. And again, with automatically collected data in healthcare, this is a prime example of how it changes everything. Because today, if any of you have if you've been having a healthcare experience today where you go see a doctor, you're probably not looking at the face, you're looking at the back of the doctor, the nurse, the clinician, because they've got their hands on a keyboard, they're doing data entry, they're trying to get your information in. Somehow healthcare must think that the only way to get information into a computer is through a keyboard. Keyboards were invented, in the 1950s or 60s. This is 50 years later. There are ways to get information into systems other than having the highest paid and highest trained people in our society have to become data entry people. It's one of the reasons why there's really high job dissatisfaction among people in healthcare. And of course, they're doing that because it was federally mandated that they, have to all move towards those systems. So again, it wasn't market forces that was driving doctors to put their hands on keyboards. It was poorly thought through federal mandates. But then if you switch where you've got automatically collected data, it becomes not only lower in cost, but it actually becomes more accurate and it becomes in real time. And then that changes the reporting that you can do. Which again, an example of this with this company in Fargo, just in one region of the VA, they're tracking 430,000 items in real time without anybody having to touch a keyboard. and a clinic for Sanford, which is the largest employer in North and South Dakota. They're tracking every patient that comes in, and patient wait times, and patient satisfaction's up, patient wait time down, because patients actually get to room themselves as opposed to sitting in a room and having a nurse come and get them, because the tag that they have opens the door, automatically pulls up their record, and shortens the visit. In terms of the imaging, I mean, smartphones aren't just about cell phones, and they aren't just about mapping. They're also about part of what's generating all the photo and the imagery. If you zoom in on this thing, there's Facebook, there's Flickr, there's Instagram, there's the Library of Congress down in the corner, which we used to think of, maybe 15 years ago as the largest repository of photos in the world. So back on the framework, if that's the underlying mega trends that are driving everything, different places have different access to those mega trends because of the business climate. And if we take a look at one of the elements in the business climate's tax rate, you zoom in on Montana, Montana's got some competition. Better than Idaho. You've got bordering North and South, or South Dakota and Wyoming, which have no individual income tax rates, and North Dakota's, which is low and has been dropping. I would like to see it get down to South Dakota's level. But if you look over at Minnesota, Minnesota's high tax rate, huge benefit to North and South Dakota. A lot of businesses, a lot of individuals that have jumped across the border. It's one of the great things about the United States of America is there is generally free movement of labor and capital across the states, and no matter how much the federal distortions may drive stuff, there still is the opportunity for states and localities to create more favorable environments to attract talent and capital to their location versus some other place. Corporate income tax rates, same thing. Wyoming and South Dakota, none. Montana is high. I've been advocating that North Dakota's corporate tax rate just go to zero. It doesn't generate that much money for the state. I think it's about $150 million it generates, and North Dakota's got multi-billion-dollar surpluses. It could go away, and no one would notice it would gone. And if you again look at where Minnesota corporate versus South Dakota, that's one of the reasons why a lot of the Minnesota companies have moved straight west over to South Dakota. Montana, this is there's lots of different polls out. I just grabbed one of them. This is a Forbes one. Lists Montana right about in the middle of the pack. So not in the bottom half, but in terms of best states for business and careers, there's room for improvement here in Montana. Capital, I don't need to go deep on here. Will Price from Next Frontiers covered this terrifically on the panel this morning with the comparisons to Utah. And so great job on that, Will. But I mean, Will's analyzed the same problem that James and I did in North Dakota, which is you've got good ideas everywhere, but you got a disproportionate amount of capital that aggregates to the two coasts. If you break that down by geography, 57% of the venture capital in the country is flowing to California, the majority of that in Silicon Valley. 25% of the venture capital goes to 5 other states, which would be Massachusetts, Texas, Florida, New York, and Washington. That little teeny blue sliver of 0.08% of the venture capital, that's the 5 states that includes North Dakota and Montana. So we have a long way to go in terms of driving capital. And what's interesting is it's not that there's not wealth in these states, it's there haven't been vehicles. The wealth in the states that are here, the money that's made here ends up getting invested outside, and we have to figure out a way to attract and retain the capital that's there. I threw up this one. We got Will here doing stuff. You've got the gentleman from Sequoia that's going to be here this afternoon. Chelsea, your own very own Chelsea Stoner, who's recently named partner at Battery Ventures. They've raised $4 billion. She's from Plentywood. She played basketball in Plentywood growing up in a ranch near there. And so again, you've got connections in Montana to people to Silicon Valley Venture. You got people like Will moving back. I think there's all upside for you in terms of attracting capital to the state. In terms of workforce, it's great we're here at the university talking about this. Montana, starts off with a little bit of a disadvantage, like North Dakota, because we're low population states. 0.3% of the U.S. population, even less of the world's population. And in terms of population, Montana ranks ahead of North Dakota in terms of density. It ranks behind us because you've got about twice as much space for not twice as many people. But again, it's a wide open thing, and so tech companies, as much people like telecommuting, when they want to put something, they want to know there's going to be a community that they can find and drive. So you're going to end up with a disproportion of the tech jobs are going to be aggregated in the larger cities in the state. that's where they're going to go. So the policies that create vibrant cities are actually directly related to your ability to attract and retain talent in tech fields. The good news is that everybody thinks Montana's cool. Montana is cool. Montana's got incredible outdoor amenities. And on the 100 best places to live, you got 4 cities that are already on the list. Montana is a great brand. Steve talked about it last night, that people are sort of wistful. You know, when they hear that you're from Montana, people are sort of half jealous about it. You got a huge thing. Trust me, that doesn't happen with North Dakota. This doesn't happen. You know, you got Brad Pitt and Robert Redford, and we've got the movie Fargo that we have to overcome, and now we've got the new TV series that's out. So apparently Fargo it's not only cold and inhospitable, then a lot of people die, horrible grisly deaths and things like wood chippers. You know, so that's what we're recruiting against. I mean, you guys got the skiing and the fly fishing, and we're like, you know, serial killers. It's a challenge for us. But anyway, you got this going for you. You've also got the education, not only the public ones, the community ones, private colleges like Carroll College. You've got a great set of groups, but again, the things that has to be done is, and there's a lot of great things done. The hire the Bobcat, the retain the employees, more tech education. There's a lot of things that go here. The things we heard about this morning from your president, you know, talking about it, all that's very encouraging, but higher education plays key. But it's not just higher education. Some of this stuff, particularly if you want more women in tech, that's got to start much earlier. It's got to start down in the elementary school and junior high, because we got a disproportionate number of women are getting out of the math classes early on. We have to look at that culturally in the school system, K through 12, to make sure that we keep the pipeline going starting early on. But in spite of all the good things that are happening, if someone looked at the state, they'd probably say, hey, there's a shortage, job growth is strong, worker shortages loom. This is something you have to face, and if the graduates that are coming out of those schools aren't enough, then you have to be open to net in-migration of people moving to the state and moving back here. And one of the other things that you can do is internship programs. I don't know where Montana stands on this thing, but James Burgum, my partner, when he was working in the governor's office right out of college, was instrumental in helping build up the North Dakota statewide internship program, which has got some great incentives for hiring and retaining kids. And so that's been one of the things that we've taken large advantage of in all the startups that we're doing in the state to help retain graduates in the state. One of the things that's a headwind, that's a national problem, is the amount of student debt. And again, this is something that used to be a very local issue, but now the federal government's got very involved with the current administration's takeover of the student loan programs. If you look at that blue line, shooting towards the sky, that's the change in total amount of debt since 2003. Since the crash, mortgage debt is down, credit card debt is down, average student loan debt per household has continued to skyrocket. And now for the first time, we've got student loan debt nationally exceeding $1 trillion. And if you shove money towards students and say, here's money for an education, and it's really cheap and it's really free and maybe you won't even have to pay it back, what's the response of all that money that's being pushed in that way? Tuition goes up. When we pushed a lot of money towards housing, we had a housing bubble. You push a lot of money towards student loans, you get a tuition bubble. And I predict bad things for higher education in the coming decade, because this is a balloon that's ready to explode, and it's creating a burden on our young people, including some people that have got so much debt. When they get out, instead of starting a business, they try to go get a safe job because they got to pay down all those loans, as opposed to I don't have much debt and I'll go start something. So this is it's stifling entrepreneurship is what it's doing, and it's a national issue that we need to pay attention to. In terms of at the K through 12 level, it's interesting to me. Again, there's such a debate about charter schools and school choice. But I think if you said to parents, would you like to have more alternatives for your kids, education opportunities versus the one public, insert the word government schools? I think most parents would say yes. It's strange to me in the sort of the land of the free, home of the brave, upper Midwest, Great Plains, and Montana, where some of the last states in the nation that don't allow charter schools. And charter schools represent, it's not a threat to public education, it represents competition. Competition drives innovation in every field, and at least I know, I wish that in North Dakota that we'd had some more competition, because as good as our public schools are, they can get better because the change is happening so fast in technology. Competition would help drive that. Code Montana, great example of something you're doing to try to get more people into tech. From an immigration standpoint, we've got to be more open. We've got to solve the immigration issues. This isn't all about what the headlines about people tapping our social systems in a way where they're not productive. It's also a way where we've got a number of immigrants that are highly productive and want to start businesses. And what I've observed, working in an organization like at Microsoft, where we've got thousands of the brightest kids in India that want to come and work for a company like Microsoft, if we don't create an opportunity for them to do that, now they can go back to India and do their startup. I would rather have them become an American citizen and create thousands of jobs here in the same way that all of our ancestors moved to the U.S. and built this country on immigration. There's a federal program called the H-1B quota. It allows 65,000 highly qualified skilled workers to come to the U.S. The last 3 years in a row, the quota has been filled in 5 days. 5 days, boom, closed. And guess who gets those? It's the large organizations like Microsoft that are geared up with large legal staffs that get these visa applications in, and small companies that are startups in places like North Dakota and Montana have a hard time competing for these. And if you think this is a big city thing, I mean, back in Fargo, that company is talking about Intelligent Insights, we had two graduates. They were from two female graduates, computer science from India in Fargo, trying to get them an H-1B quota to work at Intelligent Insights. They would have stayed in North Dakota the rest of their lives, I'm sure. But again, you can't get the visa applications. So that's the work for us. Local infrastructure. It starts with the physical infrastructure. Congratulations, Bozeman, topping 500,000 passenger landings in the last 12 months. I think that's the highest in the state. I'm sure that's been driven partly by tourism, but also partly by what's happening here with tech. You have to have a way to get customers and partners in and out of your state, and so having good airport infrastructure around your metro areas matters. We talked about the Internet of Things, and to allow the Internet of Things to work across ag and education and healthcare, you've got to have good high-speed services. Some of that's happening here. We had a great policy discussion on that earlier with our FCC commissioners that were here, but you've got to keep working on this to make sure the local infrastructure, that last mile, gets the services at the right price to the people that can do it. Again, other things like Bootstrap Montana, Startup Bozeman, those are all things as part of that local culture that are great. And then last thing I want to touch on is social climate, which usually never makes its way into a tech conference because for whatever reasons, political correctness, people don't want to touch it, but I'm happy to jump in on this thing. This is one, again, as just an indicator. I know that there are people that would probably say we don't want to have a lot of people from California moving to Montana. We have enough of them. They can stay in California. But if someone from California was going to choose to move to Montana or North Dakota, you've got an edge on this slide. And same for if they're coming from Washington or Oregon or Colorado. And again, maybe this will get resolved with some federal legislation. But it's an indication, again, we're talking about trying to recruit millennials out of college. Generationally, there's different views on this, and if a place looks too socially conservative, you can turn all the millennials away because they say this is not a place I want to live. Another one of those topics, which is really divided largely by age. If you look at people that are under age 35, or almost vast majority of them are in support of marriage equality, and this is a situation where, again, Montana progressively moving forward on this helps suggest that you're open for business for all citizens, people that have grown up in Montana, brothers, sisters, cousins, friends, nephews, and nieces would feel welcome here. States that are on the wrong side of this thing are not attracting. They're excluding not just the people that are directly affected, but the relatives and the friends and the supporters of people that think that all people should have equality. So then that goes. Those social issues are important, and Montana has an opportunity to be progressive there. So in the end of this thing, focusing on really saying that vibrant downtowns create smart, healthy cities. Again, some of the things, it's not just the physical buildings. You've got a beautiful downtown here in Bozeman, but it's also the programming that goes with them. TEDx got started in Fargo a few years ago. This last summer, we had 1,600 people at an event in downtown Fargo. Fabulous, energizing day. It's up and going here. I would support it. It's a great way to bring ideas in the community together. 1 million cups started. It was an idea started by the Kauffman Foundation for entrepreneurs. The idea that the way you help entrepreneurs get going is you have a cup of coffee with someone who's been there and done that. And then they said, well, how do we scale it? Well, we'd scale it if we could have 1 million cups of coffee. So they started this program. They give you a template. It's free. We launched it in Fargo about a year ago. And so every Wednesday morning at a community theater in downtown Fargo, it's a free event. It's 15 minutes of coffee where the entrepreneurial community gets together. And then the format is 1 or 2 entrepreneurs talk for 6 minutes. They do Q&A. The last question that's asked at Million Cups every week, it's from someone in the audience, ask the entrepreneur, what can we do to help you? If I'd ever thought during the 1980s that anybody in the Fargo community would have said that to me, as opposed to, why are you starting a software company in Fargo? This is really a bad idea. It'll never work here. I mean, that was the environment in the 1980s. Now there's a network of support where people are saying, what can we do to help you? It's a powerful thing. And the entrepreneurs, so there have been 200 to 250 people come to every one of these every Wednesday morning. And the new ideas that are coming out of it's fantastic. From that have come ideas like the Fargo Startup House, where we got some in-resident entrepreneurs, Women's Startup Weekend, Fargo Startup Weekend, other companies that are saying, it's fantastic that we have leadership from Steve Daines saying, let's have a tech conference, but guess what? You don't have to wait for Steve to hold another one next year or the year after. We got a startup company in Fargo, a mobile company. They said, let's have a mobile summit. These guys launched their own conference, and they packed in all the mobile developers from the upper Midwest. Arthur Ventures jumped on board, came up with a Cultivate.U. We bring our entrepreneurs in from around the country, pack the Fargo Theater, 800 and some people at each Cultivate, with ideas about how do you build companies. Build. This is again from Intelligent Insights. This is a healthcare tech conference, and then other things again that just support community that sometimes happen in conjunction with these. Alley Fair, celebrating the spaces in between. Red River Market, which is a Saturday morning farmers market. Etche Art Gallery has been a fantastic partner in hosting events and receptions for all of these conferences. And then you've got things like the Downtown Bozeman Christmas Stroll, which you may think of it's really about retailers. It's also a chance for you to think about how do we recruit people to come here? How do the companies get behind supporting the downtown events as a way to build your workforce? And then when we're designing our cities, we need less of this. We need less of the undifferentiated edge, which is unattractive to millennials, and it's not where baby boomers want to retire. And you need more of this, which is you need the redevelopment of the core, and you need more things like what you're doing in Bozeman or in Missoula to create cities like this, like Great Falls, like Missoula, like Helena, and like Billings. And like Bozeman, because with vibrant downtowns, you not only build an economically smarter city, but you also help attract and retain the workforce that you need to get the work done. So with that, I want to just say, again, it's been fantastic being here with you. I'm honored to have the opportunity to be here in Montana. I'm thrilled about all the progress that Montana has made in getting high-tech companies going. But I also hope that you got the message that there is work to be done across all of the areas of business climate, social climate, local infrastructure, the things where the empowerment is here, the thing you can do things to make it better and more attractive and more supportive for people to build companies here in Montana. So I wish you well on that, and thanks for letting me be part of it.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Did you catch all that? Wow, huh? Thank you, Doug. And thank you, too, for your insights, your understanding, truly, of rural America. And if you can do it in Fargo, we can do it in Bozeman. I think that's right, and across Montana. The other day, I was having a conversation with Senator Marco Rubio, also one of your, I think about half the senators running for the President of the United States. He's one of them. We were chatting about the fact that the world's largest taxi company doesn't own a taxi. What's the name of that company? Uber. The most popular media owner in the world creates zero content. That would be Facebook. The world's largest accommodation provider doesn't own real estate. It's called Airbnb. There's just these dramatic shifts going on with technologies, as Doug articulated, having profound effects on our new economy. We are going to shift gears now and talk about a very important subject of cybersecurity. As I mentioned earlier, there are two kinds of companies out there, those that have been hacked and those that know they've been hacked. The headlines over the past few months have painted a concerning picture of how our nation is handling cybersecurity and growing threats to our digital infrastructure. I was doing an interview with Stuart Varney on Fox Business. When the Office of Personnel Management hack, that is really your HR department of the federal government, when it was hacked by 5 Chinese hackers. And I brought along my own letter because I was one of the federal employees whose account was hacked. I served for 28 years in the private sector, never having my information compromised that we know of, never getting a letter from HR. It's when I became a federal employee as your congressman and now your senator that I received a letter from OPM saying that I had been hacked. What that meant, and at the time the OPM said there were 4 million federal employees compromised, I called for the resignation of the CIO of the OPM. I stood alone with that call in the United States Senate for 2 weeks until right before the 4th of July, several others came on board and the CIO of the OPM stepped down. And that's instincts going back to the private sector in terms of you see what happens in the private sector, a breach of that capacity and that magnitude, there are consequences. But it turns out there were nearly 20 million federal employees hacked. The OPM also processes classified and sensitive applications for men and women who serve the federal government in sensitive roles. But they don't process the very most sensitive applications. Those are done by a different agency, the very, very quiet, the spook side of the equation, if you will. What does that mean when you have hackers from China who compromise that data? They're now looking at the registrars across the men and women who serve in the foreign service across the world. And they might see the list in Beijing of 150 State Department workers. Why are 140 of them cross-referenced on the OPM hack? Who are these 10 that aren't on it? It goes without saying that how serious this hack was and what this means for our nation and the men and women who serve us, sometimes in harm's way every day. And that's why we wanted to make sure we talked about cybersecurity today. And as Doug articulated in his slides, just as it's all moving with the Internet of Things, the rapid advance of technology, with it come threats. And that's why we'll talk about cyber. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from our panelists discuss how they're working together to keep American businesses and consumers safe from these emerging cyber threats. So I'd like to first welcome our moderator. Come on up. Robert Trainum, the Vice President of Communications at the Bipartisan Policy Center. Robert will be moderating this panel. And then if our panelists will come forward, we have Angela McKay, the Director of Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy in Microsoft's Global Security Strategy and Diplomacy team. We have Chad Green, the Director of Security at Facebook. We have Chris Schrichty, President and Chief Executive Officer for Terradact. You're going to hear more about Terradact. That's a Missoula company. Ben Nelson, I worked with Ben at Right Now Technologies for years. Ben's one of the smartest guys I know. He's a Senior Director of Cloud Security and Compliance at Oracle. And Anthony Kokenauer, President at Hoplite Industries. Please welcome this distinguished panel and the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator, and good morning / good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Trainum. As the Senator mentioned a few moments ago, I am the Vice President of Communications at the Bipartisan Policy Center. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask for your forgiveness in advance. I've been told that the majority of you in this room are hungry and that lunch will start promptly at 12 o'clock, or excuse me, at 12:15 or so. So nevertheless, I'm going to proactively interrupt our panelists from time to time when it's time to move on. So it's not their fault, it's mine, if in fact they get into a very deep policy answer and yours truly has to interrupt them. So my apologies in advance. And thank you, panelists, for your forgiveness in advance for that. Let's spend about 30 seconds or so each, maybe 45 seconds, give or take. And we'll start with you, Angela. Why don't you talk to us about what your organization does, why you do what you do, and most importantly, what do you see as the biggest, cybersecurity threat out there in 2015?
Okay, perfect. In 45 seconds. So Microsoft is a name that's familiar to probably or most everyone in the audience, but we do products and services that help people realize their potential. I think typically people think about the Windows environment, but we are one of the largest cloud service providers. We also offer a search engine, Bing, and for those of you that are gamers in the audience, you think about the Xbox platform. Myself, I lead our cybersecurity policy on a global basis. We do cybersecurity policy on a global basis because we have recognized that not only are individuals, but companies and governments are fundamentally interconnected with each other, and we're trying to create an ecosystem across which companies, not only mine, but those who build on top of our platforms and innovators can continue to provide products and services around the world. The number one most pressing challenge I see is not a technical challenge. It's actually the one that Doug mentioned earlier around the workforce, the human capital challenge. Right now we have about 2.5 billion people online around the world. In the next 5 years, we will almost double that to 4.5 billion users. Those users are coming online from geographies who have different cultural perspectives about how they use the internet, and they're coming on in different ways. And as a leader around in a global business, we have to think about those people create risk not only in their environments, but in ours as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
My name's Chris Schrichten. I'm the CEO of Teradax Solutions here in Montana, over in Missoula, about 3 hours from here. And our company provides, it's a software company that provides data-centric security tool wherein we leverage our ability to apply policy-driven classifiers to information within data and within documents. So think of things like personally identifiable information, social security numbers, classified information, or healthcare information. Once we've applied the classifiers to the information, we then can do something with it, such as send a custom version of a document to an individual, remove it, or potentially even replace it with information that may not be real. The idea of providing data-centric security is somewhat new these days, as to date, people have been looking at ways to protect the perimeter, and we're working with some of the companies that are represented on this panel. I'd like to thank Senator Daines for having a small company in a hub zone here in Montana, where the majority of our employees are veterans, and I feel like I'm in lofty company up here, so thank you.
Chad?
Thanks. And I'd like to kick off by thanking Senator Daines as well. This is a great group. I'm the Director of Security at Facebook. I have worked across various pieces of our security team. And at Facebook, our number one goal is to make the world more open and connected. And essentially that means trying to connect every single person in the world. So we've got businesses that we've brought online and nonprofits that we've brought online, like internet.org, that are trying to bring internet connectivity to the rest of the world. We've got Instagram, WhatsApp, a portfolio of companies that are trying to make it possible to communicate with anyone in the world at any time, very rapidly. And so what that means on the security team is that we work across these businesses. My specific role is, if you take the mantra that we've heard today about knowing you've been hacked, I'm the guy that's on the hook for knowing that we've been hacked and then doing something about it. So I run our incident response teams, our threat intelligence teams, and our detection teams.
Ben?
Yeah, I'd also like to extend my thanks for throwing this together, not only to Senator Daines, but to all of you for showing up. This is a great turnout, so it's really encouraging to see as a Montana resident myself. So I'm in charge of security in the Oracle Cloud. And what that means is I'm kind of more the nuts and bolts guy. So I'm in charge of securing the systems, doing incident response, ethical hacking, also responsible for regulatory compliance, which is kind of part and parcel with some of the discussions that we're having today and some things that we could do collectively to improve security for consumers and for our enterprise customers as well. So happy to answer some questions today and talk further.
Anthony?
Hi, I'm Anthony Kokenauer, founder and president of Hoplite Industries. I believe we're the smallest company represented here today, but definitely in good company, and this is humbling. Again, thank you for the turnout, Senator Daines and your hardworking staff. Hoplite was founded to begin to solve some of the, unfortunately, long-standing cybersecurity threat detection and threat remediation problems that face the industry. I'm definitely humbled to have two emerging partners for Hoplite here at the table as we work on our emerging and very exciting partnerships with Microsoft, and I think being Facebook's latest member of their amazing threat exchange. So thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Just feel free to jump in when appropriate. And I want to start off by saying, according to the latest Pew charitable poll just a couple of weeks ago, about 64% of Americans, or two-thirds of Americans, actually use a smart device or something to access their personal data. And so my question for any of you or all of you is, what are you doing to protect that data proactively? What are you doing to ensure that whether it's grandmom or whether it's the grandchild, whoever is using this smart device, is actually that information is secure? Does anyone want to tackle that?
I'll start.
Anthony?
So I think culturally speaking, to Angela's point, one of the things that we really need to begin to transform, especially as millennials become an increasing part of the workforce, is making security effective but transparent. We all know that typically when we look at information security professionals, we're the people that say no, when in fact we should be the people that you typically don't think about. If what we're doing is truly effective, you shouldn't worry about security. And part of our philosophy, and I think part of really effective emerging information security policies and technologies, really embrace the fact that it should be invisible. Threat detection should simply do its job. Threat remediation should not require user interaction or users' knowledge of what threats may be out there, who may be after their data, or what they may do with it downstream.
Anyone else? Angela?
I'll maybe just augment that and build on the point of transparency that I strongly agree with. I think it's important that we work across the technical layer, the operational layer, and the policy layer, and think about solutions that cross all of these and engage across all those. So in the post-Snowden environment, most people are familiar with cloud service providers are doing a huge amount of encryption of data at rest and encryption data in motion. And that's one of the things that goes on in the technical environment. In the operational level, companies, many of the companies across this panel and others that you can recognize the names of, are engaged in sharing information on the threats that we see. The tools, techniques, and practices that they see in their environment are shared with others so that they can prevent those attacks or at least mitigate their consequences earlier in other environments. And then to the transparency piece. Not only do we need to make sure that the security practices are transparent and easy for users, otherwise they will just bypass them. Also, as organizations, we need to be transparent about how we are sharing information on our customers, for example, in response to law enforcement requests or intelligence requests. Do things like transparency reports that actually share and talk with our customers about what we're doing in this space.
Anyone else? Chad or anyone else?
I would agree with both and probably just add one of the things we think quite a bit about is
Much better.
One of the things that we think quite deeply about is sort of the mobile life cycle, and it is very important for to understand that mobile devices have, is it just
not working?
How about now? All right, there we go. Mobile devices have a life cycle like any technology, and it can be a long life cycle, especially if you're trying to bring emerging markets into the ecosystem. Feature phones from early 1990s are still very much the norm in most of the world, and so building for the future, you have to start kind of now with some of the security primitives that we've got, knowing that those are going to be around for a really long time.
You know, it's interesting. The White House just announced a couple of days ago, some of you may know this, that President Xi Jinping, the president of China, is making a state visit here to the United States in a couple of weeks. And what's also very interesting is that President Xi Jinping is going to be in Seattle. And ironically, he's going to be meeting with the president of Apple, the president of Boeing, and also the president of Starbucks, among others. And President Obama and Susan Rice, as you may know, the national security advisor, they're both on record as saying that, look, China, we know what you're doing with respect to cyber attacks. We're watching you, but yet and still, we're still very much interested in communicating with you or having a relationship with you as it relates to asymmetrical threats or cybersecurity threats. And so my question for the panelists is, of the technologies currently available today, is the government and private sector, are they really fully utilizing all of the tools, if you will, that are afforded to them? And if not, why? And if so, why? Ben?
Yeah, so I'll start out here. The short answer is no, we're not.
Why?
But why we're not often is because, and I see this a lot in talking to our customers, there's a balance to be struck between usability and security. And in the consumer space, that's absolutely imperative. You know, Anthony was talking about making ourselves invisible. We really need to do that. And not
but can you really do that in the post 9/11 world? I mean, is that really feasible? Is that realistic?
Well, that's where I was going. You know, yeah, I'm not sure that we entirely can. We've spent years trying to educate consumers about the privacy of their own data. But the fact of the matter is that grandma and grandpa aren't spending time thinking about how they're using their data. They're thinking about the benefits that they're getting by providing their data and the conveniences that go along with that. And so it's difficult from a technology perspective to try and use technology to educate them in that front. So we really do need to spend more time thinking about technologies that are transparent and do act on behalf of consumers in their best interest. One of the things that we don't do well in the United States actually is joint legislation around this. Every individual state has some form of privacy legislation. There's 50 states. It gets really confusing for enterprise and commercial providers to be able to provide solutions that meet the requirements of all those things without rolling them up in the form that many of our global counterparts have.
Before I get to you, Chris, and then I'll get to you, Angela, are you saying, Ben, that there's a lot of confusion coming out of Washington, surprise, as it relates to a national law or national or federal legislation to be a little bit more clear on this issue?
I wouldn't say it's a confusion. I'd just say it's a lack of communication, period.
Okay.
We haven't taken a stance at the federal level on consumer privacy, really, and we should.
Chris, you're going to say something?
Well, I think one of the problems until recently has been that companies and the government have not really been able to look at, let's take commercial entities first. Privacy and security took a back seat because they couldn't necessarily find an ROI associated with implementing technology. They didn't sell more widgets because they put better security around their data. However, you know, the game's changed since the likes of the Target breach, the breach at OPM, Home Depot, JP Morgan, you name it. That everybody in the room's probably been affected in some way or another. So there are quantifiable repercussions now for companies that don't protect sensitive data like personally identifiable information. And if they're breached, there are the repercussions range from fines to, for a publicly traded company, a hit to market cap that could be billions of dollars.
Angela?
Yeah, much like my colleagues here, and I think, you know, none of us like to hear about the large-scale breaches. I myself have received numerous letters, not only in the OPM context, but the Anthem breach, Primera breach, Target breach. It's kind of weird as a security professional when you start receiving all those letters. But the upside is, like Chris noted, basically there has been, the security community for a long time has been talking about cybersecurity risk. But at this point in time, it's now gotten to a level of conversation where business leaders groups and policy leaders are starting to recognize that there are additional actions that need to be taken, and that there needs to be traceability between what occurs in the technical layer, where decisions are being made by CIOs and CISOs, up to the board level, so that there's some accountability and traceability that occurs, and that cyber risk management is not a siloed effort, but rather integrated into enterprise risk management. That's one of the reasons I was so excited that Senator Daines and his team held this meeting and invited us and had this panel, is so that we could have this conversation. It is important regardless of the size of your organization and to you as an individual. As I stated in my opening remarks, the globally interconnected society and that risk level is defined by individuals, companies, and governments.
You know, it's interesting, Angela, it's almost like you read my talking points, because that's serendipitous to what I wanted to ask next. How many entrepreneurs are in the room? Raise your hand. Okay, so almost half, if not a little bit more. To Angela's point, gentlemen, what else should entrepreneurs be doing? What else should they proactively be thinking about as it relates to protecting customer information? Because as we know, just from a few slides ago, is that Montana clearly is a hub for an incubator, if you will, for a lot of high-tech jobs, and it will continue to be that way for generations to come. So proactively, I mean, she mentioned board accountability. She mentioned some other things. What else is there? Ben, did you want to?
Sure. So, one of the things that small business owners could do and entrepreneurs is thinking about the data they're collecting. I think the easiest thing to do, because storage is so cheap, we just saw that, is collect everything and store it forever. Well, you can derive value out of data without having the particulars of a particular individual, for example. And thinking about that proactively is easier than thinking about it after the fact when you've got terabytes and terabytes of data to clean up. Or, heaven forbid, you've faced a breach of some sort and have to answer for the fact that you've kept all that data. So I think thinking proactively about the type of data you're keeping and the value you want to derive out of that up front is imperative.
Anthony?
Kind of building on some of Ben's points there, I think every entrepreneur in the room or anyone who's been part of a startup or early stage business, we all understand generally the business planning process. We all plan for sales and marketing, G&A, things of that nature. Security needs to be a line item. And to Angela's point, with this now being a board level conversation, cybersecurity that is, I think we'll get there in the next 5 to 10 years. But if you're starting a business now, especially if you're dealing with any sensitive data, security needs to be baked in. It's not bubble wrap. It can't be bubble wrap, and we've tried that for 2.5 decades. And I don't think we've done very well if you just read the news. And so I think baking it in from the get-go, even if you're not a software company, not a hardware company, think about it and get an advisory board member, reach out to someone in the InfoSec community, understand the implications now, otherwise you'll pay for it later, unfortunately.
You know, it's interesting, obviously we're here on this beautiful campus, and as soon as I heard about the Home Depot branch and a breach, as well as some of the others, I immediately thought this is a really interesting cottage industry, meaning cybersecurity, with respect to, and maybe it's not a cottage industry, maybe that's my naivete, but it seems to me that there is a significant, there could be or will be a significant amount of growth, job growth, in that sector. And since we're obviously here at a university where these great professionals are educating the future leaders of the country, am I right? Is there significant growth in that field, Angela?
Well, I opened saying that the workforce challenge was the #1 biggest pressing challenge on a global basis. So yes, there are job opportunities abounding in cybersecurity, and I encourage people to go into it. I personally have an engineering background, so I love hearing people talk about STEM. You know, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are incredibly important. But I also want to make sure we augment that. Security is a combination of science and art, and it actually requires a degree of creativity. And so we need to also realize that it's not just technical backgrounds that are going to be successful here, but the integration of a diversity of backgrounds and skills. Strategic thinking, I was talking about this last night over dinner. People who can connect the security challenge to the business opportunity, and who start to realize that security can be a business enabler, and it should be part of a strategy. That kind of strategic thinking and system level thinking is really important. And the last thing I want to raise is ultimately interpersonal skills. I work with a lot of folks who are super technical. I sit on an engineering team that's based in Redmond. And what I'm finding is those who are able to make a real difference are not just the ones who can code particular products or services or hack to find a vulnerability, but who can then communicate about that and why it matters to someone else who can make the case for that issue, why it needs to be managed, or what investment needs to be made.
Any other advice, Chad, for students out there? How many students are in the room, just out of curiosity? Okay, so maybe about 15, 20? Okay. Chad?
So I would add, I think it's probably the field out there right now that has the most opportunity and the most jobs. I've been in Facebook for almost 5 years, and I've never had a time where we didn't have at least 10 to 12, or which is essentially unlimited security engineering roles open, and we've grown that team into the hundreds at this point, as is Microsoft and some of the other big companies, and everyone is still hungry to bring on talented security engineers. I would add that as you're looking at skill sets, I think some of the curriculum that is out there needs to continue catching up and adapting and becoming much more hands-on. I think when we look for students, we look at kids that have gone and participated in capture the flag tournaments, have done a lot of hands-on work, have configured a router, have configured switches, and really kind of been in the trenches on that stuff.
Ben?
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate a couple of the points about a broad skill set. I myself did not come into security, the security field, via a security program, and I don't think most security professionals did. This speaks more to the art piece. Studying a broad range of topics and understanding them and being passionate about them is what creates a good security individual. So I tend to hire more for that than I do for a particular security skill set. So passion for security and a broad skill set makes for a good security professional.
Anyone else before we move on?
I think as far as job opportunities within information security, it's, I think we'll look back 10 to 20 years from now and realize that we could not accurately predict the new pieces of InfoSec, of information security related jobs that are not yet created. I think one of the most exciting areas is a lot of the cross-discipline activities that we see: information technology, information security, management, and legal. You begin to fuse things like that together, you get a very interesting, I think, very powerful view of information security that we didn't have 10 years ago.
How many of you in here, I'm just curious, was enthralled like I was with the whole Sony hack breach of security when all those emails came out and the president and CEO, which he thought was confidential emails, were talking about Brad Pitt and some of the other. Was anyone else infatuated with this, or is it just me? Am I the only geek? Okay. Well, the reason why I bring it up is because there was some really juicy, twisted stuff and that was leaked or that was hacked, and I think I can say this: we think that it was North Korea, based on that movie and you're just going down the list. But my question is this the tip of the iceberg? I mean, should we? I get the sense that there's not a sense of urgency with Americans about this stuff. I mean, we've already talked about Home Depot, we've already talked about some of the other data breaches, and everyone's like, oh, okay, that's really bad that happened. But there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency from our leaders on the political field. No offense to Senator Daines, but also to the private leaders out there. Or is it that they are very concerned behind the scenes, but they don't want to create a panic? Is this the tip of the iceberg, or? Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, sorry, I'll keep speaking up here. So I think it's the new norm, frankly, and unfortunately. I think it is the tip of the iceberg, but I think consumers have a very short attention span, and so these things happen, and something blows up on Twitter, and they move on to the next topic. So,
but even you think that's germane, Ben? Even when it comes to your personal information, meaning your credit card, your social security number, and so forth, do you think Americans still have a short attention span with that?
Yeah, absolutely do, and that's partially because of the work that's done on the back end. I mean, there are consumer protections that are starting to appear on the back end that take care of these things in a way that they don't have to think about them for too long. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that it happened up front. It absolutely is. But we're getting better on the back end at kind of triaging and taking care of those things. We need to move back to the front end and start trying to think about how we prevent them.
I'll go to Anthony and then.
I would agree. I think this is unfortunately the tip of the iceberg. Would definitely agree in terms of attention span and sense of urgency. I think culturally speaking, one of the things that we kind of suffer from is where do we place our priorities when it comes to threats. We've enjoyed for centuries a great deal of safety as a nation, and I think it's despite, in addition to attention span, we're not really as a people accustomed to being afraid of very much. And I think this is something that is rather tilted. A lot of enemies of our nation do unfortunately hold asymmetric advantages against us. And I don't think this will really become permanent pieces of national conversation like Department of Defense or military affairs has been for decades throughout the Cold War, until we unfortunately suffer. And obviously I think everyone up here on this panel works hard 7 days a week to help avoid that. But I think if there's something we could pass along, be urgent about it. This is a significant issue that affects everyone, and it's not just your social security number or your credit card data.
You know, before I go to Angela, just anecdotal, I used to work in the White House for President Bush, and I had the opportunity to ask him. We were flying back from a campaign stop, and it was just he and I in the room it was very rare. And I said, you know, Mr. President, I said, if you can share, what is the biggest thing that keeps you up at night? And he, without any hesitation, he said asymmetrical threats. He said, I am very concerned about a terrorist attack on this country, very similar to 9/11, but in a very different way. He said a power grid going out, or perhaps maybe one of our dams, like these soft threats, if you will, that we don't pay attention to, but could create major havoc on the country if, God forbid, something like that was to happen. Angela?
So much like my colleagues, I think this is unfortunately the new normal. But I think a couple of things that are helpful in this space and some actions that need to be taken in advance. So as we talked about earlier, the marketplace is going to be doing more in security than it ever has before because of awareness of these issues, because of the degree of accountability and liability as raised by my colleague Chris that is starting to come up. Defenses are being raised. And there's good work for government and industry to really work together to figure out how to continue to incentivize improvements in defenses. At the same time, almost all the examples, both raised by the moderator and by my colleagues, also talk about state actions in cyberspace, not just, for example, the Russian crime network going after a particular company, but also state actors. And that's one of those spaces where there is still opportunity and need for government and industry collaboration and cross-government collaboration to define appropriate rules for acceptable and unacceptable state behavior in cyberspace. There are things that are common goods for everyone in this room and all of the enterprises that rely on, for example, the trusted mechanisms that underpin the internet. There are places where we could say, you know what, states are going to take action in cyberspace. We need to accept that it is a domain of conflict, but what are those things that are so risky that could challenge the environment that collectively we need to declare them out of bounds? What is the equivalent of a hospital or the Red Cross or the Red Crescent in cyberspace that is not considered a valid target for state action?
Chris, did you want to add something, and then Chad, before we move on?
Well, I think it is just the tip of the iceberg, and I think until the pain level rises, we're not going to see the type of money that needs to be spent to solve some of these problems. If you look at the OPM breach, besides what the individuals that were affected, there are national security implications, and we may not have even seen the other shoe drop yet. If they take those records and file false tax returns, for example, the IRS is going to pay out the tax returns, and then they'll chase later, and by that time it's too late. So, governments are going to have to start sharing information more freely, and that can be done, by anonymizing some of the information so that they can look for trends. And I think until everybody realizes that, we're going to continue to see these types of nefarious activities.
Chad?
I would just add, every time there's one of these breaches, you hear two words. You hear sophisticated, unprecedented. Okay, well, there have been hundreds of these, so they are precedented. And they use the same tactics and tools, techniques, malware each time. So they are maybe slightly sophisticated, but well known. And so I think that's where we go back to collaboration across various companies and governments is essential here. So we mentioned earlier threat exchange, which is something that my team worked deeply on. And it's just basically the plumbing to allow companies to share kind of what they're seeing attack-wise and trade that data around and make sure that if the next Sony comes up and they've seen a piece of malware, that anyone else that is looking to defend against that same tool has that data. And I think that's going to be really helpful because it helps with kind of the communal defense. And there's not a real way to continue saying that these are unprecedented on the next one and the next one after that and the next one.
We got about 4 minutes left, so this is where I'm going to start to get a little bit more aggressive with the cutting off. So my apologies. But I do want you to eat. That's important. We keep talking about what the government should be doing and the collective threat, if you will, but just as importantly, maybe one or two people can answer this before we go into the last question, is what can consumers, what else should they be doing? I mean, we talk about changing your password every 2 weeks and making it much more, creative and so forth, but is there anything else that consumers should be doing to protect their data in concert with whatever the government should be doing? Chris?
Well, I think, first of all, people are still reluctant to leverage the cloud. And there's this perception that, I'm putting my data up there and it's out there now and it's less secure. Well, it's probably less secure in your living room than it is in the cloud these days with all the encryption capabilities and other security measures that are taken to protect that data. So I think people need to really educate themselves on what kind of tools are available to help protect their data. They need to, and so do companies. Employees need to have go through a rigorous process of how they protect their information that's on their handheld device, change their passwords and things like that. Individual consumers, I think, are pretty free with their data because it makes their life a lot more convenient, but I'm certain that in the back of everyone's mind is a concern that if it's compromised, what do I do now?
Right. So. Chad?
I'd say two really tactical things. Take advantage of the security measures that companies are offering. So the best one is two-factor authentication. If it's out there, use it. And then the second is, regardless of how strong, we sort of failed as an industry and said, choose a strong password. While that's important, choose a different password for every service. My team has run, at this point, billions of credentials through a checking system and protected accounts that matched from other people's breaches. And I think there's always a 5 to 10% hit rate, so people are sharing those passwords across services.
Last question for each of you, if you wouldn't mind taking about 45 seconds. Every 5 months, maybe every 5 minutes, I don't know, but it seems like more and more technology companies are coming out with new products. And so how do you protect that from an intellectual property standpoint? What advice would you give companies to be able to protect their data and also obviously to protect their product, whatever that product may be? Angela?
Certainly. Intellectual property is the lifeblood of most people who are in the technology field, second probably to the human capital resources that I was talking about earlier. I'd maybe like to highlight one of the things that I think Ben raised earlier. Ben was talking about kind of knowing your data and when you keep and store your data. I guess I would say it's very important to think about criticality. If you think about risk management and identify what truly is critical to you. This is a thing that I see that most companies and governments have a problem with. They say, well, everything is critical. And you're like, well, you can't protect everything in the same way. You have a limited set of resources. You need to decide what you're going to manage in-house, what you're going to shift to the cloud. That criticality is going to be very important so that you can protect your most critical assets with the most resources and most advanced technologies. And I guess the other thing I would add on top of that is in thinking about risk management, people tend to think about it from what do I need, what is the business continuity kind of perspective. In today's cyber attack landscape, you also have to think about what is important to an adversary, so what I call a counter intelligence perspective, what is important to someone else, not just what is important to you.
Chris?
Yeah, I had dinner with one of the folks at my table last night, Andrew Kavalkin from the Chamber of Commerce, and we were talking about intellectual property protection. And if you look at IP, it's obviously very important for small companies, but large companies, energy companies, are getting hacked constantly right now, and that has implications across not only their profit and loss, the implications for their employees, the safety of the company and the people that work there, but also it's got national security implications.
Chad? Quickly, please.
I would say building a culture within your company that everyone is on the hook for protecting your IP and not just the security team. I think that's something that we've done well and it's been hugely beneficial.
Ben?
I would just say know what you're good at. Are you good at creating intellectual property? Or are you good at protecting it? And this is where the cloud can help in many instances.
Anthony.
Just like I had said before, have a plan for dealing with, if you create it, have a plan to protect it, and very carefully consider the security of your supply chain.
So I totally wish I could do a selfie right now and do this and look at the clock here because we have 10 seconds left. So thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists here. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Well, thanks to our panel. That was great. Appreciate it so much. Well, it's lunch break, and as they're serving lunch, I want to recognize some students that are here today. We've got the University of Montana Western from Dillon. Where are you all? Raise your hands. Way there in the back. Welcome. Good to have you here. And we've got students from the University of Montana. Where are the UM students at? There they are, right back there. Great. Welcome to the Grizzlies. That's coming from Bobcat. Great to have you here. And then we have some MSU students here as well. If you're an MSU student, raise your hand. Great. All right, good to have you here. Thank you. And then we have some high school students here too. So we have 13 from Helena High. Where are Helena High students? Great. Welcome. Good to have you here. By the way, on the question of what's Congress doing, the House did pass a Protecting Cyber Networks Act. The Senate looks to be taking up that legislation here probably in the next month or so. And fundamentally, if you condense it down to the 15-second soundbite, it is trying to encourage some of the sharing across the private sector when there is a hack that's occurred to allow more sharing and collaboration to work together on some of these threats. There's a lot of liability issues, and this provides liability protection. There's still issues with security and so forth as well, and privacy. There'll be a vigorous debate, but that should be on the Senate floor for debate probably in the next month or so. Now, regarding lunch, it'll be served at your seat. So if you don't have a seat, find one, and we'll get lunch for you. And please also visit our sponsor booths during the lunch hour. There's some sponsor booths there. There's some out in the hallway. We'll be starting promptly at 1:30. We've been trying to keep this right on time, so I can tell you at 1:30 sharp, we'll have Dr. Craig Barrett, the former CEO of Intel, kicking off our afternoon. You don't want to miss that. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah.
All right.
Bill, I think they're going to serve you.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
How you doing?
My word.
Oh, you're still on.
Oh, my. You're still on? Jason, how are you?
I think it's gone.
Go straight up.
No,
or tight. Oh, they're so wide. Huh?
Can you hear me in the back? I think we're on. All right, if you could grab your seats, and we'll get started here for a very full and action-packed afternoon. And before I introduce our next speaker, I want to give a thank you to all of our summit co-sponsors. And I'm going to read each one of these even a little bit slowly. I want you to make sure you hear everybody who's been a co-sponsor, because so many of you have already said, well, we sure appreciate what you all have done here. This is a product of the sponsors who got behind this event. So we want to thank the Bipartisan Policy Center, the MSU Alumni Foundation, the Montana Chamber Foundation, the Montana High-Tech Business Alliance, Assurian, BNSF Railway, Comcast, AT&T, FedEx, Big Sky Bank, Glacier Bank, Microsoft, Oracle, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Global and Intellectual Property Center, the Montana Broadcasters Association, the National Broadcasters Association, Cross Harbor Charter Communications, CTIA, the Wireless Association, and First Interstate Bank. This event has been made possible by those sponsors. Would you join me in giving them a round of applause? Well, I'm very excited to kick off the afternoon by getting to introduce Dr. Craig Barrett. Dr. Craig Barrett is going to share truly his vast knowledge of technology and engineering. He's the retired CEO and chairman of the board for Intel. You saw Doug Burgum talk about Intel, about Moore's Law, Gordon Moore. In many ways, what we have here is someone very special who was very much a part of the revolution that occurred and what Intel created in technology. Talk about disruptive forces. He's held numerous leadership roles with the company. He became Intel's chief operating officer in 1993, its fourth president in 1997, chief executive officer in 1998, and chairman of the board in 2005. Craig has left a lasting impact at Intel. The last time I was in Silicon Valley, I toured, they have a museum at Intel talking about the history of that great company. And there's a corner of that museum for Craig Barrett. He's left truly a lasting impact. He developed the company's industry-leading manufacturing process in over 32 countries, which carried Intel as a leader through the dot-com bust in 2000, as well as through the 2008 recession. Dr. Barrett was going to go into forestry, went into metallurgical engineering instead, with a bachelor's degree at Stanford, a master's degree at Stanford, a PhD at Stanford, and then taught at Stanford for 10 years before joining Intel. In metallurgical engineering, he told me, I didn't even know what I was signing up for that degree. If metallurgical had one L or two L's, all I know, it sounded like a pretty good degree. And we're so thankful, as fate would have it, that Craig made that choice. He's a leading advocate for improving education. Nobody knows education better than Dr. Barrett, and is a vocal spokesman for the value technology can provide in raising social and economic standards globally. His chairmanship and board positions are too many to list here today, but it's safe to say that he stays busy. If you're curious, check out Wikipedia. Craig is here to speak to us today about how business can stay economically competitive in the 21st century. And before I bring him on stage, let me say this. He is sacrificing 2 days of bow hunting right now in Montana for mule deer and elk to be here. And I've heard kind of a common thing. I think Doug Burgum said the same thing. He was on his way to go elk hunting. My only conclusion is we finally found the secret sauce. It's the intersection between elk and electrons, and that is why we're here today. I'm looking forward to hearing his insights and ask you to join me in welcoming Dr. Craig Barrett.
All right, everybody hear that? Pleasure to be here, and the mule deer and the elk will wait, I guess. I really want to talk about a couple of things today. I want to raise the topic of conversation to competitiveness in general in the 21st century, and so I'll talk a little bit about competitiveness between countries, and then we can narrow it down after that to regions within a country, and then at the state or local level, and show you what some other countries around the world are doing that I think are appropriate to discuss here in Bozeman today, because international competitiveness is really what the 21st century is about, and you're competing with different countries as well as different states going forward. And I'll make a few comments that about what the United States is doing and the state of the art at the national level, and then make a couple of comments or suggestions what you might do in Montana. By the way, I am a landowner in Montana. We're over in the Bitterroot Valleys, the west part of the state, slightly south of that other university, but I'm a Stanford affiliate because of the education standpoint. Besides, you guys are in the wrong conferences anyway. But let's talk about the basic rules of competition going forward. And I really have 4 basic rules that I think everybody have to be aware of to talk about competition in the 21st century. The first one is really pretty simple, and we're talking primarily about the high-tech world. Market shares are won and lost during periods of transition. By transition, I mean technology transitions or marketing strategy transition. Some transition occurs in life, and I think you're all aware of this fact. When 2 companies are competing head-on with the same product, market shares don't switch dramatically, but if one company comes up with a new technology, the market share can shift very dramatically. And if you think back in days when there were mainframe and many computer manufacturers, and then PC came along, market shares shifted dramatically. If you look at the camera world, Fuji and Kodak used to fight tooth and nail in film sales. Then the digital camera came along, and they were inconsequential. And actually, Kodak went bankrupt associated with that. How many of you in the audience can remember Motorola? Motorola was the premier communication company of the world a couple of decades ago. They're essentially a non-player today. How many of you can remember Nokia? Nokia was a premier cell phone manufacturer until we had the transition from digital phones to smartphones, and Apple and Samsung took over. And if I come here in a couple of years to give another talk, I'll be able to say, how many of you can remember Apple or Samsung? The real issue is, with a technology transition, market shares can shift almost 100% overnight. And we're seeing some examples of that in the service industry. Uber is having fun in the taxi business. Airbnb is having fun in renting out hotel rooms. Amazon's having fun in consumer marketing, consumer sales. The issue is, if there's a transition that takes place, market shares can shift dramatically. Reason for emphasizing this point is you've seen the biggest transition that has happened in human history in the last decade or two. 3 billion new capitalists came into the world's free market system. Southeast Asia, that's China, India, all the Southeast Asian countries, the Eastern European countries, and Russia to a certain degree. 3 billion people is about half of the world's population. You never had a situation where half the world's population, almost overnight, switched economic systems. So there were 3 billion new competitors that have come into the marketplace. And associated with that change, you should expect major dislocations in market share, economic market share around the world. And frankly, this is something that Washington, D.C. hasn't quite figured out yet. Steve, please take the message back there. But we're competing now with 3 billion people that we weren't competing with a decade or two ago. And market shares are shifting dramatically. And unless you choose to compete, they will continue to shift. And that's something we have to worry about at national level. That's point 1, first rule. Market shares shift with transitions. The second one is your standard of living per capita earning is directly proportional to your education level. And you can plot countries around the world, the average education level, the average per capita earning. Money goes up, salaries go up with education. We hear about that every day in the press, what a college education in the U.S. is worth. Point is, unless the U.S. has the best educated workforce in the world, you can't expect to have the highest standard of living in the world. And we'll make some comments about that in a moment. Third one is a kind of a carryover to one of the panel sessions we had, which is really information and money flow freely across state boundaries, across international boundaries. Sometimes information flows more freely than we would like when people get hacked and such. But right now, money chases ideas wherever those ideas are. And if you have an idea, you can take that idea almost anywhere in the world and be successful with it. So there are very few international boundaries to the flow of money or ideas. There are essentially no boundaries in the United States, state-to-state level. And the fourth rule of the game is 21st century is a century of entrepreneurship, of technology, innovation. It's the innovation century. And the conversation today is about what do you do about high tech? How do you get those jobs? This is a century where those jobs are most important. There's a fifth rule that my predecessor at Intel sometimes quoted, which I think is also important. And Andy Grove coined the phrase once that only the paranoid survive. If you're in the high-tech industry, it pays to be paranoid. If you look what happened to Motorola and Nokia, they weren't paranoid enough. If you look at the mainframe and mini computer manufacturers, they weren't paranoid enough. To give you an idea what paranoia means in the high-tech industry, Intel, my old employer's company, of about $55 billion of revenue a year. Last time I looked, that's about $10 billion a year more than the gross state product of Montana. So Intel is about 25% bigger economically than Montana. Intel's revenue of $55 billion a year, if you look in January to December of any year, in December, 90% of the revenue comes from products that weren't there in January. That means there's a 90% turnover of products and or revenue on an annual basis. It's not like selling Coca-Cola. It's selling products which you have to develop, stay on the technology treadmill, follow Moore's law. So I would just point out parenthetically, as you wish for a more high-tech economy, please recognize what comes along with that. You have to have a continued flow of smart people and new ideas, but we'll get to that in a minute. So what are the societal strategies if you follow these rules of the game and you want to be a player? There are really only three levers that a country, a company, a state can pull to try and influence what's going on. And they're really pretty simple levers. First one happens to be education. If your standard of living is going to go directly as the level of education, the amount of value add that a worker can contribute to their job, then having the best educated workforce is absolutely key. And let me just give you a brief story about the value of education, the value of ideas, the value of the individual. How many of you have heard of Microsoft? Microsoft's a pretty big company. They have an R&D budget, which is in fact bigger than the National Science Foundation budget for research, which is the primary research entity of the US government. So, yeah, $8, $9, $10 billion a year. You'd think if they were going to be strategically threatened, someone was going to come and try to unseat them in their position. It would probably be some other big company with a big R&D budget. But if you look at Microsoft over the years, every time that company has been threatened, there's a very similar set of circumstances. The company has been threatened by a single idea put forward by one or two people, which has almost unseated the company. And let's go through a very quick history. And I don't mean to use Microsoft as a negative example. I could have used any other high-tech company as the same set of challenges. The first challenge to Microsoft was something called the Internet browser. Where did the Internet browser come from? Came from the University of Illinois, Mark Andreessen, into Netscape. Microsoft had to change its entire strategy to compete in the Internet from where they were just off operating system and applications in the PC. Single idea, single research, small research group, University of Illinois. What was the next challenge to Microsoft? Jerry Yang, a Stanford graduate student, comes along with the Internet Directory, Yahoo, forces Microsoft to change. What's the next challenge for Microsoft? 2 Stanford graduate students come up with the search engine, challenges Microsoft. Every one of these challenges, same characteristics. Smart idea from 1 or 2 individuals associated with a major research university. You could have put a 4th challenge to Microsoft, again, a single individual challenging them, Linus Torvald, Linux, open source software. The point here is education, smart people can undermine the biggest enterprise in the United States, most successful enterprise from a software standpoint. So education is a lever you got to pull. Smart people. What's the next lever? Smart ideas, R&D. You can make a plot around the world of countries, their investment level as a percent of GDP, and what is their per capita income. You find those countries that invest the highest percentage of their gross domestic product back into R&D, creating ideas, are ultimately the most successful. U.S. is pretty good at this. The Europeans, trying to follow the U.S., have mandated that every European country should spend 3% of GNP or GDP into R&D. Israelis spend over 5%, the Finns spend nearly 5%. Every successful economy spends a lot on R&D. And we'll make a couple comments about where the U.S. is going in this direction. But you know, the R&D machine looks a little bit like, in the semiconductor industry, Bell Labs, which is an R&D machine back in the 40s and 50s and 60s. Shockley and Bardeen and Herring and those guys invented the transistor. It got spun out as an idea into the semiconductor industry. 2 gentlemen, Bob Noyce at time at Fairchild, Jack Kilby at TI, co-invented the integrated circuit. Whole new industry is spawned. Ted Hoff and a couple of guys invented the microprocessor at Intel. A whole new industry is spawned. Every one of those new ideas associated with R&D budgets. I'll make some comments about the U.S. investment in R&D in a moment. And the last lever you have to pull besides smart people and smart ideas is getting the 2 of them together to do something. And that's the right environment. It's the tax environment. It's the quality of life environment. It's the presence, as you heard earlier this morning, of the venture capital environment. It's pretty tough to take smart people, smart ideas if there's no venture money, no access to money to be successful. And it also helps if you have an attitude which accepts failure. You know, if you live in and around Silicon Valley, 2 or 3 failures is a positive on your resume. It's giving you positive experience. But it's that concept of setting the right environment, tax policy, regulatory policy, venture capital policy, ability to fail. That's the environment. Move forward. I'll make a couple comments about where we're going from an environmental standpoint, not the sort of environment we're talking about, the beautiful backdrop of Montana, but the regulatory business environment. All you have to do is look west and south a little bit to the great state of California, where I grew up, where Intel is headquartered, and you can see how an environment has been changing over the last several decades to be anti-business and to clamp down on entrepreneurship, to clamp down on the growth of business. It's the last thing you want to do. All right. Rules of the game, the levers you can pull. What are some countries around the world doing? First, it's almost impossible to go around the world today to any country and find that they don't recognize that one of the gems of the United States is the collection of Tier 1 high-level research universities we have here. And the reason I say you can't go anywhere without recognizing that is every one of those countries is trying to copy exactly what we have in the United States. All the Western European countries are shifting their ivory tower research or their university institutions to look like the Tier 1 research universities in the United States. You can't go to a Chinese university and not see 2 or 3 or half a dozen relationships with U.S. universities exchanging curriculum, faculty. research programs. Everyone recognizes the value of a U.S. top-tier research university, its ability to interact with industry, its ability to act as a center of wealth creation, its ability to spin off students, faculty, ideas, create businesses. Everyone recognizes that's what created Silicon Valley. Stanford University, University of California, Berkeley, and the presence of venture capital, unique in its own right, took decades to occur, but that's the basis of Silicon Valley. Route 128, Harvard, MIT, exactly the same sort of deal. Everyone wants to copy that. What else is going on around the world? You find that not only are people trying to copy those universities, but the Russians, bless their hearts, are trying to do what the Russians do best, which is to create a city of innovation. If you know anything about Russian history, they've had nuclear cities, they've had space cities. Every time they want to do something, they create a secret city and tell them to go do it. Well, the Russians in Skolkovo have cut a deal with MIT to really recreate an MIT-like university, very different than Russian universities in Skolkovo, just outside Moscow, to create Silicon Valley there. That's not the only places that's happening. It's happening in the Middle East. It's happening in Singapore. It's happening in Ireland. People are copying what we have done, which has made us successful from an innovation standpoint around the world. There are incubators and startups everywhere. My favorite happens to be, my wife happened to be a U.S. ambassador to Finland for a while, and I was able to visit Startup Sauna, which I thought was a very clever name for the Finns to do a startup because they spend half of their life in saunas. But every country is trying to do that today. And when you talk about the necessity for venture capital, this necessity for startups to fuel a high-tech revolution, those incubators, taking those smart people, smart ideas, and giving them the capability to take their idea to market is absolutely key. And it's not unique to the United States. It's happening everywhere, in the Middle East, Far East, Western Europe, Eastern Europe. Everyone's doing the same thing. You go to South America, the Chileans are very clever. They have Startup Chile. They recognize their universities are not very good. They invest an incredibly small amount of GDP in research and development in Chile. So how do they start up markets in Chile? A pretty effective solution. They offer $50,000 grants to anyone with a smart business plan from anywhere in the world to come to Santiago and start their business. They short-circuit the need for a university and spinning out smart ideas and smart people by importing good ideas from other people around the world. And the other thing you see that is happening more frequently are the concept of hubs, technology hubs, banking hubs, shipping hubs. Think Singapore is a major hub in Southeast Asia. Think Dubai is a major hub in the Arab world. Think of Brussels as a major hub in Europe. Those combinations of following our research universities, creating the same sort of startup mechanics that we have here, and then creating these multifaceted hubs, I think have the possibility of being very successful going forward. I've given you some examples that I think are positive successes. What doesn't work? I know what doesn't work. Complaining about the problem, not working hard to solve the problem, trying to put tariffs to protect yourself to solve the problem, or things that don't work. So with that little bit of introduction, let me talk a little bit about what the U.S. is doing, trying to do. You know, we've had the world's largest economy for 50 years. We benefited greatly from World War II when everybody else's manufacturing infrastructure was destroyed. Ours was unchallenged for a couple of decades. That led to our middle class. But there are severe warning signs in the U.S. about its economy that have been coming for some time. The National Academies, which is the collection of the National Academy of Science, National Academy of Engineering, and the recently renamed National Academy of Medicine, used to be the Institute of Medicine, did a study in 2005 called Rising Above the Gathering Storm. The gathering storm was a metaphor talking about increased economic competition around the world And the report said, what is the U.S. doing? What is our position? What should we do? And that report really didn't have any new ideas, but it was really captured the thought process of people over the previous decade or two, things that people were worrying about. They were worrying about the quality of education in the United States, especially K-12 education, but the carryover of K-12 into the university education. They were worried about the decline of R&D investment in the United States as a percentage of our gross national product, which had decreased by about a half for the previous decade or two. They were worried about corporate tax rates, the highest in the world, and the impact of corporate tax rates on creating a barrier to investments and innovation in the United States. They were worried about immigration policy, not the Donald Trump illegal immigration policy, but legal immigration policy. How do you attract the best and brightest minds from around the world to the United States? Especially when you consider that half of the graduate students in the STEM areas in the U.S. are foreign nationals. How do you have a legal immigration policy that allows them to stay when they've been educated at U.S. taxpayer expense? And that report especially focused on the need for the United States to compete. There's a fortune cookie that I love that I got many years ago, which said, you can't win unless you choose to compete. And if you don't choose to compete, you can't win in the economic battles of the 21st century. So that report was issued in 2005. If you haven't seen it, go get a copy and get a copy online. Just go to thenationalacademies.org. 5 years after that report was published, there was a follow-up, Rising Above the Gathering Storm 2, subtitled Rapidly Approaching a Category 5. I think you get the impact of the metaphor. It basically said, we published this report 5 years ago, not a damn thing has been done since we published the report. Things are getting worse. You ought to do something. Meanwhile, there were some other indicators that we were having a few problems. The World Economic Forum rates countries on the basis of competitiveness. U.S. was #1 in the competitiveness index for basically decades. We recently slipped to #7. The U.S. for years had the highest percentage of its workforce with a post-secondary degree of all of the developed countries in the United States. Recently, we've slipped to #14 or so. California, my home state, the home of Silicon Valley, in math and science, its high school scores on average have fallen to the bottom 10% of the states in the U.S. Think of that. The home of Silicon Valley doing as poor as any state in math and science education. And even the Council on Foreign Relations, I don't know if you're familiar with that organization. That's an old graybeard organization that worries about national security. They issued a report in 2013 basically saying, we think one of the greatest challenges to our national security is the state and quality of our K-12 education system. They gave 2 reasons why. Most of the kids who graduate from high school are not capable of going on to college without remediation. And secondarily, 75% of the kids who graduate from high school are ineligible to serve in the armed services for one of a couple of reasons. They can't pass the academic tests, they can't pass the medical tests, or they're incarcerated. So all of this stuff was happening, and there's one which is my special favorite, which was the venture capital community, of which I'm very familiar with in Silicon Valley, started to go to Washington, D.C. to lobby the government to support their green investments with subsidies. I can't think of a greater dichotomy than venture capitalists going to Washington, D.C. asking for government subsidies to make their investments pay off. So that's kind of where we get. Let me just make one comment about tax policy in the United States before I do my Donald Trump imitation and give you 5 one-liners of how to fix these things. Intel builds these multi-billion-dollar manufacturing facilities. If you place one of those in the United States and you place one of them in a low-cost tax environment, by low-cost tax environment, a country that charges somewhere in the range of 10 to 20% for corporate income tax, the net present value difference between the U.S. facility and that low tax cost or low tax-based facility is roughly $1 billion. $1 billion greater return by putting it in a low tax environment. It's got nothing to do with salaries, by the way. It's got everything to do with taxes. If you face your shareholders and you say, I'm patriotic and I'm going to put this facility in Oregon or Montana or California or someplace like that, as opposed to putting it in Malaysia or Israel or Ireland, I'm going to cost you shareholders $1 billion in corporate value. Guess what you do as a CEO? You're minding the fiduciary responsibility of your shareholders. This is just a very simple example as we debate corporate tax rates in the U.S., which has finally gotten on the radar screen, why it's so important to have a tax rate which is competitive in the world going forward. But I'm still optimistic despite the kind of negative overtones I've given you so far. Why am I optimistic? There's a heck of a lot we could do with a stroke of a pen. And let me just give you 4 or 5 very quick examples of what you could do. You could immediately double or treble the R&D budget of the major research institutions associated with the federal government. National Science Foundation, DOE, Basic Research, and who's the other guy? NIH. So both life sciences, physical science. You could basically, with a stroke of a pen, double or treble those, and you would not notice it on the federal budget. Agriculture subsidies eat up way more than the total research and development budget of those 3 entities. So, Senator Daines, cut the ag subsidies. I'll incur the wrath of the sugar beet farmers in eastern Montana, which I've done before, and give the money to the National Science Foundation. And that money, fortunately, flows out of those organizations to research universities like Montana State, Stanford, and others, where it does some good. We could have a sensible immigration policy, not the Trump version, but a legal immigration policy where we can attract and allow the best and brightest from around the world to come to the United States with a stroke of a pen, rather than the current bifurcated immigration policy we have today. Third thing I do is I would cut all subsidies to industry, every one of them, including the R&D tax credit and all these funny businesses we have. And in return for that, I would cut the corporate tax rate to a competitive level so we would not have a corporate tax rate which is a negative to investment in innovation in the United States. The fourth thing I would do is I would do my best to fix the K through 12 education problem in the United States. I would do that my best, which would be to buy every kid a backpack. Every once a year, fill that backpack up with money and let the kids' parents decide where to spend that money to educate that child, and to make public education work for that money as opposed to having public education as a monopoly. By the way, those of you who are Montana residents, you should come out of the dark ages. You're one of the few states in the U.S. without a charter school law. You ought to fix that as fast as you can. There's some pretty good programs. Greg Gianforti runs one called ACE, which I happen to be a small part of, but you need to have competition and choice at the K-12 level to improve education here. Most other states are well ahead of you in that respect. Okay. What's the future hold? I think the future is incredibly bright from a technology standpoint. The marriage of engineering and biology, the whole biotech area, is alive and filled with opportunity. The marriage of photonics and electronics means Moore's law is going to continue. It's only been going for 50 or 60 years, doubling every 18 months. It's got a lot of lifetime left. Nothing's slowing down in that space. Things like the next-gen light source. These are X-ray free electron lasers at SLAC, at Stanford, at the Berkeley National Lab, at UC Berkeley, hold immense opportunity to start to study molecular interactions and control chemical reactions and identify new materials. Fantastic opportunity. It's part of the DOE budget, should be increased. The area of photonics, which is a hot topic here in Bozeman, but there's another part of photonics besides that married to electronics. That's the big area of optics. And there are 3 really great examples of new telescopes that are coming out. The Hubble's going to be replaced by the James Webb telescope in a couple of years. And there's the Giant Magellan telescope, which is a collection of 7-8 meter diameter pieces of glass that's going in Chile. And there's the Keck, which is a bunch of 1 meter diameter pieces of glass going into Hawaii. Those telescopes all promise 10x to 100x better resolution than we've had today. Just think of that capability that opens up going forward. And then there's the issue of education, availability to books, online learning, the MOOCs, all of that cool stuff that can affect Montana State as well as every other education institution of higher learning around, as well as K-12 education. So I think there's huge opportunity. Very briefly, what does Montana need to do? How do you play in this game? First of all, recognize you're no different than the other 49 states. Every one of them has meetings like this. Every one of them says we ought to get more than our fair share. I'm rooting for you to get more than your fair share, but to do that, you need to do something unique, you need to do something focused, and you need to do it in a big way. You're not going to take baby steps and get where you want to go. Fix the education deal. Your K-12 education system is average in the United States, and the United States is below average in the OECD countries. Just think about that for a minute. You're average in a below average system. You need to fix that. University education, you need to grow the R&D budget here at Montana State and the University of Montana dramatically. Not 10% a year, but think of trebling it within 10 years. That is the key to a high-tech future. And get the right environment. You've got a beautiful natural environment. I am missing the mule deer today, but I enjoy being here with you. Build on that environment by having the rest of the environment necessary. Get more than $1 million a quarter of VC investment here. You do need $100 million investment pools. Do focus on a few things and do them extremely well. Don't try to compete across the board. I know it's very difficult for Montana State and the University of Montana to talk to each other, but divide up your priorities between each other in the state because you're not big enough to compete with each other and then compete with everybody else. Think big, but focus. Do a few things extremely well. The one thing I learned in the high-tech industry in my career at Intel was the company that really focuses and does a few things well can be successful. You've got that opportunity. You've got the great backdrop. You've got a bunch of aggressive people, a bunch of very smart people in this state. Do something with them. Thank you.
Dr. Barrett, thank you so much for that. Might add that Dr. Barrett is absolutely in love with our state, too. I had a chance to fish with Craig on Saturday. He spends about a third plus of his time with he and his wife Barbara here in Montana on their ranch south of Missoula in the Bitterroot. So thank you for those great words, your wisdom, and to have that insight not only into what's going on here in Montana, across our country, but also around the world. We're going to shift gears now and talk about spectrum and the wireless economy. Dr. Barrett talked about global competitiveness, how we win. This next panel will be talking about how do we win in this globally competitive world that we wake up to every day. And as we've heard today, technology plays a very key role in that. I'm eager to hear from this next panel. It's called Spectrum and the Wireless Economy, about how access to broadband remains a critical component of high-tech job creation and promoting ingenuity and entrepreneurialism in Montana's economy. This panel is going to examine what spectrum really means. So if you don't know what spectrum means, don't feel bad, you're going to find out, and how it benefits Montana, Montana businesses, and impacts the Montana job market. Is there a limit to spectrum as users want mobile devices to do more, be faster, and more diverse? Let's find out. I'd like to first welcome our moderator, Diane Smith. Diane, if you come forward, the founder and CEO of American Rural, a nonprofit dedicated to ensuring robust opportunities for rural and small-town Americans. Diane brings a rich background in technology. We're grateful to have her as a resident of Whitefish, Montana, as well as our panelists, Peter Davidson, the Senior Vice President of Federal International Government Relations for Verizon, Kelly Cole, on behalf of the Montana Broadcasters Association, the National Association of Broadcasters. We have Alex Honsarik, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs for Charter Communications, Michael Monahan, founder and CEO of Beartooth Radio, Jay Carlson, the Managing Director for Air Operations Technology at FedEx, as well as Rick Stevens, CEO of Triangle Communications. That panel will come forward, and we'll turn this over to Diane Smith.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Senator Daines, for convening this. What a great day. And Dr. Cruzado for hosting us. What a great place to get to do it. It's great to be here in Bozeman, which I know probably has more entrepreneurs per capita than most of the places in Montana, but Montana's a really robust entrepreneurial state, so that's really saying something. As Senator Daines said, I'm a tech entrepreneur from Northwest Montana, and one of the things that people asked me after I started a tech company was, how'd you start a tech company in Northwest Montana? And I'd say in a coffee shop with Wi-Fi, kind of like you'd do anywhere else, right? And that surprised people, but it really spoke to me about the power of spectrum. And so, in case you don't know, spectrum is the invisible resource that powers a number of our devices, and certainly all of our cell phones, but also everything from garage door openers to TV remote controls to remote healthcare devices and so forth. The government controls spectrum and gives it out in everything from chunks to slices to other government agencies and private sector users. What it doesn't license, we call unlicensed spectrum, and that powers Wi-Fi and a whole host of other things. So, let's get started. What I have always said about being an entrepreneur is every entrepreneur is a mobile entrepreneur. And what we have today is a great lineup of speakers to walk us through what some of the opportunities are from spectrum for growing jobs and creating more robust opportunities, particularly in our rural economy. So let's talk about that. Could I ask each of you, please, to give us a short introduction of you and your company? And we'll just start with you, Peter.
Great. Diane, thank you very much. Diane and I have known each other in the telecom world for a couple decades, and she's a great choice for a moderator for this panel. I'm Peter Davidson with Verizon, and I run their federal government relations. And I am thrilled to be here. I've been doing some fishing and hiking, and it's a great place to be. I've been here many times. The good news for you is that robust broadband is your friend. In many ways, it's an equalizer for Montana. Craig is talking about the coasts, and I think Doug earlier was showing you the investment capital on the two coasts. And the robust broadband, whether it be wireless or wireline, really is the equalizer for Montana. So the good news is broadband keeps getting better and better. Just a week or so ago in Las Vegas at the CTIA conference, which is the wireless gathering for the world, or at least for the United States, Verizon announced that we are starting a new 5G forum. And we're going to be joining with Alcatel, Ericsson, Cisco, Qualcomm, many of the top infrastructure providers to move to the next generation of wireless infrastructure. So why do we need to move to the next generation of wireless infrastructure when we really just launched 4G in 2010? Hopefully many of you are 4G customers and you can tell the difference between 3G and 4G and what you're able to do with that technology. Well, the answer is what Leif and Craig and Doug were talking about earlier today. I won't go into all those, but you can see the explosion of new technologies that are going to be moving across broadband networks. And 5G is our attempt to get out in front of that wave, whether it's the Internet of Things, whether it's big data, whether it's cloud activities. 5G is going to be at least 50 times the throughput of 4G. We don't really know what 5G is going to be yet because people are inventing it. But we also know that people in Asia are looking at 5G, and if we don't get moving quickly, we're going to be falling behind, as Craig mentioned earlier as well. So we are thrilled to be moving to 5G, and it shows you the kind of technology advances that can provide efficiencies in our networks. But what we really need to keep this generation on track is more spectrum. So I think we're going to be talking a lot on this panel about how government can identify and bring to market more spectrum to be used to fuel all of the activities that have been discussed today and that can bring this kind of infrastructure to Montana to create that leveling effect with the rest of the country.
Thanks, Peter. Kelly?
Thank you. My name's Kelly Cole. I'm here representing the National Association of Broadcasters, which is based out in Washington, D.C., as well as the Montana Broadcasters Association, group of those right back here. They've been very wonderful hosts while I've been here. I've almost made the decision that I'm ready to move to Montana. I love your state. I think you asked actually a really critical question when you started. I think a lot of people don't even understand what spectrum is. The National Association of Broadcasters hosts a large show every year out in Las Vegas, and this was many years ago before I was even at NAB, but we had a member of Congress come out to Vegas, walk up to our president and say, "I'd like to see the spectrum." Like it's in a box somewhere where we just hold it, where you can see it and touch it, and as you all know, that just doesn't actually happen. Spectrum is frankly the oxygen that everybody on this panel up here today needs, frankly, to run a functioning business. Television and radio broadcasters utilize spectrum to provide their free service over the air. So you can throw up an antenna and you can get a free radio broadcast. You can throw up a digital antenna and get pristine HD quality pictures through Montana broadcasters, television stations. So spectrum is something that's absolutely critical to broadcasters being able to provide their services not only to consumers, but in many instances, broadcasters are actually putting that over-the-air signal, putting that signal out, and that's what a cable company or a satellite company actually takes over the air and then retransmits to their customers. So obviously, spectrum is a critical issue for broadcasting, and we want to make sure that with the increasing interest in spectrum, as Peter mentioned, that everybody, frankly, on this panel has the opportunity to use it to the best of their ability to service all of you who are utilizing those services.
Great. Alex?
Thank you. My name's Alex Hohensark. I'm the Senior Vice President for Charter Communications and Government Affairs. First of all, I'd just like to thank everybody here, Senator Daines, Montana State University, for inviting me to be part of this panel, and also for reminding me to get closer to the microphone so you can actually hear me. Charter Communications, I think many of you know, serves proudly about 55 communities within Montana. It is proud to be part of the state, serving over 175,000 customers, providing a range of services, broadband, cable television, voice services. And for those customers, Charter has dedicated itself and is dedicated to the state. We've over the last couple of years invested over $100 million in capital expenditures to improve our network, to upgrade it so that our base broadband speeds now that are offered on a consumer basis are 60 megabits per second and faster for businesses and faster for consumers that need that. And along those lines, broadband really to us is both sort of the spectrum, the Wi-Fi side of things, and the landline side. You know, as Peter and Kelly have said, it's becoming ubiquitous and part of everybody's life. When, you know, a few years ago, people didn't focus on things like tablets, iPads, others, but now it's become a common part of everybody's life that they expect to be able to use and access the internet where they want, how they want it, and where they want it. They go into their house and they want to be able to stream things, stream video while they're, you know, sitting in their living room, be able to pick up their device and walk over to the bedroom without any loss of connectivity. And that's part of the service that Charter provides through its broadband services. You know, when you start out looking at the business side of things, it is providing it to businesses so you can provide Wi-Fi networks out where people can work at coffee shops or, you know, get access in the malls. So it is, you know, part and parcel with a lot of what else the other people on the panel are doing. And honestly, it's a pocketbook issue for many of our customers as well. And the benefit of Wi-Fi is for some devices, certainly ones that I own. You know, I have a contract with wireless companies that have data limitations associated with it. Wi-Fi, when you're offloading, you don't have to worry about those. So it really is an integrated system which unlicensed and licensed work together to provide customers what they want.
Great. Michael?
Thanks. I'm Michael Monahan, the founder and CEO of Beartooth. Beartooth allows iOS and Android devices to work even where there's no cell service. So any iOS or Android device while running Beartooth can communicate with any other. So if you don't have one of Alex or Peter's networks and you need to go places Jay goes, we still allow your devices to connect. Quick history on the company. We're a venture-backed company in Montana. We're proud to say we think we're the first ever professional venture-backed company led by Montana State grads. We raised $1 million of capital last year, and it's not announced yet, so I have to be a little bit careful what I say, but I think we can say we raised several $1 million from venture investors that you would know, and we also like the blend that some of Montana's best and most prominent entrepreneurs have also backed us, so we feel really good about that, and just a tremendous amount of gratitude for what the state of Montana showed us. Looking to the future, I like something that Craig said. So our friends at Apple put half of Motorola out of business. We're going to put the other half of Motorola out of business, and we're going to build the first unicorn venture company ever built in Montana. And look forward to talking a bit on the panel about how the opportunities for using unlicensed radio spectrum in a really effective way is really what we're bringing to bear. So thank you very much.
Okay, you get to take that question when it comes up. Okay, Jay?
And I'm Jay Carlson. I'm with FedEx, the small global shipping company that actually supports our IT organization. Even way back in the late 70s, early 80s, we were very IT focused and have continued to be on a global market. One of the things that I do is I manage the airline technology area. I've done that for the last 2 years. Prior to that, I spent 18 years managing the technology organization on our surface transportation within Express. So spectrum and connectivity, or connectivity as it's called in the airlines, is absolutely crucial. The consumer market, as they move so fast with the new cell phones, with the tablets, is absolutely critical when it comes to our business, linking up our shippers as well as our recipients, and particularly in the rural areas. It would be nice to provide the same service that we do in our urban areas of being able to schedule exactly when your delivery is going to be there, or be able to see the medical shipments as they go across country, or even possibly video. So when I look at spectrum at this point in time, it's not just voice, it's not just data, but it's voice, video, and data, and providing that crucial, critical information that is absolutely time definite in our business economy now.
Great. Rick?
I'm Rick Stevens with Triangle Communications. We operate in north central Montana from the Malta area, if you're familiar with Montana, to the over to the Chester area, down through the central part of the state to Big Timber. Also want to especially thank Wally Sue for inviting me to sit on this panel. Wally's part of Senator Daines' office. It's an important part that that companies like mine play in Montana that the rural companies have a voice in far as what's going on and as far as access to spectrum in today's world. It's critical. We provide voice, broadband, and wireless services throughout that service area from northern Montana through the central part of the state to the southern area, approximately 25,000 square miles. A lot of territory, unfortunately not a lot of people, but through us providing better broadband services, plowing more fiber, building more towers for mobile and fixed wireless services, we can enhance that service. The mission of our company is to break boundaries, create opportunities, and build connections. That's what it's all about. That's why I believe everybody is here today. That's what we want to continue to do, and that's what we want to enhance our future operations and continuing to provide that in those rural areas that without companies like ours would go without. So that's why we're here today.
That's great. So you guys can see we have a range of expertise up here. So let's tackle one of the tough questions first. We have some dead spots in Montana. So what incentives might help get wireless infrastructure out to the places that aren't served yet or where the infrastructure hasn't gotten to, particularly places like tribal lands and really low density population locations? Who wants to? Rick's got his hand up. Let's go for it.
I can answer that one very easily. Triangle participated in the FCC rural spectrum, rural wireless spectrum in tribal areas. We were a successful candidate. In fact, we haven't got the money yet, but we did put up 2 towers in the southern part of the Fort Belknap Native American Reservation. We are in the final processes of gathering data in order to send to the FCC to get the funding for those. But if it hadn't been for that, I'm not sure that those towers would have been possible. Now there is wireless availability in the southern part of that reservation where there was none before. So programs like that have been helpful. There's also the Rural Spectrum Accessibility Act that's before Congress now, that the bigger companies, yes, they buy significant areas. And in the 600 megahertz auction coming up, Triangle would like to participate, but the size of the areas, I know the FCC tried to skinny those down, but because of the size of those areas and taking metropolitan areas like Great Falls and Billings, the cost of that spectrum will likely price companies like ours out of the market. But for those companies that do buy that spectrum, are successful, they would be able to take the areas that they're not interested in, many of the areas that companies like mine serve, they would be able to make that spectrum available to us so that we could use that. They take it in the areas they want, leave the areas that we could thereby use that spectrum and put it to use for our members. So I believe that that would be a way to help us in our rural areas.
Peter?
Diane, as we were talking at lunch, I worked at US West and Quest and have been familiar with telecommunications in the rural states here. I think Rick raises a number of really important points, and I do think there's a need for, and I think the 2 commissioners talked about it today too, some really thoughtful subsidy reform program, whether it's universal service or other programs targeting at the very, very rural areas that are uneconomic to build to. So I think that's one of the solutions for those areas. But for the rest of and those are special cases, and I think they should be dealt with as special cases. But for the rest of the country, which is 98% of the population, I think there are a couple things that government can do. One, I think Craig and all of the speakers highlighted this, stop doing stupid things. So don't put regulations like the FCC did of Title II that discourage investment in infrastructure. So you've seen a pretty significant fall off in investment. I don't know whether that's going to be permanent or not. Another study, I think Jeet mentioned, so it's like 19%. I've seen a study that said a 29% fall off in investment since the Title II order. You can't scientifically trace that back, so I don't know whether that's the case or not. But even if it's a half of that or a quarter of that, that's not the direction we want to be going in. So stop putting new regulations on that are going to discourage investment over the rest of the country. And then I would also say, in addition to regulatory policy, you have tax policy. So Craig mentioned what it costs for our corporate tax rate in kind of competitively around the world, what a disadvantage that is. We need to reform our tax system and continue some of the pro-investment policies. We've had a couple of those in place, the so-called bonus depreciation, which allows 50% or immediate expensing depending on what year we've been in. But that's an incentive to say, if you invest now, you're going to pay your taxes, but you pay them later, and you plow the rest of that back into your infrastructure. So there are some things the federal government can do to advance investment in broadband networks, but I do think that you need to pay attention to the very rural areas as well, and they need specific solutions tailored to those specific needs.
I'd also just comment real quickly that, broadcasters often like to say that we're the original wireless. We were wireless before wireless was cool. But there's a lot of ways, I think, obviously, your ability to get broadcast signals, the benefit of that, obviously, being able to get a free broadcast signal is the fact that it's free. You don't have to pay a satellite company. You don't have to pay a cable company. There's benefit to that if, frankly, you don't have the funds to do that. So finding ways to better utilize translators to make sure that we can take that free signal from places like Bozeman or Butte to places that are less populated that frankly that signal won't travel so far. Finding ways to make sure that AM stations can better utilize FM translators, which is something the FCC is looking at right now. Spreading that signal as far and wide as we can so everybody has the opportunity to utilize those free signals instead of, again, having to pay satellite, cable, or even a radio satellite provider.
I mean, I think that's really one of the things we focused on, and I call it sort of the Silicon Valley sophistication with Montana self-reliance, is we said, we don't want to rely on the network operators. There's all this unlicensed radio spectrum that's available for use, but let's use it really super efficiently. So we saw and identified that problem, and that problem is 30% of America and 60% of the world has no cellular coverage and likely won't get it soon. Even the best built, best maintained networks often face congestion, and then finally Mother Nature and man-made disasters can knock them out. So we said, what is the most self-reliant way we can keep communication going? And while we see these networks being built and we hope they get better and better and better, and we ourselves rely on them for many things, we saw an opportunity and said, there will be times that a point-to-point communication using the spectrum that's already there and available is the best solution. So we've sort of come at it from a completely different approach.
And can you explain, Michael, real quickly so folks know, because it's really cool, how does your business work? I mean,
how does the technology work? Essentially, there's multiple radios in a smartphone that address whether it be the LTE networks, which these folks maintain, but there's some spectrum much lower down in the spectrum that's a wireless spectrum, VHF and UHF. And so what we did is we built a way that allows an iPhone or an Android-based device running our technology to communicate on a peer-to-peer basis. So rather than going phone, network, phone, it just goes phone, phone. So for example, if you're up skiing at Bridger Bowl where there's no cell coverage, now you can communicate with your group. So that's kind of the backbone of the technology.
Cool. Okay, so we know that both the public and private sectors are in this mix, right? So how can they better work together to maximize infrastructure deployment? Because what we're all running off of, even Michael, your company, we're all running off of infrastructure deployment.
Yep.
It's expensive. Sometimes it's hard to see your way through to profitability. How can the public and private sectors work better to maximize infrastructure deployment? Okay, and don't all talk at once. Was that the tough question? It is a tough question, know that.
I mean, you can't get around it. As you, I think, mentioned at the beginning of your speech there, it's the federal government that manages the spectrum, right? So there's really no way to get around it. We have to work with the federal government. So how do we do that in the most efficient and effective manner is oftentimes a feeling like you're hitting your head against a wall and you've got a big bruise that just never heals. So, we're going through this right now, I think, with the incentive auction, and that's something the two commissioners talked about this morning, is finding ways to make sure that we're giving the FCC the information they need to make sure that at the end of the day, when all of this spectrum is reallocated and everybody's operating on different frequencies, that nobody's harmed at the end of the day, that people are able to continue to do their businesses, continue to invest in their businesses, and that government's not making decisions to the detriment of private industry. And frankly, that is a reoccurring problem that I think anybody who has to deal with the FCC encounters. So, it's a hard question to answer.
Peter?
I think Kelly raises a good point. I'd like to just talk a little bit too about spectrum and how spectrum comes to market. So the incentive auction is actually a little bit of as the commissioner said earlier, is a very unique circumstance where you actually have people who have spectrum that they'd like to repurpose and get compensated for it, and then move to other spectrum, sell that off, and then there are buyers on the other side of the auction, and then they buy the spectrum, and everybody's happy at the end of the day. And there's some toing and froing as we get there, but it's a pretty unique auction, so it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. The auction just before this one was a wildly successful auction called the AWS-3 auction, brought in $45.5 billion into the federal government, which is huge. So spectrum, historically has been a win-win scenario, and it can be if government and the private sector works together. So what I talked about at the beginning of my statement was the need to identify more spectrum. So what do I mean by that? The federal government owns probably about 80% of the spectrum that's out there right now, and a lot of that comes from several agencies. And there's no incentive for government generally to use spectrum efficiently. And I think there's a kind of a growing realization, and in particular, I'd like to single out the Department of Defense for kudos for being very foresighted about how they're dealing with their spectrum. They do obviously an extremely important function for our society, which is protecting our country. They use that spectrum to do it. So they need to find the ways to balance identifying new spectrum to bring to wireless consumers, and then using their spectrum for mission critical purposes. But technology is advancing so quickly that the efficiencies in use of that spectrum is going to allow a lot of spectrum to be brought to market. So doing that expeditiously with Congress, the administration, the private sector, all working together, we can identify huge new blocks to bring to market and to bring to wireless consumers' use. And that's not just licensed spectrum. That is also, it can be unlicensed spectrum as well. So there are some fights among different players in the wireless community about how to allocate scarce resources. One way to solve the problem of the fights over the scarce resources is to create an abundance. And that's what we need to do over the next decade, is identify a spectrum pipeline that keeps this fed so all these great things we're talking about at this conference can continue to happen.
Rick?
One other point that I think needs to be brought out in this discussion is, as far as facilities, is that it takes more than just spectrum to make wireless work. From your phone, your wireless phone to the tower, yes, it's wireless, but where does that go from the tower to the world? And that's companies like mine, especially in the rural areas, that build fiber optics to those towers that provide you with adequate bandwidth to take that signal back and connect you where you need to, wherever, whether it's somebody just down the road or it's somebody halfway across the world. But without that fiber optic connectivity, data use is going to be a very poor experience on a wireless phone. So it's important for companies like mine to have access to funding so that we can continue building fiber optics in the rural areas. The FCC is relooking at some of those programs, but it is critical that they continue to provide funding for those programs from companies just like mine. We fund the programs. The FCC then determines how it's going to be divvied out. But it's important that that continues, because without the fiber optic backbone, that wireless does not have a support structure in order to be maintained. So if you want a good data experience, you need a good fiber backbone infrastructure feeding that as well.
So Alex, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going to agree with Kelly saying that this is really a symbiotic relationship, because the federal government does manage the spectrum for all of us. At the same time, it's really up to the companies and the public to go back to the FCC and provide them with good information about what's happening, what's needed, what the next innovations are going to be. and to be able to explain, there are times when you look at extremely rural areas where it's not economically feasible to build out to it. There is a role for the Universal Service Fund and others. At the same time, you don't want the scarce resources of the government to be spent, in an area that may have 2 or 3 providers. So it's us explaining those things to the government. It's also the FCC's job to go and take that in, make good policy, and obviously a role of Congress to oversee what the FCC is doing, make big decisions, and really a role for consumers as well as they're seeing what do they want, what do they need, what is the next generation that they can push forward with. And as Peter was saying, there's been a lot of spectrum through the incentive auctions and previous auctions that's being freed up as to whether or not that's licensed, unlicensed use. There's always a balance, and there's a symbiotic relationship between those two as well.
So in a spectrum abundant world, let's presume everything goes right and we're in a spectrum abundant world, what can Montana entrepreneurs and consumers hope to see? What's some of the cool stuff that's out there? Jay, will you take that one first?
I will. A couple things that we at FedEx are working on is the fully connected aircraft. The passenger aircrafts have Go and a couple other areas where you can actually stream movies. What we're actually looking at is connecting the entire aircraft, whether it's on the ground or whether it's up in the air. So with that, you then have SenseAware so that you can track your packages. And I'll give you a case study that is really, really pertinent that we're looking at. A lot of our medical shipments are very, very time definite, particularly if you have to receive medicine after being given medicine within a short period of time. Such cases, a medical shipment has to be shipped out of Kansas City for a surgery out on the West Coast. That shipment would travel from Kansas City down to Memphis and then from Memphis back to the West Coast. We need to be able to provide the medical staff, the emergency staff there on the West Coast in the operating room the exact time of when that medicine will be delivered so that they can inject or apply the medication to the person that's going to be receiving it. And if any type of delays occur, it becomes very, very critical. They either waste the medication that they have to give the patient before it receives the in-transit medication, or they have to postpone the entire surgical operation. So it's very important from the medical community. But one of the things that I like to brag about that we at FedEx have done for Montanans is we're also in the livestock business. We ship livestock, whether it's horses or whether it's cattle. And we have had several charters as well as surface shipments where we've shipped cattle across state lines or even all the way over to Russia. Now, I hate to clean out the airplanes once they landed in Russia, but think of it this way. If you have a high-dollar livestock herd that somebody has purchased, wouldn't you want to see and be able to watch via video at any time on your mobile device, anywhere, what the condition of that herd is? It's a lot of money. And having grown up in Oklahoma, I certainly understand the love of livestock, although I do love the mountains of Montana. We don't have hills like this where I grew up or where I live now. But it's that connectivity, both on the ground as well as in the air via satellite, via KU or KA bands. And as you see the consumer market demanding the connectivity so that it can build out relationships, it's even critical for the millennials, because the millennials are more relational than any of us ever were. If you want to punish some middle schooler, what's the first thing you need to do? You take away their cell phone, and they have no idea what to do. Can't tell you how many times that we text when dinner is ready. They demand that connectivity, and it just increases. The students today, I mean, who would have heard in the last 15 years that there was going to be an engineering degree in gaming? I can't believe it, how fast things move. And it's very difficult for companies that have legacy systems built on mainframes to compete. So I encourage you students out there and you millennials to start thinking about the future and let that be the palette of your artistic computations to bring us into that millennium.
That's great. Others?
Diane, I just want to add one thing too. I mentioned the Internet of Things earlier in my statement, but for agriculture or whatever type of agriculture you're doing, I think it was Doug earlier was talking about how everything is going to be connected to everything. So the manufacturing process, every part of your manufacturing process is going to have a chip in it. It's going to wirelessly send back information about how that's working. Your crops are going to all have sensors in the field. Your machinery is all going to have chips in them to be sending back information about what the diagnostics. We're launching new diagnostics for cars as telematics field is exploding. So all of these is called the Internet of Everything. Really, is going to come down to again. All of this information flows over what in its spectrum in wireless networks for the most part, and that's critical to have this infrastructure. We're actually redoing our office in Washington, doing a little refresh on our lobby. And we're creating kind of a broadband experience as you come in to see kind of the generations of broadband. And then in the today and tomorrow part of it, which is in kind of around the corner, we're having the cab of a combine symbolize what broadband means for America that's outside of urban areas. And we have a whole display that's within that combine about what it does and what broadband can bring to rural America, whether it's farming, ranching, whatever you're talking about. So I think it's critically important to Montana to create that, to make sure that the infrastructure is there so the app economy and everything that rides on top of it's able to work out here.
Diane, one more thing. As we talked about, all the sensors and all the data, it all gets harvested all the time, and it gets stored in the clouds. Well, the next big thing that you got to do with all that data is have big data analytics. You got to be able to get into predictive analytics. You have to be able to work ahead rather than working behind in history. So the future of those predictive analytics become extremely critical and crucial. I know in the airline world with all the sensors on the airplanes themselves, when they're up in the air, if we start building out the predictive analytics, I'll be able to tell our aircraft mechanics that this part is going to fail in flight, and thus I need a 3D printer to build me one at the opposite end so that I can alert my mechanic to that part, to the tool, to then fix it on the fly. In the business that I'm in, I can't take a delay, unlike the passenger carriers. So it's extremely important that I'm able to move very, very rapidly.
Wow. And Michael, I know you've got some emergency services opportunities.
Yeah, we absolutely think it's some of our early customers, unfortunately under NDA with most of them, but very just rapid take up and interest from the emergency response group. It's just a tremendous tool for them to work together to coordinate a group. This is a really, really powerful one-to-one messaging system. It's an incredibly terrible one-to-many messaging system. So a tactical type communication is a much better way for a first response group, a search and rescue group, some type of military group to coordinate a large response to an event.
Yeah, I would say that the Internet of Things is here and it's growing, and it's an opportunity in two ways. One, as devices get smarter in your household, they're going to be able to, whether it's your refrigerator or thermostat, make things more efficient. Businesses too. So there are a lot of new devices that are being developed that can make the business more efficient. I was looking at my router before I came out here. Actually, there were about 18 different devices using my router, which I didn't know I had 18 wireless devices in my house, which actually got me a little worried about who was using my network. But I mean, that is just today, and tomorrow it's probably going to be 30 or 40. On the flip side of that, those 30 or 40 new devices can be ones that are built here. People who are going to look and say, the use of the internet, the development of new devices, those are ones that is open to innovation. Whether it's on a Wi-Fi network or licensed network, those are great. The great future coming, and talked about some of the people who are doing it right now.
Rick?
And just one important piece is the wireless innovations that are coming up are fantastic, but the infrastructure that's necessary to be out there, especially in the rural areas of Montana, are critical. Building new towers for ag, combines, tractors, whatever else, seeders, feeders. whatever you've got out there, it will be required to have some type of connectivity, and you'll need to have some kind of towers or be relegated to satellites. But I believe we're moving into more of a spectrum-centric world where you're going to see more of that on a ground level spectrum usage, and therefore we'll need more infrastructure to make that happen. And as there's more prevalence of Internet of Things out there, there's going to be a lot more requirements for additional spectrum. So all of this comes into play and becomes a reality, and it's going to come into play very, very quickly.
Okay, so we just have a couple of minutes left. In closing, what should Montana entrepreneurs do to prepare for the spectrum and wireless economy? Really quickly. Okay, they should get gaming degrees, we know that. Go ahead, Rick.
I'll jump in. As far as what they need to do is what I believe we're trying to do is to get spectrum so that we have access to the future, what is going to be necessary, and we continue building the networks. A tower here or there isn't going to cut it for the future. There's got to be companies out there that are willing to take that risk, to build those towers, to expand the wireless network, in order to make all of these neat ideas, these neat innovations that are coming up, to make them happen. Without that, it's going to be a very selective market as to who and where you'll be able to reach.
Diane, I'd just say that we heard a lot of great presentations earlier today, and are going to hear some more this afternoon about what Montana can do to develop the tech side. So I'm not an expert on that, and there's wonderful things that are going on here. But I do think that there are a couple things that can be done to make sure that the infrastructure, as Rick talked about, is there, so that when these great ideas are brought to market here in Montana, it can be shared with the rest of the world and vice versa. So you've got to get government policies in line, which means the right tax policies, the right regulatory policies, and then you have to identify enough spectrum, from a wireless perspective anyways, to be able to bring those innovations out of Montana and bring other stuff back into Montana too. So from the government side, it's a pretty simple formula.
So luck is when preparation meets opportunity. We'll be ready. Thanks. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you. We're going to hear next from Mike Goen. And as Mike starts to make his way up here, I was just reflecting when I was hearing about both what Craig Barrett said on the 3 billion new capitalists that have joined the economy here, as well as the challenge we face in spectrum and coverage. You all remember, maybe some of you are growing up here, when I was a student at MSU, going to Europe for my first time and trying to find a payphone or something, trying to make that one call back to let your parents know you're still alive. To even just a few years ago, wasn't that long ago, when I was running Asia Pacific for Right Now Technologies. I had an office in Tokyo and one in Sydney, not the one out by Glendive, but the other one. And I remember it was an ordeal when you'd go to our IT department and get a SIM card for my BlackBerry, hoping it would work when I landed in Tokyo, and having some emergency SOS, so just trying to get that transition from leaving Montana, landing in Tokyo, and having connectivity. Compare that to what I just experienced here about 3 months ago. I was through the Middle East. I took an iPhone 5, an extra one. I left my 6 I normally work with. I picked up a clean 5 because of all the issues you face, the stuff that gets onto your phone when you're over in the Middle East. But I was in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Amman, Jordan, Baghdad, up to Erbil, over to Kabul, up to Jalalabad, and every time, whether it's a Black Hawk helicopter, C-130, or some of the transport that gets in and out of these places, as soon as I hit the ground, I was immediately connected with my iPhone 5. Texting back to my wife, Cindy, everything's okay, and just thinking how rapidly it's changing. And so as we sit here in Montana about our connectivity issues, just remember, in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, they're making tremendous progress right now in terms of building out infrastructure and what profound impact that's having on the people in those respective countries. So let me switch gears here and talk about Mike Goen. Very, very pleased to have Mike here. He knows firsthand how to create new job opportunities and build successful businesses. Mike starts working with infant high-tech companies and gives them the needed push. And by doing so, he's helped create industry-leading organizations. He's a managing partner at Sequoia Capital. Mike specializes in enterprise IT and infrastructure, cybersecurity, and chip investments. Sequoia Capital was an original investor in Apple, in Google, in YouTube, and LinkedIn. I don't know about you, but I've heard of each one of those companies, among many others. Mike resides part-time in California. I've met with Mike a few times in Silicon Valley, but he also spends a lot of time in Montana and has a home up in the Whitefish area. Not only does he spend his spare time in Whitefish, he's also helped grow several small local businesses. One of those, if you are a firearms fan, there's a company called Proof Research. If you like guns, I just tell you, check out Proof Research. They are making lightweight carbon fiber barrels and stocks. In fact, it's the only carbon fiber barrel maker approved by the United States military. And they're built right here in Montana. It's an amazing high-tech technology in the firearms area. I'm happy to have him here today to talk about how businesses and technology can come together to create jobs and also improve outcomes. Please join me in welcoming Mike Goen.
Slides up there. Well, the only thing I didn't add to the title slide was part-time Montana resident, but full-time Montana lover. I do call Montana my home now. So there's this phenomenon in Silicon Valley in the past few years called the rise of the high-tech unicorns. And unicorns refer to these companies that seemingly came out of nowhere and are now valued at over $1 billion. In fact, Forbes did a story on them recently where they counted 117 of these companies that didn't exist a few years ago, now worth over $1 billion, and a dozen of them are worth over $10 billion. So these companies that have grown so fast have amassed tremendous user growth, revenue growth, and have raised a lot of money, which translates into a lot of high-tech jobs. And I think Montana is ripe to grow some unicorns. So there's three main ingredients. What you need are technology disruptions or market disruptions, which I'll talk about, which are more prevalent and happening in a more exciting fashion than I think ever before right now. You need phenomenal entrepreneurs and company founders with very unique DNA, and then you need the right ecosystem. Now at Sequoia Capital for 42 years, we've been focused on trying to find these entrepreneurs and build these companies. We've been early investors in over 800 companies. I've been there almost 20 years. Been involved in many, many companies, on the board of about 60 companies. So you see very close up what the profile is and the pattern match is for the type of founders and the type of market disruptions and the way they think about those disruptions to create these companies that become large and enduring. Now, one stunning observation is that the founders that create these companies that become brand names start with very humble beginnings. Oftentimes these companies are literally started in the garage, or these days maybe in a crowded apartment in San Francisco. But while their beginnings are humble, their ambitions are not. There's a phrase called the dent makers, label we use for these folks, and that came from a quote from Steve Jobs when he was asked what his intentions were with starting Apple. He said he wanted to make a dent in the universe. So these are very, very special people. We've had the honor of being in business with them to help create over 1.5 trillion in market cap. I mentioned the disruptions. They've always been happening, oftentimes cyclical in technology, as many of you folks know. And each of those prior companies were started exploiting some disruption or another. But what's interesting about today is that the number of disruptions happening at kind of an exponential pace, all at the same time, is unprecedented. So what it leads to is opportunities, very exciting company formation opportunities across just about any sector. So consumer, enterprise, IT, healthcare, finance. I'll talk about some. Probably the most fundamental one won't surprise you, which is the just mind-blowing increase in computing power in the dropping cost. So Gordon Moore, the founder of Intel, had the Moore's Law that said compute power would increase. Actually, the number of transistors would double every 18 months. It's kind of an exponential mathematical equation. And we've been at sort of the straight up portion of that curve for a little while now. And it's led to not only massive disruptions that are affecting us now, that companies are being formed around, but in the windshield here, some stunning new changes will be taking place will lead to even more opportunity. So a quick way to put a reference on this, by 2020, it's said that a single compute element will have the compute power of a human brain, and by 2040, a single compute element will have the collective compute power of the entire human race. That's called a singularity point. Ray Kurzweil, the would-be sci-fi predictor, calls that the singularity, in which case he says after that all bets are off. And I don't know whether it's exciting or unsettling, but Kurzweil actually now works for Google as the director of AI. So that's kind of interesting. But compute power, this rise in compute power has been the driver behind a ton of the disruptions that new companies have been formed on in recent past. It's been the driver behind cloud computing, really, and web services. They couldn't have scaled. You couldn't have a Google without the increase in computing power. You couldn't have the big data explosion and the processing of big data. And you certainly couldn't have that supercomputer that you carry around in your pocket, called an iPhone, without this rise in computing power. Right around the corner, though, what we see, and we see them today in companies that come in the door, are great advancements in not only machine learning, but actually some true AI. Virtual reality, for example, is getting really to a stunning point. I think that will affect all of us, and you'll start to see a lot more of that, and that takes tremendous compute power. In addition to the compute power, sort of explosive growth and exponential change, we've seen wireless technologies advance. The combination of the two have led to this proliferation of things connected to the internet. And don't just think cell phones or tablets. It's been mentioned, Internet of Things. Think of it this way. Just about anything that can sense something, control something, or do something will be connected to the internet. It's predicted that by 2020, in just 5 short years, we'll have 10 billion devices at least connected to the internet, which is greater than the world's population. There's been an explosion in data created by human beings, created and stored by human beings in recent years. In 2013, the number was 4.4 zettabytes. Zettabyte is a trillion billion bytes. But what's more stunning is by 2020, so 5 years from now, it's going to increase by another 10x. So this massive amount of data, the relevance to you folks is that we now have the capability, coupled with the processing power, of analyzing and predicting anything to do with your business, optimizing your business, all your business processes, anything to do with optimizing your infrastructure that you paid for, understanding what it's actually doing, how to make it better, and what I think is most exciting, understanding human beings. The biology of human beings is also producing a tremendous amount of data that we can understand, analyze, and do something about. Software as a service. That is the notion that instead of buying software running on your premises, you can sort of rent it over the internet. It runs somewhere else, out in the cloud. Salesforce.com was one of the first pioneering companies that had a SaaS company. And this, I think, is one of the most significant and relevant disruptions to Montana growing a high-tech industry. And the reason is it removes the distance constraint. So for you folks who have existing businesses, I'm telling you right now, if you have on-premises software, licensed software that runs on a server, you have a boat anchor around your neck. You could move a lot faster, innovate a lot quicker, be more flexible if you looked at what was available in SaaS companies, software as a service. And for the startups, as our friends at Right Now know very well, it's an incredibly powerful model to start a software company in Montana because you don't need to be where your customers are. You can be very, very successful. So a combination of all these technology changes, in addition to the proliferation of open source software, has made it so the cost to start a startup has dropped by 95% since 2000. And the speed at which you can start a startup. So you can start it quicker, get to product quicker because of all these innovations. What you can do, use your computers don't have to be on premises. You can use AWS in the cloud, you can use open source software. And this has, in turn, led to an explosion of startups. And, you know, as biology folks know, when you have a lot of variants happening very quickly, that's a good thing because the ones that work will get centered upon pretty quickly. So we'll see an accelerating evolution here. Not only accelerating evolution, but accelerating adoption. So with the advent of things like the Apple App Store or Google App Store and mobile apps and so on, what was seen is this stunning, violent growth of adoption by consumers of technology. So it took 7 years for the first PC to reach 100 million units. It took about 5 years for there to be 100 million internet users, maybe 3 years for cell phones. We were the primary and only funder behind a company called WhatsApp that took less than 2 years to hit the first 100 million users. Less than a year later, hit the second 100 million users. So what that means is a Montana entrepreneur could start a company, mobile app or service company, and literally you could have it accessible to over 1 billion users overnight when you put it on the App Store. That's unprecedented. Not to stick only with IT, this is an area very close to my heart. I've switched to doing about a third of my companies in the biology space, especially with respect to cancer. But there's been a stunning disruption in the world of biology thanks to first the discovery of DNA, but more importantly, when sequencing, the ability to sequence DNA and translate that into digital information has had over 3 million times reduction in cost since the first human genome was sequenced. So we went from $3 billion to under $1,000. This has caused an exponential growth in the rate of discovery in biology, which has led to all kinds of things. We now have precision therapies for cancers, genetic disorders, understand aging, etc. More importantly, though, is the changes are continuing. There's been really recent, I think very exciting, new disruptions coming that you haven't seen the impact of, but we've seen in the past 6 months or so. First is a field called epigenomics. It's this notion that your DNA is your recipe. It's supposed to be your blueprint. That doesn't change. But now there's this notion that there's a layer of other molecules, epigenomics, that sort of layer on top of the DNA. And they actually tell which genes to turn on and off. And they are impacted by your stress, what you do with your body, aging. It's now known that they're passed on generation to generation. So phenomenal new discovery. But more importantly, there's now technology that followed that similar cost curve and is already at the $1,000 point to measure your epigenomics. So what you're going to see is this explosion of information about the human being. Second discovery recently, and this one's perhaps frightening, gene editing. So there's been a breakthrough in the past 6 months announced out of Berkeley called CRISPR. Uses this Cas9 enzyme. What it can do is essentially very low cost, very simple, highly precise gene editing, cut and paste of individual base pairs on a gene. So now we have the ability to measure just about everything, eventually know what it all can do, and then do something about it. It's all phenomenally interesting, I think, in the world of medicine. It's going to generate lots of new companies, I think, and phenomenal breakthroughs for human beings. So how should you think about all this? These are all the technology disruptions that are happening now. And as you can tell, I'm excited about them. I think they're going to affect us all, and certainly right for companies to be created based on them. But if I were an entrepreneur, I'm kind of biased. Those base innovations I talked about, those base breakthroughs, those are extremely difficult to do as a startup. So if you're in a research lab in Montana and you just invented a new way to do a new memory, for example, that is very interesting, but it's probably difficult to get to market. It takes a long time, lots of dollars, very slow adoption. However, if you are like many of the companies I mentioned, and instead of trying to advance the base science, you look at the advancement in the base science and you try to figure out what that could mean and what could be done with it. Simple apps like Uber, just changing the way we travel. They didn't invent much other than to take the notion of a mobile app and connect it with a service, or WhatsApp or others. So that's where you can get to market quickly. Doesn't take a lot of money. I think you're going to have a lot easier time raising money. But all of these changes would be irrelevant unless we had the right human beings to do something about it. So the founders, to us, are the most important of those three ingredients. And those founders that we focus on are exceptional human beings, these dent makers, as Steve Jobs called them. So very sharp, very focused, passionate, obsessed, fixated on thrilling their customers, fixated on creating a phenomenal product or service. They're metric focused. They're always iterating. They fail quick and change quickly, adapt quickly. They're not distracted by ego or title. They're not starting a company so that they can have a fancy title or stroke their ego. They're starting it because they're passionate about the dent they want to make, the change they want to make. And what's surprising to some is they're not necessarily experienced. They don't necessarily have the fancy resume, but to us, they just have the burning fire to make a big change. These two dent makers might look familiar to you, but what's interesting about them is when we encountered Larry and Sergey, internet search already existed. But to them, they were trying to do their research at Stanford, and they were very frustrated with the experience. They didn't think it was as good as it could be. Just so happened that Larry was doing research in a related area in terms of graphical algorithms, and they decided to do a better job, what they thought was the way search should be. The result is a company now worth over $430 billion. Jan Koum and Brian Acton, these are phenomenal characters we were very lucky to partner with as their only investor. They started the company because, again, messaging existed, but they didn't like the way it existed. They thought it could be done better. What they exploited was the technology change that now everybody happened to be connected to the internet. So it was not only a telecom connection you had, but most likely you had an internet. You could go on the data and not on the phone network. So they invented WhatsApp, and there's 4 really interesting numbers about WhatsApp. At the time of their $19 billion acquisition by Facebook, there were 4 numbers that tell the whole story: 450, 32, 1, and 0. They had grown to 450 million active users a month. They had 32 employees. The company was driven by one mantra. It was a little stick-em note that Jan had on his desk. It said, "No ads, no games, and no gimmicks." And 0 is the dollars they spent on marketing to get 450 million users. So that illustrates the power of the age we live in terms of company creation. Garden Health, this is one you haven't heard of yet, but you will. This will be a high-tech unicorn. The founders of this company have created, they're Helmi Eltupi, if I pronounce his name correct, and Amir Ali Talasaz. They were both at Stanford. Helmi has a PhD in electrical engineering, had a lot of wireless background, wireless algorithms for CDMA, which, as you know, if anyone's technical, it's a very noisy environment. You're trying to get a lot of signal through a lot of noise. They also have dual degrees in biology. They started focusing on cancer, an area very close to my heart and my current interests. What they focused on was this known observation that if you have a tumor, even at very early stages of a tumor, it vascularizes, blood starts to flow to the tumor, and little snippets of that mutated DNA are in your bloodstream. The problem was a signal-to-noise problem. Existing technologies, no one had been able to figure out how to detect that signal from the very noisy environment in your blood. They used their similar wireless algorithms to crack that, and now Garden has what's called a liquid biopsy, and they're in clinics, and they're growing very, very fast, where you can do early cancer detection from a blood test and cancer monitoring from a blood test. So again, these are folks who used cross-discipline, they used knowledge they had, used sequencing technologies and breakthroughs that I talked about to change the world and create yet another very important unicorn. So these companies all had something in common. In our history, we've actually found that this formula is tried and true. These companies all have very clear purpose. They know exactly what they're trying to do. They have spectacular markets. They're trying to address real customer pain, a real problem. They have spectacular DNA. They're focused on their product. They iterate over and over and over again to get it right, and they're perfectionists. They have real operating margins. They actually make some money. They're frugal, and then the dollars they do spend are highly leveraged. They know how to get the most with their dollars. These are the elements to create these billion-dollar companies that I think we're going to be created in Montana. And it just had a fail. There it is. So I'm asked oftentimes, since I didn't grow up in Montana, I grew up on the East Coast, why Montana? And I just answer, right? Really? I mean, it's not, come on. What we have here, though, is an ingredient that all the other high-tech meccas don't, which is extraordinary quality of life. And you know, when you think about it, very highly educated folks in software fields, electrical engineering fields, and so on, they want a really good quality of life. So that attraction is very, very strong. So we have that. But what do we need? I think we just need a little tweaks, a few little improvements. I think the venture and both at the early stage and the growth stage is a little anemic still in Montana. I think if you're a budding entrepreneur, I think it's probably pretty hard to find sources of money. That needs to be improved. I think while the universities do a great job, I think the early education in technology, programming, is very, very critical. If you just compare and contrast the high schools, so the junior high schools in Palo Alto, California, with Montana, you have kids that are programming in junior high school in Palo Alto and starting companies when they're sophomores in high school. And I don't think there's any difference in their intelligence or their ambition or their drive. It's just they're not exposed to it in the right way. So philanthropically, this is yet another thing that I'm very passionate about and going to be involved in. And I know others around Montana who've done very well are also focused on it. High-speed networking infrastructure, that underlies much of the innovation that I talked about, cloud computing, SaaS technology, and so on. It depends on a very, very high-speed network. And here I think we could use some work in Montana. Belinda Stevens, up at the CEO of Kalispell Regional Medical Center, who I've gotten to know quite well, pioneered what I thought was a very ambitious and very successful project along with the FCC. I think she successfully got a grant of about $13.6 million, I believe, to produce a fiber network, 425 miles of fiber, connecting, I believe, 21 regional hospitals, medical centers, and 6 universities and schools. This kind of thing is phenomenal. And to me, that was money well spent. That was, I'm not a big fan of spending taxpayer money on anything, but that was very well spent. Because think about it, you're connecting these hospitals, it can enable distance education. Those kids in the 6-person school out in the middle of nowhere in Montana, I think there's innovations coming in distance learning as long as they have the infrastructure such that they can get the same education as somebody in a more populated area. And then, of course, everything else we're talking about, company formation, be it an existing company or a new company, connectivity is everything. So if you have it, I think you can take it very far. So in conclusion, I think Montana is ready to start having a new species, high-tech unicorns. And cloud, SaaS, as I said, is one of the key enablers because it removed the location rigidity. You don't need to right now be in an urban center to start your company and connect with your customers, interact with your customers. The technology is now there. We have these massive and sudden tech disruptions that, as I said, I think are more exciting across a broader swath of areas than we've ever seen before in Sequoia's history. And we have a phenomenal crop of Montana entrepreneurs and future dent makers. Thank you. Yeah, I think we have some extra time. If anyone wanted to ask a few questions, happy to take them. We have one mic somewhere. Question? Yes. Question was, what do we see as the future of biotech in Montana? I'm passionate about that area, as I just said. I'm spending a lot of my time in it. I'd certainly like to see it grow. And what you've seen recently is bio for us, for Sequoia, was an area that we mostly stayed away from for many years because we just thought in the world of bits, you could just move much faster, create a lot more value more quickly than mess around with wet stuff. But what I just talked about here in terms of innovation, it turns out a lot of the innovation, a lot of the advancements are going to be in the digital world, meaning there's labs already that can sequence a sample for you. Boom, then you have the data. Now what do you do with the data? No one knows quite how to interpret all the data yet. So there's tremendous room for innovation there in terms of big data analytics to match up what's present in genomes with various conditions and so on, to identify targets for therapeutics and so on. There's a lot of companies growing very, very fast in the Bay Area that do exactly that, and there's nothing missing in Montana for that same thing to be true here. Any other questions? No one wants to bounce a startup idea off me? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mike, thank you for that presentation. It was just very interesting to hear what's going on, particularly in your passions right now in terms of cancer and so forth. Look forward to maybe some offline conversations there as well, what's happening. Also want to thank Mike for his generosity and philanthropy. He's been very generous up in northwest Montana. he brings a lot of what his success there to help the community there in the Whitefish area. Next, we're going to hear from Will Lansing. Will Lansing is a CEO at FICO, but he has strong roots in Montana. Will and his family have a home not too far here from Bozeman, and I got to work alongside with Will at Right Now Technologies. Will was one of the very early board members at Right Now, and was a tremendous source of wisdom and guidance. As you all know, many of the entrepreneurs out there, starting up a business and growing it is really hard. It's not easy. And it's always helpful to have a board and to have Will's Lansing's guidance as the company was growing. So he knows firsthand how to grow technology jobs here in Montana. We share an optimism about the potential of technology to create more jobs and opportunities for Montanans. He's a 30-year veteran of the technology industry, having held top positions at many successful companies, including Right Now. So I look forward to hearing Will's insights into the outlook for our state and for our nation's tech industry. Please join me in welcoming Will Lansing to the Montana High Tech Job Summit.
It's great to be here talking about tech in Montana. I've been a tech executive for most of my life and had a home here in Montana for the last 15 years. I now have the pleasure of having a son here at MSU, Ned. Shout out to Ned as entering freshman. And having served on the board of one of Montana's great tech companies Right Now, which is now a center of innovation for Oracle. I want to talk to you about three things today. First, how perfect tech is for Montana. Also, turning intellectual property into a business and how that's different from manufacturing or agriculture. And I'd like to do that through the lens of my own company, FICO, which I think is a useful example of how virtual an intellectual property company can be. I think it illustrates how tech can work in Montana. Along the way, I hope you'll forgive me for explaining how FICO has helped consumers get access to credit and thereby help to expand the economy. And at the end, I'll take some questions, one of which I'll answer right now. I cannot fix your FICO score. Only you can do that. So Right Now is, I think, a tech company in paradise. Many years ago, back in 1999, I was asked to join the board, and that company, Right Now, had modest beginnings here in Bozeman, as you know, and I thought it was in the living room. I guess I learned this morning it was in a spare bedroom of Greg and Susan Gianforte's home. And that's where I had the pleasure of meeting Senator Daines. So the senator was then, not right then, but a little bit later, taking the company global, driving the Asia-Pacific strategy. Right Now was a company that was focused on helping customers. The idea was pretty simple. When a customer had an issue with a product or a service, they want to know the answer right now. Not tomorrow, not 24-hour email, not a phone call back from a rep, but right now. Let's look it up on the web. Let's get that answer right now. In case you guys were wondering how the company got its name. The software had a learning database and anticipated questions that consumers wanted answers to, and it was a big success in the customer service space. The company went from Greg's house to a campus here in Bozeman as its customer base grew from primarily a U.S. domestic base to, in time, international scale. It grew rapidly. It had happy customers. Now, I do recall, I don't know if I'm supposed to share things like this, but I do recall an interesting boardroom dust-up about being located in Montana. The company was growing pretty nicely, but one of the board members wondered this aloud, whether we could get the needed talent in Montana. After all, Silicon Valley is the epicenter of software development, and in his mind at least, where all the talent is. And the question was, would being in Montana hurt us? Well, Greg resisted the pressure, and fortunately, and stayed true to his mission of building the company here in Montana, and you've seen the outstanding results. At the outset, the company leveraged two things that had going in its favor. First, a pool of really smart MSU grads who wanted to stay in Montana. So anyone who's from Montana, anyone who's visited Montana knows how great it is. But the traditional ag and manufacturing jobs are not as abundant as they once were, and the appetite for tech is climbing. Fortunately, MSU was and is turning out very capable engineers and students who want to pursue a career in tech. Second, it turns out to be pretty easy to attract talented tech people to Montana. I recall driving down Highway 101 in the Bay Area in California and seeing a Right Now recruiting billboard. And it featured this beautiful mountain scene. And it said, here in California, you call this a park. In Montana, we call it a backyard. The company hosted an annual customer conference in Big Sky, which drew corporate customers from all over. I'm sure it wasn't just the fly fishing, but the fly fishing didn't hurt. The company grew and grew, eventually gaining the trust of hundreds of corporate customers across the globe. And the engineers came from MSU and from all over, attracted by the quality of life here in Montana and the prospect of high-paying, high-impact jobs. Hundreds of tech jobs were created. Hundreds of techies are now living the dream here in Bozeman. A few years ago, Oracle, a giant in the software world, bought the company. And you wonder, why would they do that? You know, obviously the company was doing well with its customers, but really I think it was the fact that Right Now had distinguished itself as an industry-leading cloud company. 15 years ago, the company was focused on software as a service, and that's clearly where software has gone and where it's still going. As a leader in the cloud software, Right Now attracted Oracle's attention, and now Right Now is still based here in Bozeman, obviously, and is a centerpiece of Oracle's global cloud strategy. Now I'd like to switch gears a little, talk to you about another company built around intellectual property. That company is my company, FICO. Some of you have heard of FICO scores and know us as the credit score company, but really we're much more than that. We're really wrapped up now in predictive analytics and predictive analytics software. And I want to tell you the story of the company because I think it highlights the fact that companies that are built on intellectual property are virtual and really can operate anywhere. When Fair Isaac was founded in 1956, credit decisions were made by an experienced bank executive who had firsthand knowledge of the credit. So our banker had known the family for years. Our banker had watched Johnny grow up with his paper route. Our banker felt pretty comfortable making a call about whether young Johnny would have what we in the industry call propensity to repay. And that's how credit decisions were made. And obviously that idea doesn't scale. Accumulating all that experience, all that knowledge of all the Johnnies takes years and years, and the industry needed a better way to make credit decisions. A way to make more credit decisions, more frequently, more accurately, more fairly, and most importantly, without the banker's personal relationship with the borrower. Bill Fair and Earl Isaac were a couple of entrepreneurs, an engineer and a mathematician, who had this idea that the credit decision could be made with scores. In 1956, they pooled their $800 and started Fair Isaac, now known as FICO. They borrowed computer time at Standard Oil of California and developed scorecards for predicting the likelihood that a consumer would repay a loan. They had the insight that we could expand the credit industry if we could use data and algorithms to broaden the credit extension process, getting beyond that old-time banker. And that simple idea propelled the banking industry and the U.S. economy with it in remarkable ways. It's also helped credit grow around the world. Today, FICO helps with originations and collections and recovery and fraud and scoring in virtually all the major economies in the world that are trying to build a consumer credit economy. Today, FICO is an $800 million global business with 2,800 employees. The company is publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. But the entirety of FICO's products are the bits and bytes, the algorithms and models, and the software that predict consumer behavior. We serve 5,000 business customers in 90 countries, and our 2,800 employees are dispersed across the world. Now, if your business is built on getting the smartest data scientists and developers in the world to develop cutting-edge analytics and software, you want to recruit those people wherever they are. And although we have large groups of employees in California and Minneapolis, Birmingham, UK, Bangalore, Singapore, I can assure you that geography is absolutely secondary to getting the best talent that we can possibly get. And so we have employees all over, including, of course, here in Montana. In fact, our head of revenue calls Montana home. The point is this: tech companies care more about talent than about where it's located. About 15% of our employees work remotely away from our major locations. Such is the world that we live in, and so I think tech in Montana makes sense. Now back to credit scores. The company developed this idea that one could predict a consumer's creditworthiness by looking at the behavior of many other consumers and building a model, embodied in a score around that, and that was a pretty big idea. We identified a data set that has high predictive value for making this decision. This is so-called trade line data collected by the big credit bureaus. So Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, they get this trade line data. And what the data basically says is whether a consumer pays his or her credit card bills on time. It also looks at whether a consumer is maxed out. And on top of that data, FICO has proprietary algorithms that measure the consumer's propensity to repay debt. And based on that, banks and other financial institutions make decisions about extending credit for credit cards, for auto loans, for mortgages. The company's evolved, and now we're focused more broadly on what I would call precision decisioning. Now, if you ever wonder, how do companies make the decisions that they do? How do they price their products? How do they decide what to offer when a consumer shows up at the website? Whether or not to increase a credit line. Our analytics help companies to make these decisions with the idea that the decisions should be made on data, not on intuition. So FICO is right in the middle of helping businesses incorporate better decisioning in their business processes. We're leaders in fraud detection. That's credit card fraud detection. We look at 90% of credit card transactions in the U.S. with a view to determining whether or not they're fraudulent. When you get an alert that there's a suspected fraud, more likely than not, that's our software behind the scenes. When I joined FICO a few years ago, the Wall Street Journal ran an editorial in which they looked at the 3 big technology trends in the 20th century, looking back 100 years, what were the ones that drove the last 100 years, and then they projected what they thought the big 3 trends were for the future. And so the ones for the last 100 years, they'll seem obvious. Electrification, telephony, and the dawn of the automobile age. Going forward, the 3 that they focused on were wireless, which we spent a lot of time talking about today, smart manufacturing and 3D printing, and then finally big data. Now, a few years ago, the term big data was getting hot. Today it's heavily used, maybe a little overused, and yet I think that there's really something here, and I think they're onto something. It's certainly what's driving analytics companies like ours. What's it mean to be an analytics company today? You know, over the last 50 years, we've lived in a small data world. And what that means is that we've spent time, at least in the analytics space, looking for the single data set that has the most predictive value for whatever decision it is we're trying to make. And when it came to extending, and we'd focus mostly on decisions that were high stakes decisions, because that's where you could afford to spend some money trying to figure it out. The credit bureaus found this data. That's the credit card payment data, the trade line data, and they built a business around it. And FICO put its algorithms on top and spent ever more time trying to develop ever more elegant scores, extracting the most predictive power from that data. And that's really the way analytics have been for the last 50 years. And yet today, things are changing. The past made sense. The small data set world made sense when we were constrained by the volume of the data that we could store and manipulate. It made sense if there were limitations on our ability to mix and match a variety of data, data with different structures that reside in different repositories. It made sense when computing infrastructure constraints limited the extent to which data could be analyzed in real time. But in a big data world, that all changes. And when you think about the 3 V's of big data, you know, volume, variety, and velocity, the promise is really great that we can get so much more out of it. Today, we can consume huge volumes of data, even if that data has ever-diminishing caloric value. I mean, in the old days, you wouldn't try because it was so costly, and today, we'll take every scrap of data if it has some caloric value because it's just not that costly to work with it. We can mix and match data from a wide variety of sources as we seek to predict behavior. And so what that means, at least in the credit world, is we look at at credit bureau data, as we always have, but we look at internal bank data. We look at first-party data that the consumer provides to the customer, typically for us, the bank. And we even look at social data if the consumer gives permission. What it all means is that we'll be able to make better decisions by leveraging data that was previously inaccessible. So, for example, sometimes I'm asked, especially by people who don't use credit cards. Once in a while I'll meet people and they say, I don't have any credit cards, and so my FICO score doesn't reflect who I really am. And they have a point. And so today, we look at alternative data. Today we have an alternative data score that's built on alternative data, and we look at things like whether you pay your rent on time or your utility bill or your cable bill. And increasingly, financial institutions are using that data to make the decisions. So analytics companies are changing because of the promise of big data, and you can imagine the changes that we're seeing, right? We go from, in terms of from and to, we go from a world with singular data sets to near infinite data. We go from batch to real time. We go from sample to census. We go from hypothesis-driven to boil the ocean. We go from analysts to machine learning. All these things make it possible for us to embed analytics in places where we never could afford to do it before. Now, of course, with all these advances come challenges. The bad guys use technology too. So we live in a world where the bad guys are engaged in identity theft, where they're stealing people's identities and their credit cards, and generally giving consumers a hard time. Now, FICO is already involved in combating this. We work in the consumer protection space with our safeguards around fraud in the credit card industry, and we thought it'd be natural to kind of extend ourselves into the credit report monitoring space and the identity theft space, identity theft monitoring. One of the things that we've just done recently is launch a program called Open Access, and that lets consumers see the credit score that the bank uses for its credit decision. So that used to be kind of a secret thing. Consumers didn't get to see their score before. And we thought it'd be great if they could, and so we did a lot of negotiating with the credit bureaus and with the banks to get the right to share with the consumer the score on which the credit decision was being made. And so today, it's possible. It's more than possible. Today, most of the major banks have moved to sharing FICO credit scores with the consumers. Over 100 million consumers today have access to their scores, and if your bank isn't giving you your score today, you should be getting it soon. We're also involved with credit report monitoring and identity theft. We do that directly through myfico.com, and we do it with our partner Experian to give consumers visibility into their score, their FICO score, and also into changes. Now, I did say I'd give you a few tips on how to improve your FICO score, and I really mean how you can improve your FICO score. Recall that the analytics are trying to predict how likely it is that a consumer will repay debt. So the analytics look at many variables over a large population, and the scoring model reflects this. So answering the question, how do I improve my FICO score, is really about understanding the biggest drivers of the model. The elements of a credit file that are most predictive of that are, one, do you pay your credit card bills on time? If you don't, you should. Two, do you max out your cards? That's not generally a good idea. Three, do you apply for a lot of credit at once? It is an age-old problem that when you most want credit, it gets harder to get. The simple rule is to be responsible and pay your bills on time and don't get overextended. Okay, well, so that's enough about FICO. I hope you're under the impression that analytics companies, software companies, tech companies are geographically free to conduct business wherever they can find the very best talent. And I would call that Advantage Montana. It's been a pleasure talking to you today. On that note, I'll stop. I think we have time for a few questions. I think there's some mics out there, so if anyone has any questions, happy to take them. Okay, I'll answer one question I got asked before. The question was advice for entrepreneurs and investors from an analytics company. What advice do we have? And I'll tell you about a friend of mine who runs a private equity shop. And what he does is when he meets CEOs of companies that he wants to invest in or he's contemplating investing in, he asks them, what is it that you'd like to know? What bit of information would you like to have that if you had it would transform your business, would make you really much stronger than your competitors? And then this friend of mine, what he does is he goes and tries to figure out how he's going to get that information to that executive. Because we live in a world where you ought to be able to get it. You ought to be able to find that information, that data, apply some analytics, or if not that data, some combination of data sets that get you to the same place, or something correlated with it. And the net of it is that's the question he asks. That drives his investment strategy is, what business is ripe for transformation because I can get data I never could before and make new data-driven decisions? Yes?
Hey, Will, my question is, you started a predictive analytics company. How do you avoid becoming a custom modeling shop? And did FICO start that way and then back into a software product over time? And it seems like a lot of the companies we meet in the analytics space, they're solving one-off problems, and it's almost like they have a tool set and a developer kit, and they're rebuilding models one-off. And how do you break that paradigm as you're trying to grow an actual recurring revenue business?
That's a great question. I get asked all the time whether we as an analytics company or a professional services company or a software company, and the answer is we're really both. And it's a continuum, and there's not a clean line between the two. We all love being software businesses because of the returns to scale. But at the end of the day, analytics is really a custom business. At the end, it really is a custom business. In our world, we do custom solutions built on tools like rules engines and neural nets and optimization engine, those kinds of things. And then when there are enough customers that look alike, we build a more standardized solution like an application. I think we're moving to a world, though, where it's going to be much, much easier to do custom work and have it more resemble software and have less labor go into it. And that's because of a lot of the open source stuff and a lot of the things that are out there now. I mean, if you want to do text analytics, use Lucene. There's things you can do. Other questions? Okay, well, thanks very much.
All right, we're down to our final panel, and then we'll wrap up for the day. And I've been taking notes of some recurring themes and suggestions, thoughts around barriers and constraints to growing tech jobs here in Montana. Certainly we've heard about broadband infrastructure. We've heard about challenges perhaps in preparing students for the future in K through 12 education. The need to continue to fund research in our universities and at the federal government level. But we also heard about constraints in capital. And so this last panel will be talking about investing in future technology and entrepreneurship. We see this every day in Montana's growing tech and business sectors, which is leading the way in creating these good-paying Montana jobs and promoting innovation within our very own state. As you heard today, recent studies have shown that Montana high-tech jobs are growing 10 times faster than Montana's statewide job growth rate. And you heard the stat earlier as well that 40% of the wage growth in Montana took place here in Gallatin County, probably within a 5-mile radius of where we're meeting here today, which has become a hub for high-tech companies. So next we're going to hear from a diverse panel about their decisions to invest in startup tech companies in Montana, as well as across the U.S. We'll learn what they look for when they invest seed money, what they're looking for in the future as new technology is developed, and how they're creating these good-paying jobs in our state. So we'll start by welcoming our moderator, Kathy Bolter, the president of Aero Solutions Group, an IT staffing and recruiting company serving Montana and surrounding states. Come on up, Kathy. And then, please, if our panel would come forward, we'll have Matt Kidd, the principal of Cross Harbor Capital Partners. We've got Larry Farrar, the president and CEO at Residine Corporation. This is a great company in Butte. I've had a chance to visit Larry's operations several times. Jake Jabs, the CEO of American Furniture Warehouse. If you were at the reception last night, that's the Jake Jabs building. We're very grateful for Jake's philanthropy and support of Montana State University. A Bobcat himself, graduate in 1952, native of Hardin, Montana. Curtis Feeney, the managing director of Voyager Capital. David Lee, chairman of the board for Global Heritage Fund. Ben Warner, CEO and founder of Ignite Feedback, and a former Right Now colleague of mine, as well as James Burgum, co-founder and managing partner of Arthur Ventures. Please welcome this great panel. Turn over to you, Kathy.
Well, good afternoon. Last panel of the day, and I'm impressed that we're actually ahead of schedule. That means we can talk 10 minutes more. Oh, wait, no. They already started the timer, and we've got 40 minutes, but I've got a great panel today. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for being here. This is a great event put on by Senator Daines' office, and I would like to thank him and his team. They've been exceptional to work with. So we're going to do a quick lightning round. I'm going to let each of my panelists introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll get into some questions for them, and then if we have some time at the end, Q&A. So we'll start with you, Matt.
Great. Thanks, Kathy, and thank you, Senator Daines, for welcoming me here today. My name is Matt Kidd. I'm a principal of Cross Harbor Capital Partners. We're a Boston-based, we're actually a real estate-focused private equity firm, but we have a lot of investments here in Montana. We invest across the country, and we invest in equity structures as well as debt structures and in all different asset classes. But here in Montana, we are developing some great community product in Big Sky. And I've led our investments in Yellowstone Club, in Spanish Peaks, and Moonlight Basin, and some other stuff we've got going on up in Big Sky, as well as Black Bull here in Bozeman. So look forward to the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Larry Farrar. I'm with Residine Corporation that I founded in 1994 in Butte, Montana. I'm not an investor. I'm a company. What we do is we come up with, we invent things, develop them, manufacture them, and sell them around the world. So we actually like to cut steel and make stuff. Our target markets are really industrial. We don't do consumer items, really business to business. And the company's vision is to invent products that do not exist and that have features that enable clients to overcome barriers that existing technologies cannot provide. An essential element to our products is that they are a value proposition and to our clients, and that goal is summarized in our vision statement, which is building value through discovery and innovation. As such, essential elements of our process are innovation, invention, and the resulting intellectual property. And that's a topic I'll dwell on a little bit later during the talk. Residine Corporation has spun off 3 companies, 2 of which are headquartered in Butte, Montana. One we just started this month in Europe. Our business culture is a relentless pursuit of new technologies and application. We're never resting. Okay, our products are marketed and sold worldwide. That's it.
I'm Curtis Feeney, and very honored to be on this panel, being here in Montana. Again, thank you to Senator Daines and President Waded Cruzada of Montana State. This is a great conference. Our company, Voyager Capital, does business in Seattle, Portland, and Silicon Valley, where we have offices on the ground and partners on the ground. I live in Silicon Valley, and I'm not from Montana. My wife is. My kids 2 of my children got married here. My in-laws are from here. But I did get here as soon as I heard about it, so I'm delighted to be here and be a part of this. I think you have something that's truly exciting. It's going to be tough to beat this. I go to these things all the time in Silicon Valley. There are a dime a dozen in Silicon Valley. This is as good as they get. So you should be very proud of what's going on here. The quality of the speakers and the people I've met is top notch. It's a great honor to be here. What Voyager Capital does is early stage software technology investing on the enterprise side. We like software as a service. We like Internet of Things, data analytics. We're a microcosm. We want to be Sequoia when we grow up.
Hi, I'm James Burgum with Arthur Ventures. I would like to echo thanks for hosting this event. It's a fantastic event and just a fantastic group of entrepreneurs and panelists and speakers. So we're really honored to be here. Arthur Ventures, we're an early stage B2B enterprise software investor, and we invest anywhere outside of Silicon Valley. And so we're happy to be here in Montana and looking for opportunities in Montana. And in a prior life, I had experience in some of the policy side of trying to foster economic development around entrepreneurial ecosystems, and so excited to have an opportunity to share some of those thoughts and learn about what you guys are doing in Montana. There's a lot of parallels with North Dakota in what we're trying to do and achieve. So thank you for having us.
Thanks, James.
My name is Ben Warner. I am the CEO of Ignite Feedback, and first off, wanted to thank Senator Daines for the kind words about Ignite Feedback last week on Aaron Flint's radio show. We announced last week that we just raised $300,000 to grow our cloud software company here in Bozeman, Montana, and we're doing our best to lay claim to Montana's hottest cloud startup here. What do? We help mid to large businesses to score their customer experience and compare it to the competition. So a lot of executives throw around words like customer experience and customer engagement, but we come with the data and we help them to assign a 0 to 100 score, 84, 94, and really compare it to people who are leading like Netflix or Amazon and Apple so that their executive team can figure out what they need to do to get better.
My name is David Lee. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Montana State because Montana State gave me the first step to get my American dream come true. And Montana State prepared myself, prepare me to be an entrepreneur. And I was first entrepreneur, I think, from Montana. And before they have a Silicon Valley. And I was one of the early people who started the Silicon Valley. And I'll be very frank, today I bring back a lot of memories. I remember the Intels, even some of the VCs like Sequoia. And because it's, when I started the company, there's not much money with the VCs. And so a lot of VCs, all the well-known one in the Bay Area, in Silicon Valley now, is used to be invested in me and my company. And I'm from Montana, Bozeman.
Hi, I'm Jake Jabs. I think I'm the only retailer here today. I'm from around Lodgegrass, Montana. In case you don't know where that is, it's a small town. To show how small it was, I was born November 23rd, and I won the first Baby of the Year contest. We had a sign on the edge of town that slow down, resume speed, both on the same sign. They talked about stoplights earlier. We had a stoplight, but we only turned it on when a car came. Went back for my class reunion last summer, and I was the only one there. Anyway, as you, I'm sure you know, I'm a real believer in entrepreneurship, making business. I think today, and I've heard it several times on different panels, that they need to have some education in how to do a financial statement, how to do sales, how to do marketing, and that's what I do. I've done that all my life, and I think I do a pretty good job at it. Anyway, I own American Furniture Warehouse, headquartered in Denver, Colorado. Had a store in Bozeman at one time. But we're a fast-growing company. Our sales are up, going to be up $100 million this year in sales, so we're doing very well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you to all of you. My two panelists at the end, Larry and David, have to leave right around 4 o'clock, so I'm actually going to start questions with them, and then it'll become a different panel after with the other 5. But we'll get started with those. Jake, I'm going to start with you. So it's funny, as I was speaking to people about who was on my panel, everybody kept talking about these commercials that Jake did when they were kids, so that would be like when I was a kid. And I didn't grow up in Montana, but love living here now. And they talked about these exotic animals that you would have, these cats, right? Tigers and all that. So can you speak to that today?
Sure. It's not the first time I've been asked that question. Yeah. What it was is my wife and I had 3 daughters. We bought them a puppy for Christmas. And my kid said, put the puppy on TV, and I did. And the phone started ringing, offering us all their animals, their big, black, ugly Labrador, or whatever it was. And about the same time, there was an outfit filming for Johnny Hawes Lincoln Mercury, and the cougar was a symbol of the Mercury car. And the guy that had the cougar had a bunch of exotic animals at Evergreen. So he brought the cougar down and said, Jake, you should use these exotic animals in your commercials. And I didn't see it. I said, I don't get exotic animals in furniture. My secretary always wanted to pet a baby tiger, and she was privy to this conversation. So he brought a baby tiger down the next morning. I went to work, and everybody was gathered around this baby tiger, wanting to pet the baby tiger. So I could see a lot more interest in exotic animals than domestic animals. So we started using them. I don't own them. You don't want to own them. They don't make very good pets. But we get them from actually refugee centers. So there's quite a few of them around where they're pets and so forth, and people doing refugee centers. And so it's become a trademark with us.
All right, well, that's not a real question, but really, seriously, by round of applause, how many people remember those commercials? All right, very good. All right. So Jake, your real question is, you can finish in a second, but so in looking at how your business has changed in the years that you've been in business, talk a little bit, just a little bit, 3 minutes or less, on how technology has changed, especially in the last decade, and how it impacts your business.
I've always believed that the people that win the wars are the ones who have the best systems. And so I've always tried to have the best system. And the thing I've found in the 140 years I've been in business is, seems like 140 years, so is that people today are more patient. They want things done right now. They don't want to wait. I think that's the reason Amazon and all these .com companies are successful. They get it to you real quickly. So following that lead, I always try to get the latest systems, get people out the door systems. So what we've done is we developed like global picking. If you pick up furniture at our store, now the forklift only has to go one way. It goes, picks it up and brings it to the dock. So the waiting on the dock is 15 minutes instead of 30 minutes, and things like that. So technology, things like today, all my salesmen have to have an iPad. They have an iPad. They stand in front of a customer and they can look at a sofa or a bedroom set or whatever and say, we have so many in stock and it's available now. So all of the technological things that you can make people buy quicker, get them out the door faster, get it to their home faster, is the things that I've always embraced. And I've always been willing to spend the money to put these systems in place.
Very good, very good. Next question is for David, since you're going to have to get out the door. It was an interesting conversation I had with him before this panel, and as he talked about all his startups that he did starting in the late 60s, what he said, which really impacted me, and I'd like you to speak to this, David, about how things have, he said, nowadays money isn't the issue, it's actually easy to get money, but startups are so much different now and so much easier. Can you speak to that, how it's different now than it was then?
I started my first company in 1969, and that was a company called Diablo, and we sold to Xerox. I started a second one called Goen. We become the largest printer company, that even before the HP, and in the world. And with that, and I get all the VCs in the Silicon Valley now, or the Bay Area. The big ones, they all put money into my company. Those days was 20,000, 50,000, even Sequoia and Clem Perkin. Mr. Perkin gave me 50,000, and they are the big one, like Southern Hill is 200,000, Mayfield, you name it. They are, because the tax was very high, so people do not invest in the high-risk business. Today is very different. There's so much money. The reason is very simple. When I did this, they give me $1. 5 years later, I give them $93. And with those things, a lot of more people put money in. And of course, the government also cut down the tax. Used to pay 70-some%. Now it's about 40-some%. Okay. So with all those things, I think you can change a lot. And today I was listening to a lot of entrepreneurs I talked to, and I know there are a lot of entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneur. I took many companies IPO after I sold to 2 companies, and I don't even remember how many, more than 10. The reason is very simple. You have to think, how do you go IPO? First going IPO. The reason is very simple. When you're able to go IPO, your company is worth more. Therefore, people want to put more money in it, and all the VCs going to make money. By the way, a lot of those VCs bought their first big house because my company was successful. And also, I be very frank, like drapers, anyway, I shouldn't put the names, but anyway, just to tell you, okay, it's very important that you have to think about build value. When you build value, other people are willing to put money in it. You don't have to sell the company, okay? You can go, you can keep it, but the value is high. You can do many things with it. Basic stock is money. So if you can do this, because I know there's, today I saw so many people raise their hand to be an entrepreneur. And if you wanted to be an entrepreneur, you have to make money. When you make money, you can do many things, okay? And through the years, I have done many things. And also, I'll be very frank, right now, every year I want to take one company public, okay? So it's very important to do that.
Thank you, thank you. And thank you to Jake and Larry, and I know you guys are going to have to sneak out in a couple minutes, but I'll go on with the rest of the panel. As you might have recognized, we have two Montana entrepreneurs in the house, and everybody else has some connection to Montana, which I thought was pretty amazing. So, but first question that I'm going to put out now is to Ben of Ignite, and just wanted to visit a little bit about how has technology enabled you as a Montana entrepreneur to start your business and compete at a national and hopefully even global level?
Yeah, I think, as we heard earlier with the availability of high-speed broadband and spectrum, it certainly is a enabling and also a leveling of the playing field, I think. But of course, that's not specific to Montana, right? That just brings us on par in that regard. I think really what probably makes Montana a great spot to start a company, one of the many reasons, is the sense of community that we have here among entrepreneurs and investors, and a desire to see this beautiful place that we love so dearly succeed and invest in its future. So I suppose I might answer it that I think the technology is what it is, but it's the people that make the difference.
Very good, very good. Thanks, Ben. And from the investor side, James, I'd like you to comment. James and I talked a little bit about North Dakota and Montana have very similar out-migration story, and when you invest in people, startups all over, I mean, again, talk about that, the barrier, the geography barrier that doesn't really exist anymore, just from the investor point of view.
Yeah, well, I think it's, that point, as we've heard from a lot of speakers today, is that, you can, with, the decreasing cost of getting these businesses going and the proliferation of broadband, you really can start these companies anywhere. It comes down to human capital. I mean, it really comes down to talent. And so, from a policy and program standpoint of investing in education and I think all of those things are important. But Ben, you hit it. The number one thing that I think entrepreneurs are looking for when they're starting a business is community. And are there other entrepreneurs that we can talk to? Is there's the supportive network that is there to help you get through the ups and downs? It's really hard to do what these gentlemen have done and start businesses and succeed. It's got to be one of the most difficult things you can ever endure is starting a business from scratch. And so having a supportive community is incredibly important. And I think the efforts of events like this and others are going to continue to be things that Montana and states like North Dakota have to focus on, because we don't have necessarily some of those things, in terms of those ecosystems there today. And so we have to really, focus as a community and take ownership of it and want to really believe that this is an opportunity we can build on and support one another through community.
Mm-hmm. Did you even make something about moving the economic needle, didn't you say, through community and building?
In some ways, how I got into venture capital. My prior life, I worked for the governor of North Dakota and was involved in, and he actually hired me to focus on out-migration. And at the time in North Dakota, there was a big issue around brain drain, and the governor would talk about, we're losing our best and the brightest, and he hired me to help focus on that. And first thing I told him is I said, well, we got to stop talking about losing the best and the brightest, because I'm standing here. What does that mean, Governor? Like, we got to chopped liver? Okay, no, we're here. We want to make this work. And so that was step number one. But I think at the end of the day, if you're really going to move the needle, you want to do that organically from the ground up. And with fantastic universities that you have here, I think again it comes back to talent, and you've got the ingredients and the seeds are all here and available. And so you can do it from the ground up, and that's really how you can move the needle. And what's interesting about smaller communities and smaller states is that you have some inherent built-in competitive advantage because you're small. You can move more quickly. You can get a room full of people like this that, really care and can have an impact in trying to move the needle. So I think it's a great opportunity, and we're excited about what's happening in North Dakota, and you can see a lot of the similarities, that are going on here in Montana. There's the same kind of opportunity.
Very good. Thanks, James. Matt, I'm going to ask the next question to you and kind of play off that community piece. Even though Matt lives in Boston, he and his family spend a lot of time here. In fact, you and your family spent a month here this summer, right? But he's here a lot in Big Sky and really traveling around the states and looking at assets all over the state. But one of the things you said that struck me, and I'd like you to elaborate on that a little bit, about how you really try and do community building in the areas that you're looking at. Can you speak to that a little?
Sure, and particularly what we're doing in Big Sky. As I mentioned, we own the Yellowstone Club as well as several other projects in Big Sky. And Big Sky is a small place. It's an unincorporated town. Doesn't have a town government. Went through some challenging economic times in 2000, 2008, 2009. And we've really tried to work extensively, engaging with a broad spectrum of people. There's part of our real estate, resort-focused real estate investments, right? Like the sort of economics of our investments are such that we're going to make money when the resorts themselves perform well, when people are buying real estate and joining the clubs. But a bigger part of what we're doing out there is the larger community building efforts and making Big Sky the type of place that, as the Mike from Sequoia was saying, where we can develop some unicorns. Some unicorns can be developed in Big Sky, and technology is just a very important part of of what is happening in the market, of growing the community in Big Sky and throughout the state.
Yeah, very good, very good. Thank you. And speaking of community, we'll go on to our Butte guy, Larry, who many of you might be familiar with Residine, and certainly can talk a little bit about how he's really, built up his organizations out of the Butte community. But Larry, mechanical engineer, when I asked him about what made him want to be an entrepreneur, he said, I didn't really like working for other people, which I think a lot of us in the room can understand, and talked a little bit about the risk-taking and the ability to make things happen quicker. If you have an idea, it's riskier, but there's a lot of excitement around that. But just to kind of change tracks a little bit around some of the products that you've developed and talk a little bit about IP. I know this is something that I'm going to ask a couple of you guys about, but I would like you to maybe speak a little bit to the role that intellectual property rights play for entrepreneurs in driving motivation or innovation, investment, and technological developments. Can you speak a little bit? I know as someone who has over 40 patents, can you tell us your side of the story?
Sure. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're, like I mentioned earlier, we're a small company. We manufacture stuff, but we only manufacture things that we invent. And so, as you might well expect, that intellectual property is very important to our innovation to be able to capitalize on it. We don't use intellectual property for investments, or to get investors. We don't have investors. Don't seek them. Okay. What we do is we're a company that's bootstrapped. And there's some advantages and there's some disadvantages to that, obviously. But I just sleep a lot better at night when I know that I'm in control and the books are in the black and I don't have to worry about it, right? But intellectual property, as you well know, is a very complex issue. So this is a lot of fun. But I'm not going to go into the technical details on it. I'm just going to talk to the perspective of a small company and to a company that really isn't looking for investors. So it's very limited in scope. But intellectual property really is the engine that drives innovation, investment, and technology development. And when I say investment, that means my investment into what we're doing. So I need to have that intellectual property good feel, just like an investor would, in what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish, that we really do have a product and a business to move forward with. So really what intellectual property is it's really it's referring to the creation of information which a monopoly is assigned to owners, and it's assigned by law. And intellectual property, the four main elements are patents, copyrights, industrial design rights, which are such as trademarks or trade dress, which are basically forms of buildings or other things, and of course trade secrets. They refer to artistic works, words, phrases, symbols, discoveries, inventions, and designs. So it's a broad spectrum for intellectual property. And intellectual property gives you rights by law to operate in a with complete autonomy, but the enforcement of that intellectual property is clearly on your shoulders. So although you get intellectual property, you have to enforce it yourself, okay? And so, of the types of intellectual properties mentioned, the most recognized IP rights are a patent. However, as you well know, the people who have obtained a patent, they're very complex and they're very costly. Fundamentally, the cost of a patent can be $20,000, $25,000 for a good patent. Sometimes it can be 10, but more or less it's in the higher numbers, especially for complex patents. But that pales to what it would take to defend a patent. So a patent is only as good as you're willing to defend it. And patent defenses typically are $1 million, could be several $1 million, okay, if they're challenged. So if you're interested in patents and you want to obtain them for international products like we have, it gets more and more complex because each country has their own rules and regulations and enforcement phenomenon that you have to follow. And so, so I guess the bottom line is that the patents, can be are applicable to radically new inventions, and they're also of value to products that are already in place, but you're trying to improve the quality of them. And so there's a lot of ways to approach your patents.
All right. Well, thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. So I'm going to look at the other side of the house, Curtis. If how do you when you guys do early stage startups? It's so a lot of times entrepreneurs probably haven't even thought about IP or anything. How do you view IP and how do you guide the entrepreneurs that you're working with?
Well, I agree with a lot of Larry's comments. I think intellectual property, broadly, people think of it as the patent portfolio of the trade secrets that you might have. But there's also the trade secrets per se that you don't patent. And that is oftentimes where you can create a lot of value that is defensible and hard to copy. Once you start going into patents as a small company, you have a number of challenges. One, it is expensive, particularly before you get institutional funding. And in some cases, it puts you on putting out information that you may not want to put out there to your competition. And then there's also the risk that you end up stepping into some other people's patents that you, as you do the patent discovery of your own ideas, you find that maybe they're already out there and you have to shift and change directions. So as a small VC investing in early stage companies, we tend to want to see if there's patentable ideas, if there's patents already in place. We love it when there is because you can really learn a lot reading through the patents just as your competition can. But then we try very hard to get beyond that and look at some of the other sustainable competitive advantages because I think as Larry was implying, technology itself is often gives you a head start but not a sustainable competitive advantage. You heard Craig talk about 90% turnover in products in a year in technology and in software that happens too. So this is, you're always racing against the clock and new ideas, and the patents are sort of a snapshot in time of the previous ideas. So when we look at it, we like it when we find them, but it's certainly not a requirement. We often do deals in areas that there are no existing patents and maybe none on the immediate horizon. When we see ideas that can be patented, we work with the companies and the law firms to get good patents in place. And I was mentioning to Kathy earlier, we just invested in a Seattle-based company called Patent Navigation, Inc. They have, it turns out, in technology, particularly in telecom and pharma and certain parts of semi, patents drive those businesses. And there's some workflow solutions as a software as a service that this little company, Patent Navigation, Inc., has come up with that are, we think, revolutionizing the speed and cost of attaining patents. So I think it's going to get better.
Very good. So that's a good segue into our next question. I appreciate it, Curtis. So I'm gonna ask all of you to reflect a little bit, or maybe a few of you reflect on, and I'm going to start with Ben at the other end. So in your opinion, what technologies So maybe for a beginning entrepreneur, what technologies are absolutely vital these days? And also personally, what can you not live without?
Good question. So for us, we're a cloud company, and the availability of low-cost, easy-to-use cloud solutions, I mean, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, the big players are just pouring money into the cloud hosting and cloud technology space from really like an infrastructure and a platform level that allows application providers like us, Ignite Feedback, or many other entrepreneurs who are focusing on that business solution or consumer solution to move a lot more quickly. And so I think that's just a huge thing that's going on in the market now and is making it much easier for early stage cloud technologies in particular to get traction with customers and in the marketplace.
Who wants to go next? James?
I guess it's hard to pick one, but certainly mobility. I mean, mobile technology is a fundamentally driving a huge amount of innovation, and we're seeing it everywhere. And I think that we're just on the front end of that. And so it's everything from GIS to the ability to take old applications and old industries and kind of rethink or reimagine what they can be with mobile is pretty powerful. In fact, we've got a number of companies that really have been built from the mobile first world and from the ground up, and things that were as mundane or as old as stuff like employee scheduling. And how mobile has changed that. And one of our companies, When I Work, has just taken off, growing very quickly using mobile employee scheduling for hourly employees. So, yeah, if I was going to pick one, that one is certainly fundamental for a lot of new innovation that's taking place today.
Very good.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just in the overall connectivity, just always being able to access a tremendous amount of information. And I think real estate as a general, is a somewhat broad statement, but real estate as an industry, and particularly real estate finance, still has a lot of opportunity to grow and develop further from technology. I think we're still at the sort of nascent stages of bringing technology more into use in real estate. But certainly what I can pull up on my phone in terms of access to information through things like Dropbox and Box.com, as well as just email and other components, is amazing. And so different than just 4 or 5 years ago. And for me, living in Boston, spending a lot of time out here, being involved in these projects as well as elsewhere in the country, that connectivity and access to information is critical. And just being able to pull that information up at my fingertips is critical to being successful in business.
Thanks, Matt. How about you, Larry? What can't you live without?
Well, yeah, like you say, that the information, I look at it a little bit differently, of course, is that, I look at a broad range of technologies that are available throughout the world, and so we know what we have to do to be competitive, to get around things, and to be a value proposition to the clients that we do serve. So we do spend a lot of time connected, if you want to call it that, on the internet.
Maybe just to put a little more of a slice on what Ben said, cloud computing has made a huge difference. There's a company that many of you have used called Postini, because Postini was acquired by Google to be their anti-spam, antivirus filter for all the Gmail. So anybody who used Gmail has used Postini. It cost Postini $10 million to develop the data center to build that out 15 years ago. You could do that for well under $100,000 today. So 2 orders of magnitude in cost, and the quality's gone up. So that's just hard to beat. And then we used to ask ourselves, what do you have when you have infinite free storage, compute, and bandwidth? And maybe the answer was Google or Facebook. But what it does is it gives you an inundation of data, and with data, you need data analytics. So I think that open source software, cloud computing, and data analytics are absolutely key for most businesses.
Very good. Very good. At this point, I'm going to open up the floor to questions. Some exceptional wisdom here, and they'd love to hear from you. Any questions today? Yes, Andy Gordon.
So I'd like to ask the panel, we just talked about connectivity here. When you are looking at deals or speaking to entrepreneurs out there,
Yeah, I think I can maybe speak to that a little bit as having just put together a business case and pitching to investors on market size and, what piece of that we intend to address in the near future and then, of course, longer term that we aspire to. I think, in a worldwide market, there's a lot of diversity in those markets, right? And that can make it oftentimes very attractive because you get these huge numbers, right? Billions and tens of billions of dollars that as a startup you intend to go disrupt. And I think it's good to have that vision and that foresight to think a few steps ahead of what it can be, but then also as a challenge and somebody getting started, right? You have to start somewhere and you have to find something where the pattern is strong and you can start to get some passionate, excited customers and then grow that longer term into those worldwide markets and into those different industries. Because at the end of the day, customers come in lots of different shapes and sizes, and if you try and be a one-size-fits-all solution, it probably means you don't fit anybody very well.
I'll just add one thing. Larry and I were talking about market size, and there's a little bit of a mix between people looking for really big markets, which can be global and geographically ambiguous even. But there are a lot of big markets, and real estate I think is one of them. Huge market, adoption rate almost doesn't exist. So you're looking for a combination of size of market and explosive growth opportunities. And so oftentimes the best technology disruptions are creating things that haven't been done before for markets that don't exist. And it's a gut feel on how big is that going to be, how many people will adopt this new whiz-bang, and at what rate. But it's the rate that is often not talked about, the rate of growth. There's huge markets selling to government, selling to military, selling into real estate that are daunting.
Good question. Any others out there? All right, well, I'm going to wrap up our panelists and let everybody get back on the road, but I would like to thank Matt, Larry, Curtis, James, and Ben for being here today, and thank all of you. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Senator Daines. Thank you.
Hey, Matt. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah, you bet. Yeah. Well, that concludes the summit. I couldn't help as I was sitting there today reflecting on the many hours I was walking this campus, walking down that hallway with my Clutterworks backpack. That is definitely a throwback kind of name here. If you're familiar with Mystery Ranch and Dana Designs, they began with Clutterworks. I had my little orange backpack here that I took to the top of Granite Peak, top of the Grand Teton. That became my book bag studying engineering here. And I don't think we would have ever dreamed of having these discussions around what's going on in world-class leading technology companies and thought leaders who are with us here today. We know Montana is a very special place, and I was also thinking about our leaders. Dr. David Newman from NASA, we mentioned Mansfield today, and to think that it was the state of Montana that produced the longest-serving majority leader in the history of our country, the United States Senate, a guy named Mike Mansfield. Montana produced the first woman ever elected to the U.S. Congress. It was this state that did that in terms of our pioneering spirit, the ability to lead not only in the northwest part of the U.S., but to lead for our country and to lead for the world. So I have just gratitude to all of you for coming here today. Many, many thank yous to our 40 great speakers and panelists who served faithfully today. To Dr. Cruzado, Montana State University, thank you for being such a gracious host. We could be here. And with Dr. Barrett's comments, the need to rethink our investment in research and R&D and so forth here. Because as someone who did business in China for 6 years, I was with Procter & Gamble, you see how fast the world is running right now. We administered a test as we recruited our management team there, so we're growing the company over there to build world-class leaders. It was the same test that Procter & Gamble gives in every university in the world. Only differences might be translated and localized in the current language. But for example, the Chinese scored the highest of anybody else in the world there. And just a kind of reminder here that the world is running very, very quickly. And we have great challenges here, but they're problems that can be solved. And I've told my team, we're in the problem-solving business, and we're in the customer service business. And in that regard, I would just like to recognize my team that worked tirelessly to serve you today. And I want to start with Morgan Darlington. Morgan, where are you? Morgan? Morgan's name was mentioned often to me today by many of you in working with her. She had a very daunting challenge to put this together in a relatively short period of time. We thought maybe we'd get 300 people to show up, and we broke the 600 barrier today. Morgan grew up on a ranch near Big Sandy, Montana, played basketball there. She rodeos, she barrel races, and just has that great Montana DNA. And Morgan, just a job well done. I'd like the rest of my staff, just if you would just stand up, please. I want to thank you for pulling off a great event here today, so thank you. And we plan to do this. It was called the biannual conference. So we are already making plans 2 years from now to do this again. So we'll let the soils rest for a year, and then we'll come back and do it again. But thank you for your attentiveness. I hope you found this to be valuable, and we're grateful for your participation and your attentiveness all the way to the end. Thank you. Have a great night.